Should be live. Hello, everybody. Hey, JR, Ghost Cog, Iridium Kush, Hermit here.
Hermit, I hope you went to the gym for round 2 and you told that booty call to peace out. I hope you were the smart man and chose rightfully.
Hello, Timothy. All right. Before we get into hurting all the feelings, Mr. Red Ranger, I want to share with everybody this little clip that Bullet sent me, because it totally spoke to me. And I've been trying to warn all these crazy bitches what's coming, but they don't like to listen. They don't like to
no
listen.
Like, hey, and as a woman, getting your kind to listen, that's
yeah
that was harder than trying to get my privates to do their PT. So
yeah
it was bad.
yeah Hello, Ghost Shura. Hey, Timothy. All right, I'm gonna play this little clip because, oh man, it is great. So I'm gonna drop the link. I would be surprised if anybody that comes to this channel doesn't already follow Salty, but here he is.
Do a lot of Donald Trump was like, listen, I can't go scorched earth. I need that second term. Donald Trump was getting some bad advice. Donald Trump was being ring fenced and screwed around with by the rhinos. No. We washing all of them out. We washing them all out. And now you're stuck in here with us. And we're crazy. And we pissed off. And we're going to wreck you. All of your public institutions. Your CDC. Good night. Your FDA. Get out of here. You're fired. Your Department of Education. We're going to turn you into not homeless camps. Screw that. We're going to turn you into veterans camps. We're going to go in with a gigantic sledgehammer to all of your budgets. And we're going to destroy every single one of these filthy, leech-like institutions that produce nothing. All of these places completely filled with all of these rejects who spent 20 years in college getting a degree in something stupid. We're going to destroy you. All of these college institutions. No more federal-backed funds. That's over with. Hey, Ukraine, you on your own. Ukraine. Not only are you on your own, Ukraine, but we take in your wheat. We take in your fertilizer. We taking your blonde chicks. No. We taking everything back. And all of these places that are producing a bunch of moron numbnuts, we're going to turn them off. Yeah, if you were upset with us before when we did, if you were upset, oh my God, I can't believe they're saying that we're going to build a wall. Oh my God, they're going to kick illegals out of here. If that's what sets you off, if that's what got your vagina all crinkled, I got bad news for you. We're going full scorched earth. No quarter. Everything's gone. Again, your nightmares will become a reality at this. We'll give you something to hate. We'll give you something to be worried about. We'll give you something to be scared about. We are going to start making internment camps. That's right. If you are a flaming lunatic commie-sexual, we're going to round you up.
That's a new one.
Round you up. These camps are going to be in Venezuela, though. We're going to send you to Venezuela. We're going to trade you for some based Cubanos. That's what we're going to do.
My best friend's from Venezuela. He loves ripping into the socialists about that. He's like, you want to go to Venezuela, man? He's like, my family fled there for a fucking reason. He's like, why would you go there?
Right.
And he's a cop. He's a cop now, so it'll laugh because when he deals with like domestic calls, these Karens always tell him, "You'll never be white. You'll never be white. You're wearing the badge of the oppressor," and he just laughs at her.
They're such idiots.
He's like, your tax dollars bought my house.
Right. Well, shit, Derek, where should we start?
I want to start with the synopsis because for some reason, I just randomly searched Good Mother earlier and I found a made-for-TV movie called Good Mother.
Okay.
And I want to read you the synopsis that I tweaked a little bit. So It says, The Good Mother, starring Helen Slater, Megan Martin, and Patrick Fabian. Jillian discovers that Melanie's mom might not be the good mom we think she is. The only mother figure she's ever known just might be a murderer.
Ooh, I like it already. Love it.
And I'm like, I'm sure there are people that think you might be a murderer.
Oh yeah, no, I've heard rumors that I've already made people disappear. So
Yeah, self-deleted.
no, I think the narrative that was being pushed was that I don't know, kidnap people and then make them disappear. I don't know.
Well, is that what your crazy bitch boot camp is? Do you kidnap them?
Well, I mean, not yet. Not yet. I mean, I'm just going around putting, what is it in the military where like the person that like puts the target on the person and then somebody else comes in and then rounds them up? Isn't that a thing in the military? A spotter or something?
I guess you could technically say a Cav Scout. I mean, if you're going to go back in the day, lifespan of 11 seconds?
Right.
That's actually why the army had changed to those god-awful blues that we had that were going back to pink and greens. The blues are to honor the Cav Scouts. And I was like, literally no one gives a fuck about these people besides the people in the job. Because when I went to Fort Knox, they would always be like, if you're not Cav, you ain't shit. And I was like, I'm like, you're a retard. I'm like, nobody likes that. Like, right. We're all on the same team. Oh, man.
Well, where should we start? You have so many stories to share.
Yeah, I mean, it's funny because the last 2 years of my career almost outweighed the other two. Like, the way I look at it, it was almost like, I'll use a sports analogy. It was like you've got a great culture on a team. Then, say, the ownership or the staff changes, like the GM changes and they fuck the culture up. Right. It was like, I felt, this is the equivalent I use, like, I felt like I was on a championship winning team in my unit. I volunteered for deployment. I left my unit. I come back. One of my buddies in the unit that stayed behind hugs me and he's like, we've missed your voice and presence for the last year and a half. And I'm like, leadership can't be that bad since I left. Sure enough, I was wrong. My introduction to my new commander, he was giving a speech about being pro-communist at breakfast chow.
What?
I mean, you rarely see it on me, even when I react to the dumbest things that people send me for my content. But I have a glare. I have a death stare. And yeah. I mean, and it's officers. I swear to God, it's officers.
Well,
crap.
But these officers, the reason why they're officers is because they had college first, right? They have a degree.
Yeah, and guess what? They're the first ones that always get killed in our lanes training. They're literally reading from a fucking manual while the stick lane sergeant is like, "You're dead, you're dead." It's like when we would do reacting to contact and fire, and they're going, "Ooh, what do I do?" And it's like, this is why people only respect officers who were enlisted first. Luckily for me, minus the second to last commander that I had, every commander that I was under my career, they were all NCOs first. So they knew the bullshit that enlisted went through versus the guy that gets his degree, goes through ROTC. Like ROTC, that going through the officer school is not a joke. One of my soldiers went through it. He was a specialist, then he commissioned. And one of the two, the first one, he had done all the hard bullshit for like a year. And then he was right at the end and he decided, I want to go back to being a cook. I don't want to do this. And I was like, dude, I'm like, Stephen, you were right there.
Right.
But he was always honest. But then my other pupil, he went through it. He's overseas in Poland right now, where I was for a little bit. So he's there with another unit in Poland, loving it. And he's all for it. But again, he was enlisted first, so he knows the bullshit. He's not clouded by the who you know, who you blow crowd. He's like, look, and leave these guys out of it. But I've noticed that trend with this woke crap. It's the officers. I guess the first story I can talk about is we had a JAG officer, and I swear JAG's always female, at least in where I was.
Yeah.
We literally got this spiel. This was during the summer of love. So 2020. Yeah.
Summer of love.
Literally Yeah, the mostly peaceful protests, right?
Mm-hmm. How
She's
many people died again?
um
A
yeah,
lot.
we had soldiers get in trouble for mentioning that in this brief, by the way. They even used the phrase, we're going to re-educate privates so and so for their line of questioning. They said re-educate.
No.
Yes. Because she's up there telling us, first thing she says is, she's like, Trump is not your boss. She says that. And me being the smartass prick that I am,
Mm-hmm.
good old Staff Sergeant Goss stands up and I was like, ma'am? Because I'd switched to, so I'm reserve at this point, or the guard, but guard, so difference between reserve is still federal, guard is state run. So technically whoever your governor is the boss, but I was like, ma'am, I don't know if this is your first day, but as far as this goes, as we are state backed, I said, yes, Governor Janet Mills is our boss, but who do the governors under the command tree answer to? Whoever the POTUS is, and that would be Donald J. Trump. So if so facto,
Right.
he's my
Right.
boss too.
Right.
And then I got up and left.
Oh man.
And
Yeah.
then I got texts from soldiers that were still in there saying, she pretty much just told us, that we can be pro BLM and, pro Antifa. And again, soldiers that question it. One soldier broke down the lives lost, the property damage, and again, told to be re-educated. Followed by a fun slideshow that said, these icons and things we can't have anymore. Now, I love me a good meme. I'm not sure if anyone in the chat is familiar with them, but Pepe the Frog. That was on our banned icons list. It was listed as a terrorist icon or an extremist icon. And the thing that really made me laugh out loud is the Romanian flag. It was because it was a compilation of these icons and things, and a lot of veteran-backed things we couldn't use. But the Romanian flag was on there, and I was like, ma'am, I literally just spent a year there. They're an ally. They asked for our support to back Russia off. That's why we were there.
Right.
And she goes, well, it's because they protest the government. I was like, ma'am, I lived there for a year. They have every right to protest that government. I'm like, I saw the corruption firsthand every day. Second day I was on ground there in a parade. The Romanian president is speaking. There's a couple hecklers booing. Dudes in suits and shades took these guys off, hauled them off in a van, and drove off.
See, I don't think that's such a terrible idea, though.
It depends. Like the police force would plant drugs on people there. You name it. It was. I'm laughing because we were there as help, but because Bucharest was 2 hours away and they always protested the border. Like it's never reported in the media. Like they protest 365 there at the border in Bucharest. Always there. The corruption, but that was the army's reasoning was, well, I know they're an ally, but they protest the government. We can't have that. And I'm like, have you seen what the government's doing?
Right.
And that's always the pushback I always got was, well, you were a government employee for over a decade. And I said, you think I'm the only soldier that's like this? Most of us are. Most of us don't share these far left ideologies, and we're supposed to be neutral anyway. But we do on our own time is different, of course.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's why I laugh at people like, oh, well, you're a government employee. How could you question the government? I said, government employers are the ones that know more than anybody. Like, I was on orders at the CDC until I got removed. My lieutenant was like, yeah, the doctor straight up said they don't like you. You're causing too many problems questioning things. This one doctor, she said, I don't like Staff Sergeant Goss. He's a nuisance, was like the quote.
So why do you have so many problems with all these females in positions they don't belong in?
Because my best friend said it best, and my dad, my mom and dad said it best too. Even when I was growing up, my bullshit meter just isn't very high, and I've never had a problem. Like I've said it before on here and then Hermit streams. Like my dad always gave me nuggets of truth. My mom also forged me too. My mom was also giving me nuggets about women growing up, and one of the first things she told me, she's like, never bring home a stupid chick. She told me that. She's like, don't fuck with dumb women.
Yeah, no, that's good. That's really good.
And yeah, I don't know if I attract it. I just don't have. And my sister would say the same thing. Like my bullshit meter's just not very high. I I never played the game when I was in uniform like a lot of people do. Like I earned my rank. I didn't fuck anybody like a lot of people do. I didn't like I watched women around me that were the same rank as me, and then like months later they were 2 ranks up. And if you know how time and grade and everything works, you don't just get handed rank like candy unless you're doing, you know, stuff
right,
like that.
right. Right. Well, so you're not in the military anymore. Why again?
No, I didn't get the Fauci ouchie on my boosters like Tony wanted me to. So I used to do on the radio, too. I would do throughout the whole pandemic, those 2 years, like I did Tony Fauci questions, saying like people would call in and I would pretend to be him.
Yeah.
And just give the most asinine answers. And it was a Fox affiliate until Fox like called the manager one day and was like, they're like, Derek's a nice kid, but does he have to say the things he does? And I'm like, yes, I do. Blunt force trauma through comedy and harsh truth is what gets people to pay attention.
Yeah.
But I didn't get the jab, and the whole thing with that, like you saw the writing on the wall first, like because the timeline, like I had just come back from deployment and then leadership change, but they were already talking about this because we didn't train in person for months. It was June of 2020 we finally had in-person training again, and no more death by PowerPoints. So, but they were talking about it and they were like, it's voluntary. And I'm sitting there laughing like, yeah, just like 2 weeks to flatten the curve, right? I'm like, you're a mark if you believed that.
Yeah.
And,
yeah. 2 weeks to slow the spread. I remember that.
Yeah. And again, it's like, yeah, we have our vaccinations. Like every fall, we do the flu shots and stuff. And again, they've injected you with everything. And that's other pushback was, oh, the Army gave you all these things for 11 years. I'm like, yeah, these are things that I never had a problem with, no reactions. I knew what was in them. These are things that have been around forever, you know, whatever. I never had a reaction, even though guys next to me would always like immediately be getting sick next to me. But so fast forward, they wanted people on orders. The CDC wanted people on orders to be contact tracers. And I said, oh boy, this is great investigative opportunity. And my commander was like, they really put you on. This is the commander that made sure I got my benefits on my way out. I deployed with him. And he's like, they're going to give you. He's like, I got to do. He's like, they're going to let you go to the CDC. I was like, sir, I'll try not to cause too much problem.
Yeah.
Because he already knew my foot was already halfway out the door at that point too.
Right.
Because I would tell him, I was like, look, sir, I'm like, this shit is not, it's not working for me. I'm like, I know I got 8 years left for my 20, but I'm just like, I know myself. I don't want to be a statistic. And I was hinting, I mean, I've had my battles, but I dealt with the counseling that they gave us. A lot of soldiers have too much pride to seek out counseling, but I did. I was like, look, I don't want to eat a bullet. I'm like, and that's where I'm heading. That's how much of a miserable cunt I was becoming since coming back from overseas and all the games they were playing. And I was like, look, I don't want to be a statistic. I'd rather avoid that if I can. And a couple people were shocked to hear that, but I was like, look, yeah, that's how unhappy I am. Yeah. And my parents' argument, because they're veterans, was, well, you're leaving money on the table. I was like, money comes and goes. I'm like, but I need this and this to be sharp.
Yeah.
So
was it stifling?
Yes. It was like I was being choked.
Yeah.
And so all the time at the CDC, and I wish people, like, we had to sign an agreement. Like, I wish I could have recorded these Zoom meetings we had twice a week. Oh my God. You again, if there's anyone in this chat that still believes it was for public health, I hate to break this to you. Well, I don't hate to break it to you. It wasn't. You think what you see on TikTok as far as political soapbox propaganda theater goes, these doctors, the clinicians, the epidemiologists, these Zoom meetings are basically, let's bash anyone that questions things. They even coached us as contact tracers, and those that don't know, that was basically calling people to see if they were quarantining is what I was getting paid by the government to do.
Shit. That is awful.
And there were some hilarious calls because most of the people, like here in Maine and New Englanders, we weren't fucking buying it.
Right.
Even though our Democratic governor was, most people with functioning brains were like, we're not buying this, especially the old crowd. They were like my mom and dad, my mom and dad, they're more moderates now, but my mom and dad, they were both categorized like health risk because my dad's overweight, heart disease, and my mom has asthma. So, and we almost lost her actually. She was on oxygen for a while, but then she recovered and then she retired. She just turned 63 and she's like, screw this, I'm done. She's like, I don't need to do this anymore. I'm not working anymore. But my mom and dad were like, oh, we're not gonna do this. Like, we're gonna live life. And then all the stuff they went out to do, like their social stuff, that's how they caught it. But even then, my mom's like, whatever. She's just like, if I go, I go. Well, my sister's like, and my sister's and she was still nursing, and my sister was actually at the hospital when she was there, so they let her see her, but she was trying to keep it together. But anyways, I digress. So the CDC, like at the one point, they were coaching us to like lie to people to get vaccinated. They coached us on scripture to lie, and of course, I didn't do that, which was the first thing that got me in trouble. I didn't do that.
Right.
I was calling people and I was like, hey man, it's your life.
Right.
I'm not going to tell you to do that.
Yeah.
And I would just let these people that I'd call, I'd let them vent. I would let them vent. Because remember, we're already over a year into it at this point. I was letting them vent.
Yeah. Like a counselor?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So they're like, and again, the Army is still, mind you, the vaccine has not been mandated at this point, but then, and our command is telling us it's voluntary. Yet they are pressing all the soldiers who didn't, they needed 100 Joes to just sign up and roll their sleeve up. And I was like, fuck off. I'm not doing that.
Right.
And then, so they had to make us, they call us in one day for this like conference call, and they have this nice little packet of all the pros of why you should do this. And it was written like they're talking to us like we're third graders.
Yeah.
You know, it's just like the little tickers you see on social media. These go through rigorous testing and these are safe. Do your part. You know?
Right.
Or do you really want to kill grandma? That's what people said around here. They're like, you're going to let grandma die.
Right.
So we had to fill out, they gave us a spreadsheet and we had to give a detailed reason as to our no, why we aren't going to be part of the 100 of the voluntary shot at that point.
Right.
And I was getting text and like peer pressure, getting personal texts from leadership, other soldiers. And so this conference call, everyone's talking a big game, right? And of course, but everybody knows me and my reputation. I'm probably gonna be the only one who speaks because once they open the floor to everybody, everyone's sphincters clammed up, and I kind of groaned. And I'm like, I guess I'm gonna be the guy again. So I said to the lieutenant colonel, I was like, sir, a lot of us here, I'm like, on this mission you've had us on, we're all either staff NCOs or above. We're not dumb.
Right.
We're not bright-eyed, bushy-tailed privates, all due respect to them by saying they're dumb, because a lot of them are. It's just the way it is until they get wised up to things.
Yeah.
And I'm like, this is voluntary, and yet why am I getting inundated around the clock with peer pressure texts? Silence on the other end. Then my phone starts blowing up because I have friends that were at Troop Command, and they're like, dude, was that you we're hearing on the conference call right now? They're like, you're such a dick. And I said, well, no one else. I said, this is what leadership is. Instead of just folding up, I'm like, you need to call stuff out. And they're like, well, we can't be doing that. So on the Excel spreadsheet, I gave my reasons, not enough data. This is being rushed, the shaming, all this stuff's already starting. So then they go down the line of the spreadsheet. Everybody just wrote what Staff Sergeant Goss said, what he said. And it's like, the thing is deep down, it's like, I don't want to be that guy, but no one else will do it.
Right. Not enough people do it. Actually, I have a client that, man, she was so against it. She was against it. She even survived all of her, female family pressuring her to get it. I mean, they had the virus. She's like, we already had it, She fucking, like, she quit her job. She used to be a director for HEB. She quit her job to like stay home and raise her children, but she went into her fucking doctor, and during the lockdown and stuff, I guess she gained like 10 pounds, and her doctor, no shit, was pressuring her to do it, and she shamed her and manipulated her into fucking doing it. She was like, oh, if you don't get it, that's pretty selfish for you to do, especially now.
I heard that a lot.
especially now that you're overweight, and if you happen to get it and you die because you didn't get the vaccination, and you leave your husband alone to raise your 3 sons, like that's just her fucking doctor was doing this to her. And she caved. And when I saw her for her next hair appointment, she's like, you would not believe what I did since I saw you last. And she told me the whole story. She's like, I can't I mean, I found a new doctor already because I will never go back to her. But can you believe that it worked? She's like, I did it. I actually caved in because somebody in a position of authority, somebody that she trusts, somebody that she's been, seeing for the past decade. I mean, it's disgusting.
Yeah, it was. That's why I said the last 2.5 years were a giant litmus test, and we failed on a global scale because the world leaders know that they can get all the cucked people to fall in line. And it's the whole, like you and I and people in this chat know that unequivocally, it's a fact. No denying, no argument, none of this bullshit. 2 + 2 indeed equals 4. Problem is, we're outnumbered by people that think 2 + 2 = 5. It's like Common Core math bullshit.
Yeah, but are we though?
I guess it depends on where you live in the country, because during all of this, I still got to go to my my senior leader course, because you have to go every time you move up the ranks of the NCOs. Like, you have leadership courses you have to keep going to. So I went to Kansas for it. Now, here in Maine, it's a cucked state, especially southern Maine. It's very blue.
Right.
They had the extreme lockdowns. Went to Kansas. It was like being in another country. They didn't play any of the games, none of that. And it's like everybody from the school from across the country, we all came from blue areas. And we were all just like, what the fuck? It was great because we walked around. No one had masks on. Everyone was distancing. Even when the staff at the schoolhouse popped hot for COVID, the commander's like, fuck this. You're graduating. He's like, we're not going to. No. He's like, we're going through. He's like, you get sick, you get sick. He's like, don't tell. He's like, just don't tell my higher ups that I said that.
Right.
And like, as far as the military goes, yeah, there's not enough people like me and those guys. There were, but a lot of it's like all my friends that cave that still bitch to me, and I just laugh at their text. Half the time I don't even respond anymore because I'm tired, because they're being women. Yeah. I just feel nothing but estrogen from these guys, because they're all like a few months back, one of my buddies, he said he felt dirty and violated. I said, you were on the same firing line I was, man. I'm like, you just were like, here's my balls. And this is a buddy of mine. Like, the excuse from people was like, oh, well, you had over a decade in. That was really dumb. And I'm like, again, I got my veterans benefits. And I'm like, and like a lot of these guys, like, my best friend's about to get out. He's an MP, but he's had enough of the bullshit. And he got fucked over on the border mission. He was on that for a while in Texas and California, but he's got like 10 months and he's done. And they're like, well, you've got 14 years. He's like, my police pension's better than this one. He's like,
right.
He's like, it just, yeah. So continuing on with that, I'm grilling him in this conference call. And like, again, I'm sitting there flat out telling them on this conference call, and all the higher ups in the state are on this in troop command. And it's funny, I'm actually hearing an echo from one of my buddies that was texting me. He's laughing in the background. He's like, that fucking Gauze, man. He's like, Staff Sergeant Gauze does not play.
Right.
So my nickname for most of my career was Sergeant Dickhead. And they said that as it was a name of like an endearing term, because soldiers, like, young soldiers, male and female, always sought me out. Like my barracks room on deployment, I was basically their therapist.
Yeah.
Because it's just like, I just don't play. And if the person in question was above me in rank, and I would always tell my young troops that address by rank, then cuss them out. But just at least address them by rank first, so they can't hold that against you if they counsel you. And counselings, you wiped your ass with counselings. That's another thing. They would threaten to counsel you throughout this. You don't get the vax, you're getting counseled. And I'd be like, I wiped my ass with counselings. Counseling statements hold no weight like they used to.
Why not?
It's just a power game. People look at a negative counseling and they laugh now, and they should.
Yeah.
Article 15s, well, that's when they take your money. That's different.
Right.
But you really got to try to get an Article 15. And it depends on how your command is, though. Because they threaten that. They said they're going to Article 15 you, like, and the scare tactics work even for some guys that have been in as long as me and know the bullshit that caved. And that's my other point. The other point I was trying to make, the guys that text me saying, well, I'm not going to get the booster. I was like, the DOD just spent millions again for the fall booster. Your ass is getting it. You already caved once. You caved once.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah.
But I knew a lot of the numbers would dwindle as the months went on. They dwindled till it was like me and a handful of guys, and even those guys caved. And it was funny because when they first rolled out, when they first mandated it, one of my friends at Troop Command, she held out until, and they played on her heartstrings because she's a single mother, so they kept pushing her that way. She was the only one in the Troop Command office that held out. The day everyone got their second shot, everybody was sick. She literally had to run the office by herself. And I said, imagine that. And I said, and yet good old me has been on duty for multiple outbreaks, and I still haven't popped hot since I got it and had a sniffle for like 2 days when I got home from overseas.
Right.
That maybe that health and fitness thing isn't as bad as the fat phobic trolls think it is.
Right. Yeah, Texas A&M almost caved. They had so much pressure from because they have a lot of contracts. They had so many pressure from outside sources and the government. They were being pressured by the government, and they almost did. They even announced that, starting this date, it's going to be mandatory. And then fucking Abbott put out some shit that stopped that, which I was very happy about. But yeah, they almost fucking caved. Like, they were getting so much pressure and they were about to do it, and all of a sudden there was this huge fucking pushback on it, which was awesome. They even had to round up all the professors and do like a mandatory training for them to let them know that, bringing up if people got the vaccine or not in your class was a fireable offense.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
And then they started making us do these COVID check-ins. We had to do this checklist, and if we had any symptoms, we couldn't attend duty. And around this time last year, this is usually or October, November, you do the flu shots, and they're pushing the COVID shot. Well, I don't know if anyone in this chat was following it, but it was Fort Benning and some other places. They accidentally, during the flu vaccine clinics, gave Joes the COVID shot. Accidentally. They are paying out the ass in lawsuits. Well, guess what? Here in Maine, we made Larry Elder talked about it on the Epoch Times, a few others. I was like, Maine, yet again, making the news for the wrong reasons. It happened here. And I'm laughing because I always went through CVS with the times I would get the flu shot because I had to get it for them to keep serving. So like I came in with it last year, and they were like, "Oh, you got the jab." I was like, "Yeah, the flu shot." And I did the princess wave out of the admin office. I go,
well, I have a client that I saw day before yesterday. She was saying, she's like, I don't know if this is true or not, but I'm hearing a lot that they're putting COVID vaccine stuff in the flu shot now.
Yes. You just heard it from you. You just heard it from me. Like the Army did it for this last year and a half. Except they said they accidentally. Yeah. It's like the air quotes with Dr. Evil. Laser. Accidentally.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I'm just laughing because I said I called it in the clinic last year on duty. I looked at my buddy, the one who said he's not getting the booster, who already gave once. I said, dude, if you were smarter, you would have fucking got this from somewhere else, at least. But then I remember because our manpower, troop power nosedived when everybody was caving and getting it, and I'm just sitting there laughing. And then the mask stuff. So we were in our annual field training. We were already 5 days in, and we weren't wearing masks, right? And then around like 1500 in the afternoon, there's a mass email that goes out and says, COVID spiking again. And this is the summer. Our unit always went to the field in August. I don't know why, but they did. I didn't mind it because, again, it always weeded out people. And it was always funny watching the girls get super, super feminine then when we had to go to the field.
Right.
They're all hard until they go to the field and they're like, I don't want ticks. And I'm like, fuck you. This is the Maine wilderness. We have a tick problem. Like, you need to bring the stuff and douse your uniform in that stuff.
Right.
And they're like, you have to put masks back on. And and it was right out of a movie, like drones. Everybody immediately after reading this email and got the text from leadership, everybody pulls their masks out and puts them on, but me. And everyone's just looking at me, and I go, we've been 5 days into this. If people are sick, we're sick.
Yeah.
And like I said, these things don't work. And that was part of our OCIE. We had to sign from supply. They made camo version masks to match the uniforms. Yeah, I never opened a single one. Never opened a single one. But yeah, everyone just everyone just put them on. I go, and at that point, my foot's like, I'm like 85% out the door already at this point. My time's running down at the CDC, and I'm still doing my radio stuff, which they know about, because you have to get permission to do that stuff.
Right.
And so during the 2020 election, so this happened because my background, my degree is in broadcasting and journalism. So that's how I landed that through a family friend. I was a guest on a show, local show, and then they're like, "Oh, you're pretty good." I'm like, "Oh, I have a background in it." They're like, "You want to host our political panel every Tuesday?" I'm like, "Yeah." I'm like, I've studied politics my whole life. I'm like, this is my bread and butter.
Yeah.
And so I was always on there, and of course, word gets around because the S6 monitors that, and then I get called into my commander's office one day, and this is right before the 2020 election. Mind you, like a week prior, Trump was in New Hampshire. I got asked because the radio guy that I was with had White House contacts. They're like, "Hey, we're going to have you get some one-on-one time with Trump." They're like, "We're going to have you do that." And I was like, yeah. And I'm like, cool. So I tell them, I'm like, hey, I tell the main guard, I'm like, just so you know, I know everyone's up in a tizzy right now, but I'm like, I have a press pass from the White House. Like, I fucking emailed it to them and said, here it is.
Yeah.
They're like, have fun. A couple days later, yeah, you need to cease and desist. You can't do this. And I'm like, how? This is my civilian time. I'm like, I don't answer on my time. I was like, I literally do this as my side job.
Yeah.
I'm like, I have a background in this. You guys know it. I was getting investigated by JAG, Public Affairs. They're like, yeah. And basically, because basically I was getting popular, and a lot of the troops were talking about me on the air, on duty time, and then the wrong lefty captains heard it and were like, this was literally the narrative. They're like, he's a young black leader with a lot of with a big following from the troops. We can't have that. So the governor's office was spying on me too. I'd found out from a source. I got an anonymous tip during a broadcast one day, and they're like, hey, the S6 is working with Governor Mills to spy on you. And I'm like, fuck this. I was like, and I called it out live on the air. And I said, whoever's listening in the main guard at Troop Command, I'm like, you can kiss my ass.
Yeah.
And then Fox was like, damn it, he can't swear. And I was like,
that's funny. Hermit said, what radio station were you on?
I was on Atlantic Coast Radio. It was the Ray Richardson show. It's local here, but it was syndicated throughout the country. But it was a Fox News affiliate, basically. So like every Tuesday, I was on. I don't know if anyone knows who Sean Spicer is. I was on with him every Tuesday. Interviewed every one of Trump's kids multiple times when he was still president. Interviewed a lot of cool people that was in that administration. They called in. Some came to Maine for rally stuff. But they basically told me, they're like, hey, we want you. They're like, we're not telling you can't be on the air, but they're like, we don't want you on the air until after the election. And I was like, whatever, I played ball.
Yeah.
And I did my podcast from my apartment. I said, I'm going to get my stuff out another way.
Yeah.
So then some time goes by, and I told the station, the Friday I was about to go back on the air, I get a tip from my platoon sergeant, which, by the way, in this investigation, my platoon sergeant was the only one who had my back. Yeah. He was like, this is bullshit. Well, my not the commander I deployed with, but the one prior, he threw me into the bus. My first sergeant threw me into the bus. And that commander, he comes to me on duty one day, and like, he takes his index finger, and this guy's all of like, I'm not a big guy. I'm only 5'7", $155. This guy's like maybe 5'1". And he like comes to me, and I don't know why people think this is why people think this is a good idea, because the wrong soldier on a bad day would end badly for you. But he takes his finger, he puts it on my chest where my staff sergeant rank is, and he goes, he's like this. He's like this. Can't say anything. But what Derek does, and before he stops, I just calmly took his index finger, and I'm like, sir, I don't like being touched, especially with someone I barely know. And I was like, if we were in the streets and this was civilians, you wouldn't have that finger. Right. And I said, that being said, I haven't broken any rules. I know the Hatch Act back to front. I said, but you've got full birds out there picketing with candidates in full uniform. Why aren't you going after him? Oh, wait,
Right.
because I'm on a conservative network. That's why. I'm like, I'm not stupid, sir. And I'm like, go fuck yourself.
Yeah.
So by then, so time goes by. I actually stepped away from that for a year. And that's actually when I started doing my first YouTube channel. And that had more politics, but it had red pill stuff, but I had some political videos. I did like 1 or 2 political videos once a week on top of the female nature stuff and the red pill and MGTOW stuff. So I get a call from that radio show. They're like, hey, it's been like a year to the day. The listeners been asking where you are. They miss you. The demand is how they want you back. And I said, I'm pretty much done at this point. I'm 95% out the door at this point. I'm like, let's go on. Let's burn this place down. So I was doing that again for a while.
Right.
And then we had the COVID checkups again and again. It's way beyond, like, I've posted stuff. I've made memes of the lieutenant colonel here. I made memes. I got investigated for that. And it was funny because, like, on the phone call, they were like, you disrespected a senior officer. You put a clown face on General Farnham. I said, well, he is a clown, sir. And it was my commander that I deployed with. And he's trying not to laugh. He's trying not to laugh. And I'm on speaker with all the other leadership from battalion. And
But he is a clown, sir.
He is. I was like, I said, call me a liar, sir. What word is lie?
Yeah. Yeah.
And they were like, you really don't care. And I said, after what you guys have been messing with me with since being back.
Right.
And then here's the final nail where I went scorched earth. I told them I was going to be going to cover Troop Command for a weekend, and a lot of buddies that think like me, one of which his wife got every vaccine injury and they bullied him into trying to get it. And he's out now. Him and I are on a do not contact list now, by the way. That's why I lost a lot of my buddies. I'm not allowed in certain buildings, and I'm not allowed. They're like, don't talk to this guy. He's an extremist. Highest compliment for me. That means more to me than any award that I got when I was in any accolade. I was like, I'm making a difference other ways. The fact that they think I'm such a threat that I don't associate with this guy.
Oh.
So what happens is the COVID screener, I'm like, I was at another outbreak. All these people that I was working with all had the jab, multiple shots, but me.
Yeah.
I still tested negative. I played the bullshit game. I took the stupid little test. I sent the picture. Within 30 seconds, my buddies at Troop Command call me. Hey, man, we're sorry to hear that you're sick. We were looking forward to seeing you this weekend. I was like, who the fuck said that? I'm healthy as a horse, man. I tested negative. Who said that? They're like, oh, well, we just heard from your unit. Hermit's comment. Dude, that's what they called me on the radio. They called me the black face of white supremacy of Portland, Maine. That's what they called me, the haters. So that's spot on. So I'm like, I went off. I was like, who the fuck said that? And they're like, oh, your unit just said you're sick. And I'm like, I'm not. So I went on Instagram Live and I called them out. And I said, the Maine Army National Guard can kiss my ass. I'm fucking done. I will never wear this uniform again. You're going to lie about my medical records to keep me from coming.
Right.
And then one of my best friend's like, well, why didn't you go anyway? I said, and give them the satisfaction. I'm like, no, they clearly are going to go to these lengths.
Right.
So then that Monday, I typed up a little note and I told my co-host, I said, look, Ray, this is your station, everything. I want to make it known that you did not put me up to this because I know people think that you influenced me. And I said, this is my own words. So I read verbatim a statement. I typed up my own words, calling out all the injustices over the last couple of years, COVID, all the bullying, harassing. And I pretty much told the guard to F off live on the air on a national network. And my phone was going off all day, of course.
That's funny.
Because they were spying and listening. And the smart thing is, and when I've advised soldiers if they're going to do that and they're just done with it, I just didn't name names, but everybody that was listening knew who I was talking about when referencing in this thing. One of which was a female E7, go figure. Oh yeah. That'll be a whole other episode. We could do stories about how everybody in her unit, including other women, hate her. Really? She was the spearhead of a lot of these things messing with me. But yeah, so I went on the air and and again, that was February? Last January. Yep. Never put the uniform on again. And my commander expedited my exit and I got my stuff. And it's funny because I'll still see some of the guys and they're like, man, they're still trying to replace me. And I'm just like, But it was so amusing to me because like as this is unfolding, you know, and I had a really good conversation with my own military label as a terrorist.
Right.
So the conversation with my mom, because my mom's the whole thing again was she's like, "Oh, you're leaving all these on the table." I said, "Ma, I'm happy." And then she just looked at me and she took my hand. She's like, "You know what?" She's like, if you're happy, she's like, "Uncle, you got me there." I was like, "Yeah, Mom." I'm like, I said, "You've lived through, you've heard me talk about all this stuff." There you go. Yeah. Driver, you're spot on. Now, I will say again, there's always exception to the rule, right? Like one of my best friends I met on deployment, she was from a unit in Georgia. She was the real deal. She unfortunately was, they tried to be very sexist with her, even though she was better. She was the 88 Mike's just truck driver. She was the best driver in the company, but because she was a chick, they didn't let her on the road. So she was in the office with me. And it was bullshit because all these other guys were wrecking vehicles and they were lying.
Right.
Yeah. But yeah.
I mean, but it's always a small number of women that the rest of the women want to take credit for, which is strange.
And they totally do because when end of tour awards came, who do you think got the credit? It wasn't her. Not her. And it was funny because her and I met. We were doing 24-hour guard duty. We were guarding Patriot missiles for the Navy and the Air Force, and we're in this box truck, you know, trying to keep each other awake, you know, have our weapons and stuff, everything. And then she just looks at me and she has a Southern accent. She was like, "You know what, guys? You know why I like you? You're the only guy of this 30-man deal who hasn't tried to fuck me." And I said, because I have discipline. I use the big head, not the little one. And I also told her, because I said she was pretty much like a dude. I said, I go, "Well, you know why that is." I said, "Sage, you know why that is, right?" I said, "You smoke and you dip." I'm like, "God." I looked at her, I go like this. I'm like,
Right.
It's like when Negan said to Dwight and Walking Dead, he goes, "I just told you it was free." It was, I said, "Dwight eats for free at the Pussy Palace, and you're telling me no? Is your..." And then she was a very attractive woman, but I said, I was like, it was just like, oh God. And she actually held her own in the gym too. She wasn't a gym thought. And she always wore, for any football fans in there, she had a hoodie cut off like Bill Belichick for the picture, how he has the cut off. She wore like the most baggiest shit on purpose because she was well aware of her assets. Because she didn't want guys to like be up in her shit when she was lifting.
Right.
But women like her, they always gave the super feminine chicks credit end of tour. But then they would use her like for the outlier and like the current ACFT, the fitness test. The feminists bitched and moaned, "Oh, we want equal tests." So we had, for the first time ever, we had the same standard, and the girls failed miserably on one of the two events. They failed most on was the leg tuck and the deadlift. They couldn't do it. They failed. So now they made it backwards, two different standards again, as it should have been. Because again, we're not the same.
Right. Men and women are not the same. That's why I'm not a fan of them being in the military personally.
And the Marines did it a couple of years ago, and it was on CBS News where they did the same kind of lanes training rec to contact as the male Marines, and there are times where they couldn't even shoot, they couldn't carry the load, and it's like they don't belong in combat units. Period, point blank.
Right.
They don't.
I don't think they belong in any fucking officer position either, personally. Like, I don't think, I mean, that's leadership, right?
Yeah, because you want to see, again, how do you think, and then same thing with politics, how are the decisions made? With their emotions. With their emotions, not logic. And like the saying goes, when emotions are high, logic
critical
is low.
Thinking is low. Exactly. Yeah.
So I always just say it on the radio too, people think too much with this and not what's between their ears. And that's how politicians get their way. You know, the easily manipulated, the over emotional men and the emotional women, they're the easiest voters because they're uninformed on top of that, which is worse.
Right.
But for my 2 cents, voting doesn't matter anyway. It's the two sides of an ugly, polished turd.
Right. Well,
I was always the middleman. Like on this radio show, it was hardcore conservatives, and I was the libertarian. So I was challenging them and the lefty callers. I was going at it with both of them. You know? Because on one end, it'd be funny because the co-host, he's a family friend, loved him to death. but very into his Bible thumping, and he was always trying to get me to get married. And I'm like, dude,
Right.
you have a better chance of winning the lottery. I'm like, I'm never doing that. And
Right.
he couldn't understand and register the fact that because I come from an intact home, my parents are still married, I had a healthy family upbringing, that
Right.
he's like, how would you not be for marriage? I said, dude, marriage worked from your generation. It worked then.
Right.
It
Right.
doesn't work that way now. There's no benefit for me as a man. I am nothing but it's like, what is it? Dick in a piggy bank.
Right.
No.
I'm trying to find Hermit. Hermit asked how long you've been MGTOW. I think it was Hermit. Hold on, let me find it here. Yeah. How long have you been MGTOW?
Late 20s. I'll be 35 next month. Late 20s. But like I said, like it's in my channel description though. I don't subscribe to everything in these spaces. Like I mean, most of the thing I get asked the most is mainly from women I know that see my channel. They're like, why do you hate women? I'm like, I don't. I understand you. I understand you. There's a big difference. Like I had my red pill rage years and years and years ago, and it was very brief.
Yeah.
And I have to thank my parents for that, just developing the skills to just, even like when I did get my heart broken, I was able to detach and move on pretty quickly. And like I told Hermit, I'm a lifelong athlete. I've always been in health and fitness. The gym's always been there. So unlike a lot of guys in this space, I didn't discover the gym to build myself up. It was always there. I had to break up. Okay, I'm going to go pump out a workout. And I was moving on. So that part was always there. And I get at some of my friends ask me like, dude, are you dead? I'm like, it's not that I don't feel anything. It's like, I'm able to detach when I get burned easy. I'm able to detach easily when I get burned, or like, especially when it comes to dealing with women. Timothy's. Dude, it's bad now, man. You wouldn't believe it. And most of them, the young ones that come in now, they're all woke.
Yeah. I don't like that. I don't like that at all.
It's by design. That's why I'm like, you know what? all these lefties can go get blown up for all these politicians to get to bump their Raytheon stocks. It's like the whole Ukraine thing. I saw a Ukraine meme, and it had a person with a Ukraine flag mask on, and it said, "I stand with Raytheon."
So tell me, yeah, you said you've had some mandatory tranny training in the military.
Oh, God.
Bandit had to go through some of that here recently with his finance position.
Not just that, racial sensitivity, inclusive training.
Did you get to see my free racial sensitivity training that I received from that counselor guy?
I didn't finish it all because it's very hard to get through. As a free-thinking minority, for me, it's very difficult to get through those things because I lose IQ points. It's very hard because I just wasn't fostered to think that way. And again, I laugh all the time because it's like my mom's white, my dad's black. I always tell people I'm the oppressor and the oppressed. You know, I have both sides of it, but early on, I was taught not to just look through that lens. That's why I just laugh at this stuff. But the mandatory trainings, they always would sneak it in there. Like you always knew on duty, like when these things are coming, they cleared out the drill hall, the tables are there, and you got the weird person, the awkward person with the clicker, the death by PowerPoint.
Yeah.
And you just go, here we fucking go. But luckily, my MOS, it was a get out of jail free card because I'd be like, you want to eat or do you want to have MREs? Oh, that's right. Let me go do my job. It was for 11 years. It was my get out of jail free card. It was great for the range too. Always got to shoot first early in the morning. I'm like, you guys want to eat? Let me go shoot first. And I always qualify first go. I'm like, let me go shoot. And then it's like I said, you want to eat or do you want to starve? So it was great. It was always great.
Leverage.
That was my privilege.
Right.
So, but I would hear, so the way my kitchen was, and they would do it out in the halls, like I would hear the training, even though my doors and stuff were shut and were working, I would hear the training. And then my friends,
the guys are missing your porn stash.
I knew it was going to happen. It happened on my old channel too. But like I said, guys, I had that thing all summer during the heat, maintained it. And then I was like, you know what? It's just time for a change. And my hair grows fast, but it was time for a change. And I think it's great because I look like two different people with and without facial hair.
Yeah.
It's even worse if I have a beard and then I could shave it off. But I think it's funny. Like, it either people notice it right away, or like most of my notifications the last day and a half have been like, "Where's the stash? Where's the stash?"
Yeah.
But so the slides are always funny. Like, we had extremism training too, extremism awareness training, which was hilarious. Had to do that on a Saturday. They did that on purpose. They
Wow.
stick these trainings on days off because they
Right.
know. Because again, they don't care about morale. They don't. They don't care about that. They don't care about your
Right.
downtime and your mental health. Like, no.
Right.
And they always pick. It's always some awkward white dude or a white chick that does these fucking trainings. Like, why are you gonna put? Because they asked me, and I said, "Do you really think I'm gonna go up there and talk about racial sensitivity?"
Yeah.
And the people who know me, I've been here a decade. You think that's gonna fly?
Right.
I
Right.
said, and I would just make jokes the whole time. And I'm like, you can count. I would have gotten counsel, been like, okay, but the tranny stuff, they and since I've gotten out, a couple of guys I served with have come out and they wear wigs and stuff now because friends sent me pictures of them in uniform. They're full blown chicks now, and I'm like, but these guys still have dicks.
Right.
But they're in female spaces, like that swimmer. He whips out his dink in front of them every practice and stuff, and it's like, and the girls, they don't care. And I'm like, where's the feminists on that? Oh, that's right. They only want the equity. They don't want it's only when it benefits them. Yeah. But the trainings, I mean, the slideshows, because you get the physical copy, you can to follow along. It's more like you're going to keep people awake. But they basically start out. It starts with sign language. Yes, in the Army they start with the sign language. Shame, insults, guilt need to be right. And if you question it, yeah, like those soldiers earlier, I said they had re-education.
Right. See, I want to appropriate all these crazy bitch training courses and make them into the opposite of what they currently are.
Yeah.
Because right now it is trying to re-educate the majority to tolerate the crazy bitch minority. So we're trying to change the behavior of everybody else to suit the feelings of, a smaller number of crazy bitches.
Oh,
I want to flip that. I want to re-educate and retrain these crazy bitches to make them more tolerable amongst just normal people.
And that's what I would always say in these trainings that I would sit in on, because I would still get pieces of it, because as a section leader, I had to sit through training meetings at the end of duty when everybody goes home. That's one of the ugly parts of when you're in leadership. You get to send your guys home, but you got to stay for the sync meetings and the training meetings, and that's fine. Because again, I was voted best motivator at my leadership school, and it was through comedy, because just people are so tightly wound, and it's just like, look, I'm going to make these guys laugh at someone's expense in this room, because it's the only way we get through this stuff, especially when you're deployed, because the depression does come in when you're gone from home, especially the kids that are away from home for the first time. Like, I didn't want to leave. I was this close to staying for another year in Romania. I was that close. But the state of Maine's like, no, we need him. And I was like, do you really, though? Do you really need me? I'm more of a headache at this point for you guys. Like, do you need me? Let me have another vacation for another year.
Yeah.
But the training. So the tranny one, they had, like, again, they in the Army, in the military, always say, we'll break it down Barney style, which means we're going to talk to you like you're a fucking child.
Yeah. I didn't know that. I'm gonna save.
I love the name because I'm a huge John Carpenter fan, and I love Escape from New York. Snake Plissken is fucking great. So who doesn't love that? First of all,
I didn't know that was actually from something.
Just like a woman.
Yeah, no, I don't. I've hardly seen any movies that have ever been created.
That's a chick trait. I had a lot of exes where the list goes on. Hadn't seen Star Wars, Jurassic Park, Jaws, all these things, and I was like, this is not going to work. That's me. Like, you got to match me on that. I'm like, but I swear to God, it's a thing. Like, it's a chick thing. I swear to God. Like,
no, because normal chicks will be watching rom-coms and what is it? The reality TV bullshit. I've been watching anime with my son
it's not reality TV, and that's my broadcast background. Like, I'll talk to my friends that are older than me, and I'm like, you do realize they get cues from the production truck and the producers on what to do. Like, like the Real World.
Yeah, it's not reality.
My multimedia teacher was a producer on the Real World, and he gave us. That's where I learned about it. He would, like, show us like he'd sign agreements, but this is like the behind the scenes footage they allowed him to keep. And like we had like 2 weeks worth of class on that, and like directing, or like people who wanted to be a producer and do that stuff. So it's just like I mean, I knew that right away, because like one thing my parents did this is back when it was like taboo, like they desensitized me really earlier. Like they gave me like trade secrets on a lot of things so that I wouldn't like succumb to stuff.
Yeah.
You know?
That's
the
good
only-
parenting.
Well, because like I said, my dad, like I said, and it's so funny because my parents are like on paper. My mom was raised hardcore Catholic Sunday school, like New England. My dad's Southern Baptist. It shouldn't have worked.
Right. Right.
But they cancel each other out because their bullshit meters again are just. I think that's what it worked. But again, they approached it as a business, because my sister and I would always laugh because they could have gotten divorced easily multiple times.
Right.
And they never did. And I know why they didn't. It was for the betterment of her and I.
Yeah.
But yeah, to your point about trying to reverse and get the minority to see other things, but that's the problem. Like with the Army, with those trainings, is they're trying to placate to this small crowd.
Yeah.
But the Air Force really did a lot of crap. Like they had that tranny show on the aircraft carriers, and it was for morale.
Anti-morale.
Again, like, and this is why like our enemies are laughing. Like, did you
Oh,
did you see the Army recruiting ads that came out last year? The cartoon ads.
Yeah, with the two moms.
You know, that wasn't the only one. They shot like 8 of those, but they used that one. The one that was really good, most of them were actually really good. The best one they should have used. So again, if you've served in any branch, and those vets that are in the chat can chime in on that, where if this military across the board is very diverse, especially people who wanted to become citizens. Like for me in the Army, a lot of Haitians, a lot of guys from Haiti. They did one of those ads they did was from an immigrant from Haiti. He was an enlisted guy, then he became a warrant officer, and I'm like, why didn't you run with that one? It's by design. Right. That would actually make people want to join, because that's true. So many Haitian soldiers that I met are some of the best leaders we had. But it's funny because they all had multiple wives. Because like when you're getting to know people, like I had a guy from Haiti in boot camp, and you had to do this culture stuff. And this was 2010. So this stuff's been going on for a while. I went to boot camp in 2010. They just started sprinkling this stuff in then. But we had like an hour, and we're getting to do culture stuff. So, and the drill sergeant's like, anyone have multiple wives? And this guy from Haiti, Adanda, he's like, I do. And he's like, they know about each other. And he's like, I'm allowed to cheat. And I'm just looking at him, and me, I was 22 at the time, going on 23. And I just go, God. And then same thing in Romania. I talked about it in my video the other day. So I started doing some reacting to girls being mad about the guys getting passports. And it was this woman I've seen for months. She is one of those who doesn't believe the body count matters, but she was like triggered about Andrew Tate talking about Romanian women. And I was like, well, I lived there for a year, and what he said is 100% true. And all the Americans that were there, I'm like, there's a reason why Romania has always been popular, especially for American men. The culture there, you want to talk about submissive, even though I did find TikToks today of Romanian women who are feminists saying that's not true. And I was like, that's anecdotal.
Right.
Like the anecdotal doesn't disprove what the majority is, but
they're changing some laws and stuff in Romania, like to help better marriages and cut tax breaks for families that have kids and stuff. Like,
because like a lot of Europe, it's only a 2-class system, which our government is obsessed with making us like. There's no middle class in Romania. You're either wealthy or you're on the fucking street begging. Literally.
Really?
Yeah.
Really?
You'd see a nice 5-star hotel. Then there's like 4 destroyed buildings. Like they are still recovering from communism all these decades later. Once they got out from under Russia, they're still recovering. That's something people who are all like, oh, this, when the idiots that say real communism hasn't been tried before.
If I were to do it, it's different. Right?
Yeah, like, and then you spend a year living in a country that's still recovering from it. It's not a quick fix. So the people, if they got their way here and say America became that, and then we finally got out from under it, we'd be in the ground before the country even starts to turn a corner recovering from that. But and again, the culture there, our designated cab driver, who was the best friend of the tattoo artist that we went to, they both wives that were, again, you think people or you live around, you think you know what 8, 9s, and you think you know what 10s look like. Not until you go somewhere else or you're around higher class of people do you see what a real 10 for a woman looks like. And fellas in the chat, if you think you've seen a 10, you haven't, unless you've traveled or been to other places. And it's funny, these wives, 10s, submissive, kept their figure, pumped out multiple kids. These dudes' girlfriends, the tattoo artist I had, he had 6 girlfriends. Each one was hotter than the other, and they all knew about each other, and it was accepted.
That's crazy.
And this is why, some people in the space, they say, the high-value man doesn't cheat. He exercises options.
Right. I remember Kevin Samuels pushing that.
God, I miss him.
Yeah, me too.
I didn't agree with everything he did, because I know, like, Hermit and guys have talked about it before. Like, they didn't like that he was pro-marriage. But again, he was trying to, in the Black community, he was mainly trying to fix that. Because it's like he said, feminism has done and did what slavery and racism never did: destroy the home.
Right. Yeah, I called him to a show twice. I asked him the first time if he thought, the relationship, the contract between the sexes in our country could be, mended without getting rid of all these government programs. And he gave me a pretty good answer to that. And then the second time, I think I chimed in about, especially the previous caller he had was all kinds of lack of accountability. So I chimed in. Actually, Donovan Sharp took that clip and then shared it and talked about it.
Donovan Sharp. If he was just honest from the beginning, because remember where he was before people discovered Devin, his wife.
Oh, yeah. No.
If he'd have been honest from the get-go, I think he wouldn't have gotten all that heat, because he lied.
Oh, no. I don't respect the guy, only because, for one, he doesn't even fucking remember me. I've super chatted him. I don't know how many times.
We know how y'all ignore you or forget you. Ooh, boy.
No. He always he always accuses me of being an angry Black woman in the chat, because like when I watch his behavior dissections and stuff, and he's trying to speak womanese, he's trying to translate what a woman is saying, and he's fucking wrong. I'm like, I don't think you really understand womanese. Like, no, but he always accuses me of being a disgruntled Black woman. I'm like, dude, you did a breakdown of my video. You said if I was in a bar, he would like try to pick me up. I'm like, hello, do you not remember that? Like,
my issue with guys like that is just like a paywall. To me, I'm like, if you as a man need to pay a guy to tell you how to pick up chicks, if you're still trying to do that, that's pretty lame.
Yeah. Like,
I'd never understand that. Like, I know people also don't like for me, I take a lot of these guys, like, it's entertaining. Like, when I'm at work at night, I stream all of Kevin Samuel's old stuff from like before he got viral for the Average at Best thing. So it's just so entertaining. And I wrote in one of the comments recently, I said, I think what really killed him is dealing with these women. That's what really killed him. Also, the fact that he drank Red Bull like it was water.
Yeah.
And the way he died, I think that's honestly, if you died having sex, I mean, I wouldn't think that's bad. That's just me. I just think it's funny though, but like, that's what killed him. Because there's sometimes, if you watch his body language, it took all his strength to, not.
Oh yeah.
I did respect the fact that he was especially hard on the young Black women.
Yes.
Because and it's funny, my dad used to give me shit. Because I mean, I live in New England. I mainly dated white chicks, whatever. I dated other races, but I mean, the only Black chick I knew for a while was my sister. So it was just like,
right.
And then there'd be transfer students, and they hated me because the way I talked, looked, all that stuff, Carlton, whatever. Yeah, that was my nickname for my drill sergeants in boot camp. They called me Carlton. Made me do the stupid fucking dance on the hall on the company logo. Whatever. Like, again, my parents are both in. Like, I expected it was funny. Like, but no. Yeah, and it just goes to show you like what he did. There's a lot of truth, especially as regards to the Black community as a whole, and then the fact that so many Black women celebrated when he died goes.
That was
Yeah,
disgusting.
it
That was
goes to show you.
disgusting.
And it's funny, more than the other races of women, the Black chicks have been the ones leading the "I don't need no man" more than anybody. Only
Oh, I
one,
know.
only 1 in 4 ever get married. 80% of them are overweight. It's like, Big Shirley, Big Shirley. I
Yeah.
know a lot of Big Shirleys because they've added me before when I was on social media. Oh my God. And then they'd hear me talk or they'd see me on the radio and they're like, oh, well, I can't date him. He's off the plantation. And I was like, I don't like you anyway. But my dad would always give me shit. And I'm like, Dad, you married a white woman. You can't grill me about this. You even realized it wasn't worth it. Because my dad grew up in the South. And then when he was in the Army, like, I'm pretty sure he was kind of dating a Black chick when he met my mom at Fort Bragg. I can't remember. But the funny thing is my mom saw him and she was like, I'm getting him. Like, she told people, she's like, I'm taking that guy. And my dad, it's funny. My dad's like, yeah, he's like, I really didn't like your mom that much when I first met her. He's like, I really didn't.
But it worked out, right?
I think it's funny because like I think I get my comedic stuff from him because there's a picture of them. So like Maine here, obviously like lobster's a big thing. A lot of local restaurants. There's a picture from this lobster dinner when we were growing up. And like my dad's like laughing when like my mom's in the picture. And I was like, where was this? He goes, oh, my mom's in the room. And other women in the room, my dad goes, oh, that's why I loved your mom. Knowing it would piss her off. He goes, oh, that's why I loved her. And she's like, and I swear like a sailor, my mom does. I mean, my dad's the one who's kind of like, oh, if I'm still visiting, my dad's like, do you have to cuss in my house? He still does that.
Yeah.
I get it from my mom. And she was like, you fucking twat. She's like, you fucking cunt, Anthony. He does that shit. Like, so now it's at the point, like, they had their big fights, but now it's just my dad just does it to do it. He's like, they're not going anywhere.
Yeah.
Like, she's 63. He'll be 60 in July. It's just like because some days he's like, yeah, he's like, I just fuck with your mom because I can. He's like, we got past all that stuff. Yeah. But like when I remember I showed them Tinder back in 2017 because this is back when they were still trying to get me to find somebody and get married, whatever. When I finally like showed my folks like how bad things are and like just how there is no benefit for guys, my dad was just like, he's speechless. It was very hard to do to get him. He goes to the fridge and he gets a beer and he's like, holy shit. And I was like, see what I mean, Dad? I'm like, your generation, totally different ball game.
Right.
He could not fathom or wrap his head around like swiping and stuff like that, or like how disposable people, he just could not get around it. And it's funny because, and I've said it on my channel before too, I could have, and he knows because he liked all 3 of these girls that I could have married. When I was going the traditional route and bringing a girl that I thought was right home, all 3 girls I could have married, I ended those. One of them was being very childish. Like I did a really funny thing. This girl was super liberal, but we got along. But then when Trump started running, it just.
Did she go crazy?
Yeah, and I was egging her on. Like I'm sitting there, I was filming something with my best friend, and I ended up seeing these other chicks, and I said, these more attractive chicks were at this beach, and I said, dude, I gotta be single. I was like, I'm not ready. I'm like, I can't. I'm like, so I purposely went out of my way to like, I would say the most outlandish things in support of Trump, and to the point where she finally like, I made her dump me through being just being stupid about it.
Right.
But then the other 2, I flat out was like, I'm too selfish because I was like, I don't want kids. Like one girl, the second girl. And before I go further, all 3 of these chicks, they all found their husbands after me. And they're all beta providers. They're all the Billy Blue Pill, And I'm like, I give this marriage about 5 years because they're going to get tired of that. And I did a story on my channel a month ago about how I imprinted on a married chick that still thinks about me. You have to go watch that on my channel. So one of the first videos I did when I came back about was how I imprinted on this girl. Hadn't seen her in like 8 years, and the first thing she says to me when I see her was, "Oh, our sex life," and her husband hates me because she talks about me.
That's
And I'm like,
awful.
stop. I'm like, I met your husband. He's a hardworking lobsterman. He's a good dude. I'm like, I told him to say, dude, I'm like, but yeah, I could have been married 3 times, but then my dad, the last couple of years, uncle, he's like, dude, I don't blame you. He's like, you're playing it smart at this point.
Yeah.
And my mom is like, yeah, he's way too selfish to be a dad. And I said, see, thank you. I'm like, and my sister follows the channel. Back when you could still downvote, she used to downvote everything on my old channel.
Shut up. Why wouldn't she support you?
But she would text me. She's like, you know what? She's like, I'm only downvoting just to be a bitch. But she's like,
Right.
what you're saying is true, but also funny. And she's like, I'm glad you make jokes about it because all of her friends are single mothers.
Right.
And another thing too, her and my brother-in-law could have gotten divorced, but the kids were so young. Again, they were like, we can't do this to these kids. And now they're better than ever. But they also at the same time, because there was infidelity, but they have both said, and I've heard other people who've done this, they said, I do not recommend reconciliation.
Yeah, no, it never works.
The same. But they
works.
have 3 kids, and it's just like I just texted my sister the other day. I was like, how is stuff going with her? Because she actually texted me months ago, and she's like, I think I'm going to go. And I was like, you better fucking not. I said, Lynn, you're literally going to be a lot of what my new content's going to be on. I'm like, you're 37. You're going to be a single mom of 3. I said, please don't.
Right.
I said, Lynn, I love you, but I will make fun of you relentlessly if you become one of those women that I talk about daily. I'm like, don't become that woman. Like, please don't become part of my content.
Oh, that's fucked up. Yeah, my sister is, so she's just like all the crazy bitches that I talk about on a regular basis. Well, she followed in my mom's footsteps, so.
Yeah, I do think people's family upbringing is definitely plays a part. It's just like when someone finds my channel, that's the first thing they ask. They're like, how in the hell did you turn out like this? But you come from an intact home. And I'm like, again, everyone's experience is different, but I really think I probably would have been multiple times divorced by now had I not listened to the nuggets my parents would just randomly say to me in passing growing up.
Right.
You know?
Yeah.
But it's funny because I get a lot of my shit from my mom. It's that French blood. It's like I always say, like, us New Englanders are a different breed. Like, we just really don't give a fuck. We're gonna tell you what's up. There's no sugarcoating.
Yeah.
Oh my god! But yeah, the feminism. Blaming. I love that title. Yeah, let's blame racism for what feminism does.
Yeah, well, okay, so I hear that in typically the Black nationalist community. All the fucking racists that we have on the internet that put Black before everything in every single sentence.
Yeah. Had a couple people like that that I served with. Oh yeah, too.
Really? Like in real life? Because I've never met one in real life. I've just come across them. On the internet.
Like I'll tell you. Anytime I was gone or out of school or like deployments, it's like a lot of the inner city Black soldiers hated me. The whole not Black enough thing.
Oh yeah. Oh, that's right. Because they do. Is it colorism? They call it.
Yes.
Okay. Colorism. It's racist.
Oh yeah. Yeah, Black before everything. I would like to think deep down, but I'm not holding my breath. Like if there's a time capsule one day and like the Black community just takes a long look, or I always used to make jokes saying, well, the Boondocks actually did it. I don't know if you're familiar with that cartoon or not. It was a comic book first. Remember the episode where MLK was in a coma and he came back to present day? Mm-hmm. His speech he gives at the end? Yeah, that's probably how he would really be. Even though if you do your history on him, he would have been pro BLM. And I know a lot of people don't like to hear that. He would have been on BLM's side.
Oh, okay. He was a feminist.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's why I was like, I'm more of a Malcolm X guy. And his own people killed him because he spoke the truth. Yeah.
Right. Right. See, I've been thinking about this racism thing. Because
I'm sure you have. It's that white guilt, isn't it?
Well, no, I don't have any of that. And I've been on the internet telling Black people I don't give a fuck about their skin color. It's the content of their character and their behavior that actually is what I judge them on. And I think I've met the most disgusting fucking racists in the community since I've been online. But I noticed, I think I was starting to become racist when I was spending some time in there, like dealing with a lot of them, because they're really shitty fucking people. All these black nationalists, they're fucking assholes. Now, they behave a certain way towards white people because of their skin color and because of how their parents raised them in this ideology. So
yeah, black. Well, they say, you know, people. It's like when people go, "Oh, black people can't be racist." Oh, yes, we can.
yeah. Well, but I was thinking like they were causing me to become racist because of their behavior. I mean, how else? I mean, because I'm like, no, it's your behavior. It's your behavior. They're like, no, it's because of our skin color. It's our culture. So I'm like, okay, then should I just be racist and not like your skin color because it causes you to behave in such a shitty way?
And that's the human side. I mean, I've guilty of it. I mean, if we're all being honest, we've all had racist thoughts at one point or another.
Yeah.
We have. But my whole thing is stereotypes come from somewhere, do they not?
Yes. Yeah.
They come from a place of truth.
Yeah.
I mean, and look at what's happened with a lot of these blue major U.S. cities where they've changed the laws. They've allowed black people to commit crime up to like $949 or something. It was something stupid like that. I mean,
yeah.
We've all had those thoughts, but I would say in my lived experiences, though, though it is anecdotal, it's like I've personally had more issues with Latinos than I have white people. I've been called the N-word more by Latino people than I have white people. Or like, you know, the whole Asian hate thing, and they try to stir that up. You know who's the perpetrator of most of those hate crimes? It's black people. There's been a ongoing culture clash between Asian and black communities like for years.
Yeah. I know of that. Why though? I wonder. I mean, because from my objective observation, I see Asian culture as being like the epitome. That's my son. I told him last night when he was going out. I told him not to get monkeypox. He's like, "Mom, I'm not black." No, he's full of shit. No, like, what was I saying?
Yeah, Contriver said. Contriver's comment. Yeah, I agree, Contriver.
Yeah. Hold on. Where was I going with that? Because I had a thought. Damn it.
Which one?
I forgot.
While you're thinking about it, I just want to show you how bad, I'll tell you about how bad that media propaganda is with the Asian hate, right? So after that, after that old guy got beat up and like thrown off the bridge or whatever, and he was killed, and you saw it on news, who was the kid in the orange jumpsuit who committed the crime? It was a young black guy. But the very next day, what was on social media? End Asian hate, stop white supremacy. I was like, but it was black people. And yet the excuse is anytime like all these hate crimes have been committed, like the guy who drove his SUV through the parade, the black guy, the black nationalist who had, if you look at his social media, he was very anti-white, very racist. What did the media do? Well, it's because of white supremacy that it's making him commit these crimes.
Right.
Like, what?
Right. Well, but there is some truth to that because they are raised. Hold on. Let me play devil's advocate here. When they are raised to believe white people hate them, they've been indoctrinated from early childhood to believe white people are bad, white people hate them, cops want to kill them, all these things. They have in their mind that, oh, it's because of white supremacy, because that's where the indoctrination came from. That's what they were told. It was because of white supremacy. But their moms told them that shit. Like,
yep. Again, it starts in the home. I mean, but I never, like I said, my parents, more so my dad, obviously. My dad could have very easily pumped that into my sister and I, but from day one, he said, look, not everyone's going to like you. He's like, there's going to be morons and idiots that are going to not like you because of how you and your sister look. The other end of that sword is your mother's going to get hate for being with me, and people are going to, and he's like, your own people are not going to like you because you have a white mom. And I was like, okay. And I was introduced to racial issues and racism very early on. Like my first time ever on a playground in the community I grew up in, little kid called me the N-word. He's like, my family and I don't like niggers. And I was like, whoa.
Right.
Like, and then that's where my dad was like, yeah, hey, this is going to happen. And he would say in some circles, because of how you look, he's like, you'll have to work twice as hard. He said, but it's up to you as an individual. He's like, no kids of mine are going to be victims. Looked at that narrow lens. He's like, you're Lynn and Derek. He's like, you are the son and daughter of Anthony and Linda Gause, but you ain't no victim. He's like, you're not less than. He's like, we didn't raise you that way. So that's why when I've dealt with racial stuff, I fucking laugh and kill it with kindness. Like when I first got on the radio, Black Twitter would say stuff to me. You know what I would say, being the prick that I am? Know what I would say in response to them? I would say, at least I know who my dad is. That's what I would say to them. I'd be like, I said, my dad got the milk and always came back.
Right.
I would say, and my dad would, because my dad would listen sometimes at work. So some of his friends would be like, hey, we didn't know your son was on the radio. My dad would listen. And my dad and I clash politically on a lot of stuff. He has a different lived experience with race than I do.
Right.
Yeah, Hermit. My dad, I did have a good father. He also early on said to me, he's like, I'm your father, not your friend. That was a big difference that he said that to me too. Different now that I'm an adult and stuff. Like before I came on, we were on the phone talking football. Like I'll say 95% what my dad and I talk about, sports.
Right. Right.
And then he asked about stuff, sports, politics, what we talk about. But even though like him and I have some different ideologies, he was always like, yeah, you ain't no victim. He's like, you and your sister are not victims. He's like, I didn't raise you to be that way. And how he trained me, because he was my coach and trainer too until I hit puberty. And my mom was like, Anthony, you can't coach him forever. It's time to let him go. And now he can beat you up. You have to let him go.
Right.
That whole thing is totally real. Like with the whole, you finally beat your dad and stuff. And like, it fucks with him. It does. It fucked with my dad a lot. Like I beat him. We wrestled. I beat him wrestling. We wrestled. He's still a bigger guy than me, but like we rolled. It was pretty funny. It was during a Christmas break. Like my mom cleared the living room and let us go at it because he was still feeling good, even though he was past from. He was talking shit, and I'm like, okay. I was like, okay, Dad, let's go. I'm like, I've been waiting years for this. All those years you pushed me to toughen me up. I said, it's time to get your receipt.
Right.
I was like, let's go. Granted, now he's 59, but if one of his big ham hocks hit me, it knocked me out. He's still got some size on me. He's still got quick reach from his fighting days and stuff. But no, he was always like, yeah, there's racism. He's like, it's never going away, but you're not victims. And he told me this verbatim. He's like, don't be the angry black man. He's like, I don't want you to be that.
Right.
He's like, deal with it how you want to deal with it. And that's how I met my oldest and best friend that I'm moving to in spring to his condo in Reno. We met. Some kids were being racist on the playground. That's how we met. Like he pulled them off of me. Yeah. And he's 6'4", like 250, but he was already well above everybody. This was first grade. He did like the Arnold Schwarzenegger, like in T2, and he pulls the baby and just looks at it. That's what he did to one of the guys that jumped me. He kind of pulled off like that.
Yeah.
And he's like, want to be friends? I'm Will. I'm like, I'm Derek. I'm like, yeah. But
but I don't know, because I'm struggling with this racism thing, because just from personal experience, if a certain person behaves a certain way towards me that's shitty and disrespectful, and they're claiming it's their culture because of their skin color, do I blame that person's lack of respectful culture, or do I blame their skin color and dislike them because of their skin color, or just because they're an asshole?
It's because they're an asshole. But the other part is culture. Denzel Washington says this a lot when he's interviewed, because he's one of the based black celebrities. They always try to pigeonhole him. He always says it's a culture thing, not color. And he's right. Yeah. It's culture, not color.
Right.
I'll say it one more time if there's anybody who's like sneak watching in here that might hate you or I. It's culture, not color.
Yeah, there's a few. I know 3 of them that watch every single one of these streams, so they can pick out something terrible that I said.
Well, that's the thing. See, people wake up. There's that class of people that wake up every day. They you have a hammer and nail, and say that nail is you good mother.
Yeah.
Everything you say,
evil mother.
Hammer. Yeah.
Evil mother.
Yeah. So again, same thing with race. Like the people that looked at that narrow lens from how they've been, structured or conditioned to. You know, if you
Yeah.
again really if you want to find racism and everything, you will. Like remember Washington State a couple of years ago now, the crossing signs, the walk signs, a white person. I don't know if you saw that. Washington State, the students tried to petition to change it because they said the white walk symbol was oppressing minority students in the crosswalk on campus. Can't make this shit up.
No, that's funny. That's funny.
That's the stuff I used to get to make fun of on the radio. Oh my God. That stuff, oh man, I'd be in tears, like crying, trying to get through a segment. And I just can't. I just like, I'm sorry. I'd be like, Fox, I'm sorry. Like this, you can't, this is the real, this is real life.
Right.
I mean, hell, roads are racist. Didn't, what's his name there? Who's the damn, the exporter guy on Biden's staff there? Buttigieg, Mayor Pete. He was the one who said roads are racist.
See, my question is, why do we listen to all these fucking idiots? Why?
Well, again, when you are easily manipulated and you live life basing choices on emotions, it's very easy to believe all that crap. Because again, are called the bleeding hearts. The bleeding hearts are the easy targets.
Oh, I have a.
And you know who some of the biggest bleeding hearts are? The crazy bitches.
Oh yeah. Well,
Like-
but it's fake bleeding heart. It's I want to look like my heart's bleeding because I
virtue
think
signalers.
yeah.
Like the people who shared the black square during the Summer of Love on social media.
Right.
I lost a lot of friends that day. I trolled everybody that I knew that did that. I called them out and I said, that's funny because there was a trend on Instagram and it was because it was woke white females, liberals saying it. They said, I want to hear from, they were trying to, the whole thing, what was it? Hashtag promote black voices or something, or listen to black voices.
Right.
And I'm like, y'all have known me since we were toddlers. You ain't never asked for my experience or my opinions on this shit. You just assume.
Right.
Oh, it's because I don't vote the way you do. That's why you disqualified me. Because these girls were sharing this thing and it said, I want to hear from my black friends unless they're conservative or moderates. They were saying that. So I called them out and they're like, I can't talk to you anymore. And I said, that's really flimsy because we don't vote the same way. You can't, I'm a bad person. I was like, have a nice life. Have fun with your cats and box wine.
So
then a lot of the males that I were like that, like one of this guy took under my wing growing up.
mm-hmm.
He looking back now and since being red pilled, it makes total sense what happened. And his vegan wife really brought this side out of him.
Wife.
Him and his three brothers,
Mm-hmm.
single mom household. The one male presence in his life was his gay uncle.
Oh shit.
Yes. That's
not a.
And me and my boys, we always watched all his girlfriends walk all over him, and we would try to be like, "Look, dude, this soft, sensitive shit works now, but we're grown up." But then he met his now wife, and they're about to have a kid. And like, I wish them the best. But months ago, he'd saw something on my Instagram. Because before I got off all social media, I got booted off that because I pissed off somebody. I called somebody in the comments. I called someone on Trudeau's staff an uppity cunt, and I got flagged for that. And then I got banned. And Hermit will appreciate this. I got booted off of Instagram and Facebook because I called out a fitness page that was on my feed that was promoting obesity, and I said in the comments, I don't want to see fat pigs on my feed, and they booted me for that.
Oh, see, Coach Greg Adams posted something about there being porn or something on Instagram, and I made a comment because he's like, has anybody else noticed this? And I got my comment removed for hate speech because I said something like, oh, you're lucky because all I get is trannies, midget thoughts, and super fat ass feminist propaganda.
God. The midget thoughts. I've got videos. I have videos in the future coming in that I know Hermit's gonna cry laughing at when I put them up.
Dude, I have what is up with the midget thoughts?
I don't get it. Hey, it's, you know what though? I'll say this to be devil's advocate.
Yeah.
I'd rather someone have a fetish for that than fucking feet. I've never understood that. Feet, I don't get it.
Right.
Why? Of all the parts, why? What is arousing about a foot?
I don't know. I don't know. I also heard somebody, it was a chick that really, really liked shoes. And she was like, yeah, a great pair of shoes is like lingerie for the feet. And I was like, that sounds like a what? What? Hold on, I have to find this because I had one of this is when I first started realizing that there is some fuckery going on. Do you remember?
Real quick, can I get throw up that buddy of mine? So
Yeah,
my Instagram, my social media, like I did my channel was called and my podcast was called Gauze and Defect because instead of Cause and Effect, my last name. So my show was Gauze and Defect. And I made fun of a lot of the soy boy stuff where like I called out men being feminine. So I get a long diatribe text from that guy. And he goes, hey, man, I think it's best if we part ways. You seem to mock the men. You mock the men and the man that I am. And I was like, dude, you know me. I'm like, you're making a choice. You're making a choice to be offended. It's being offended is a choice. Yeah. I said, you know me. I said, my comedy, nobody's off limits.
Right.
I'm like, no one is. And he's like, we have to part ways. He's like, I wish you. He's like, but I just can't associate with you anymore. And then he told a bunch of other mutual friends, and they all followed suit. And I was like, you know what? I thought y'all were starting to suck anyway.
Like, man, that's sad though. That's sad.
But I've like my best friend and I said it. Because him and I would have sidebars all the time, even at gatherings. We're like, yeah, dude, these people are they're smiling through their teeth at us at this point.
Right.
Like you can read the room like I've known, and like I said, that's why I can count on my hand how many real lifelong friends I've had.
Right.
And again, quality over quantity in my book.
Yeah.
So it. And I remember, like, I think I was at a training or something when he sent me that, and I screenshot it, sent to my buddy. And I said, "Hey, man, look what Joe just did." And because half our conversations too, he'd be like, "Dude, you see Joe do this, Joe do that?" And I said, "I know, man." I'm like, he met his wife, but I said, dude, think about it. It was always there, single mom. And I said, and his gay uncle was our math teacher. And I said, Mr. Harvey's his uncle. Are you really that shocked that he turned out this way? Like, and he's very, and again, Hermit will get a kick out of this. He's a big CrossFit guy because his wife is a CrossFitter and stuff. And this same guy got mad at me when I was overseas. I did a couple of, I trolled the guy who set the pull-up record, who wasn't really doing pull-ups.
Right.
He was a CrossFitter, and he sent me a long diatribe being super feminine. Then you're mocking us. I said, dude, I was like, who are you? I was like, did Monique cut your balls off? I was like, buddy, like, it's a joke. I said, the best comedy is when you make fun of serious things or taboo things, you know. Right. Because the guys tried to the guys at the radio station, they wanted me to start doing stand-up, and I said, in Portland, Maine, I'm like, I conceal carry, but I'm like, these motherfuckers are gonna kill me. And they wouldn't. I used to do independent film stuff. Me and my buddies from college, because my other part of my background and degree was like film stuff. So we had made this action short, but again, because of a tweet that I made or someone made, they're like, you can't go to Damnation Land. Damnation Land is a horror film event that we do here every year. And they're like, yeah, well, you made this joke and Charlotte's the head and she's gay and she doesn't like that. And I'm like, and again, it was, you guys know me, but apparently you forgot how to laugh. Because it's funny, like some of those people, those same people now that call me racist or a self-hater. And I go, why? Because I hold the communitas accountable, and you guys won't.
Right. Right. Okay, I finally found it. So this was a client of mine. She's a history professor.
God, the biggest offenders of this bullshit.
Okay, you remember when Ruth Bader Ginsburg died, right?
Yeah.
Okay. She posts, when upon the news of RGB's passing, a former student calls you crying to say he wants to quit his job as a teacher because what's the point? ... So I look at that and I'm like, that's weird. That sounds like maybe a cry for help. Like, is he suicidal? Like, you know, I didn't even know who the fuck RBG was, but
yeah. That's the thing. These people don't know who they are till the media tells them to.
Right. Well, and then she had 21 sad face reactions. And then people are like, yeah, pretty hopeless right now with a bunch of cry faces. And then this one dude comes in. He's like, all the more reason to vote every election. And then she responds to him saying, this student was the youngest Democratic precinct chair in Texas history. That he has lost hope is devastating. And then he wrote back, yeah, I understand, blah, 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 a whole bunch of stuff. And then I chime in with, if that's true, he sounds like a pretty competent kid with a pretty bright future. Why is all hope for his future shattered because one person died? Like, I didn't know what this was and where it was going. Because, no, I know this woman, she has 3 sons. She does not fucking treat her sons this way. She does not. So she ignores me. And, there's a few other chicks. These are all mask wearing profile pictures. Right?
Oh, I was going to ask if they still wore masks.
All of them had masks. A bunch of people like, oh my gosh, whatever. She ignored my question. She's like, I appreciate these thoughts. I really do. But I have a hard time telling a young Black man from a disadvantaged background that his future is bright and he should regroup. Not dissing y'all, but platitudes don't fix structural problems. And I can't lie, especially to people who are living this shit every day as they are trying to fix it. So, somebody else chimed in and I said,
I love those assumptions.
Right. I said, so are you saying you don't have the confidence in him as an individual to achieve great things for his community? I'm confused why you're not encouraging somebody you just spoke so highly of. And I'm seriously confused why one person dying has anything to do with what he can achieve. She fucking unfriended me after that.
Well, again, because you hit her with logic and facts, rational thought, and they short circuit. Don't you know in the NPC factory, that's how you shut them down. Like iRobot, like say there's a horde of them coming at you. You just do that and they'll just seize.
No. I got a text from her like a month later when it was time to get her hair done. Because she's one of my clients. I was like, it was an act of self-preservation. And we even talked about it when she was here. I mean, for one, she shouldn't have been all virtue signaling to begin with this woke identity politics shit on the internet. But then to unfriend me and cancel my comments because I disturbed an echo chamber of fuckery.
Those damn echo chambers. Don't you love it though too? Or the people that say, or they announce, oh, I'm unsubscribing. Okay. Or or the people that used to go on Facebook, I'm cleaning out my friends list. Who cares? Like, really? Like I would do it. Like like I said, no one's off limits. I mock everybody if I think they're being a clown. Like during the COVID briefings for the shot, I was behind the command going like this in uniform because I didn't care anymore, making the guys laugh. And they're like, what's so funny that I go back to parade rest? And I'd just be like, because you like when you truly don't care and you're ready to break away, like you're just like whatever. But those comments, like I can't tell you how many times I've heard similar rhetoric like that this friend of yours or former client.
Oh, no. Why in the fuck is a young Black man calling his former professor in tears because a white bitch died?
He's got feminine influences in his life. That's why. And he's been trained to, and
that's weird.
You know what the best example of this is? And I remember this is something like my sister and I always make fun of. First, her and I made fun of the Jussie Smollett stuff. We literally texted each other as it happened in real time. We both text each other. We're like, this nigga's lying. We're like,
right.
Lying.
Did you see all the feminists backing him up and trying to get him out of trouble?
Yep.
I was like, those bitches need to be hanging in the public square too.
And then the race car driver, Bubba Wallace. Now, my brother-in-law, typical Maine, hick, whatever, big racing fan. He texted me saying, $dollars to donuts. I guarantee it's the rope from the pole garage. He's like, they have state-of-the-art equipment. You're telling me they can't find someone on camera putting a noose there? I was like, and mind you, he was not a good race car driver. This was press to get him in the
Right.
limelight. He sucks. Like, I'll
Right.
just say it, stereotype brothers. We don't do stock car. We don't. Like, we're not good at it. Give us a ball or something.
Right. Right.
See, I can make fun of my own people. I love doing that. I love this,
Yeah.
all this stuff. Like, I laughed when they told LeBron James to shut up and dribble. I thought that was hilarious.
Right. these people don't stay in their own lane.
Oh, that's the other thing, though. To round it out the trifecta, Will Smith is the shining example. I laughed so hard because it's been well known. You want to talk about emasculated and feminine energy?
Yeah.
Jada didn't want to marry him. She's still in love with a dead man. His biological daughter, who never met him, wrote letters to Tupac saying, "Come back. My mom and I would be happy if you came back." And he just sits there and takes it. He laughed at the LaPisha joke until she shot him a look. He got up there. She put his battery in his back. He got up there and slapped. And then I remember I texted my buddies and I said, if that was Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson, you know damn well he wouldn't have done that.
Right.
He wouldn't have done that. Or if that was Terry Porter, he wouldn't have done that to him.
Right.
Yeah. If Michael Clark Duncan was still alive, he wouldn't have done that to him.
Right.
And I think Jim Carrey nailed it when he said, he's like, this is assault. He's like, that's assault.
Yeah.
I don't care if it's a hand or not, and I know there's a contingent that think it was staged. Even if it was, still, Will Smith is a prime example of what the community can do to the black man. And he didn't have a father either. And what did he say in his speech? The sad part is that was supposed to be a big night for him. Finally getting, a massive award. He's stayed out of trouble. But what does he say in his speech? He said it's his mission, like from God, to save and protect women.
Right. Right. Well, I did a couple digging things on him. There's this narcissistic abuse, psychology. Dr. Ramani is one of the hands up his ass, working his mouth like a puppet. He also has another therapist or psychologist that he's been seeing for the past 10 years. That's been helping aid Jada in his submission. So,
yeah. And that Red Table Talk, it's like, I remember Kevin Samuels had the best reaction stream to that. And he was like, we're so sick of this. He's like, we didn't ask for this. He's like, I'm sick of the Smiths. But his point, he talked about the narcissistic stuff too. But I mean, that Red Table stuff, it's like, the accountability, lack of accountability and entanglement. And they've never confirmed the open marriage either way. He's cucked. And he's,
he's an emotional hostage.
He's very feminine though. Yeah. And that's how a lot of black men turn out in these without the dads.
Yeah.
And like, it's funny. And again, like people can frown upon it or agree, disagree. But like my dad, like there were some tendencies. I mean, when I was little, there were tendencies of me starting to kind of go. My dad my dad snuffed it out. He's like, nope. He was saying, this is not happening. Like, that's why, like, I'm glad that's why, you grow up and it's like, this is why I'm glad he was my coach and my trainer for so long to toughen me up, because all the other men in my family are much bigger. Granted, part of it's obesity, but his uncle Daryl was the real stud athlete. But my dad was like, okay, Derek didn't get height. He's not big. He's going to have to earn every pound he puts on. He's going to have to be tough. He's just going to have to be physically and mentally tough, more so the mental part.
Yeah.
So like I played, especially with basketball, I mean, and I had a good balance of training and being outside and having a good childhood. But when sports seasons rolled around, I was going to be the best conditioned kid and I was going to be toughest if I'm not the biggest. My dad's a wide guy. Have me do rebound drills. He's elbowing me, pushing me out of the paint and stuff. He'd put on the pads with me too. Or football, I'm trying to run routes and stuff, and he's truck sticking me like with his shoulder. And my mom, to her credit, my mom let him do it because she's like, this is not my lane. My mom. My mom was the basketball star, but she was like, nope. She's like, I can't. She's like, and it's the whole thing, And there again, it was more of, there's a woman can't do anything with 1,000 threats with what a man's voice can do. like with just one spoken thing. Like there's a difference, the tone. But like, and my dad would like, I'd be, and I'm not gonna lie, like there'd be some days like I'd start crying because like he's just pushing me and stuff, and I didn't understand it because that as a you're growing up in your head, you're like, oh, why does dad feel this way? And that's why when he told me I'm your father, not your friend,
Right.
And then like now when we started to hang out, I was like, you know what, Dad? I'm like, you didn't push me like that because we had this other stud athlete kid in the neighborhood who played AAU ball with us and stuff. His dad, like, he was a robot, and my dad would always tell me, compared to what Mark Bowden went through and what Mike did to him, he's like, you got off easy. And I'm like, oh, I know now. I'm like, who's more well adjusted, me or him?
Right. Oh, so pushing him was it too far? What were the effects on that?
Oh, just like cold.
Yeah.
Like he was serious all the fucking time. All the time. For a teenage boy, it's just like, okay, he's got to live a little. But then when he got older, he got better. He also joined the military. He also joined the army, met his wife there. But yeah, I look when I sit down when I'm hanging out with my dad now, it's just like, God, I'm so glad you pushed me. He's like,
yeah.
Because I tell him like how soft a lot of people are now, or like people that he coached too. Right. And he's like, how's so-and-so doing? I'm like, oh, they're in jail or they're dead or whatever. That's unfortunate. My hometown, a lot of people are either in the ground that he coached or their wives have him hostage.
Right.
But like I'm glad he pushed me that way, realizing that what I didn't have for physical gifts, I'm gonna have to make up for it other ways up here, and then. But it worked because I played my freshman year of football with a broken arm the last 2 weeks of the season. As quarterback, broken on my I was on my throwing arm. So I was still throwing passes in like early November with a broken fucking arm. And my dad goes, you know what? You throw better with a broken arm. That was the other thing too. Like my best performances, especially basketball, the best games, you'd think in the household that especially games if we won, you'd think we lost. That's where his whole thing was to not get complacent. He's like, yeah, you scored 22, but you could have scored 30 if you would have made this shot. That's what it was. And again, my mom let him do it.
Yeah.
She was like, this is his lane.
Mm-hmm.
And again, you look back at him like, I'm so glad. This is why like dads are important, especially in this community. But I just look back and I have a laugh now, and I'm like, you know what, Dad? They'd call child services on you now. And he's like, well, it's a good thing it ain't now, is it?
Right. So because I know you push out a lot of content. Are you doing streams or anything or podcasts?
I'm not doing a stream yet. I want to at least hit 2K subs first.
Okay.
Because I'm very goal oriented, and I know like my growth is stifled since hitting 1,000. I know that. Yeah, I've already had people tell me that they already can't find me now, and I knew that was going to happen.
Really?
But I mean that's just the nature of the beast. But that's why, unlike my last channel, because the people like Hermit and some others who I met on my old channel were like, "Where's your old stuff?" Well, I didn't save it like a dumb fuck that time, but it's all on a hard drive this time. So if I get nuked again, I'm going to be on local and Rumbles.
Okay.
But I am thinking about getting back in the podcast game. I've had podcast success in the past. The most successful podcast I had was a nerdy one with my college buddies. I'm a big pro wrestling fan. We had a pro wrestling podcast out of Chicago. That was a lot of fun. That was fun. So I have some experience with that and the political stuff, but I'm thinking about doing kind of a red pill or female nature one that'll be lighthearted at some point.
Lighthearted.
Oh yeah, it'll be. See, and like I'll say this, you know what? Like my favorite thing is I love my thumbnails, but YouTube messaged me the other day. YouTube told me that I need to change my thumbnails. And I'm like, no, I'm not changing these. They're like,
why?
They were trying to make me have thumbnails like the other MGTOW channels that use the TikTok screenshots with the arrows. I think those are ugly. I think those are ugly.
No, and your thumbnails great.
Yeah. Like that feminist one's probably my favorite render. The fuck you on the shades.
Yeah.
But you know what I was originally going to have for the equality one? I was going to have the equal rights and lefts for that, but I put it at the end of the video instead.
Yeah.
But my favorite thing is like I probably spend more time. I mean, the shooting and editing is natural because I have the background for it, but I spend more time on the thumbnails than anything.
Yeah, I don't know how people make that. That's not my lane.
But yeah, YouTube's like, you should change them. I was like, and be like every other channel in this space has the same tired thumbnails. No, thank you.
So they wrote you and were like, you should change them?
Yeah. They emailed me, they're like, consider changing those. I'm like, no.
That's so
Because you know
that
what would
is so
happen?
weird.
You know what would happen? It's like
They would ask you to change another thing.
well, also, I'd probably get more traction, but then it'd be easier for them to nuke me. My mind says I stand out with these thumbnails. And it's no disrespect to the other ones. And also, because they were like, you should try making them longer. And I said, again, be like every other Red Pill MGTOW compilation channel that's hidden behind a distorted voice. No.
Right.
And I said, no disrespect to those guys. Like, I love those channels. That's why I like Gone with John, because John shows himself in his reactions and his stuff.
Yep.
That's fine. But like, YouTube is basically trying to tell me to be like every other channel in the email. I was like, no, I'm not going to do that. Yeah. It's like the army couldn't get me to conform and get this goddamn shot. You think I'm going to let some twat and her cronies at YouTube tell me I have to be like everybody else? No.
Yeah.
And I understand because people will be like, oh, I get some comments, they'll say, well, you should do what this guy does. I'm like, but I'm not that guy or trying to be another anybody.
Yeah.
That's other problem we have now too, like that ties into the main stuff we were talking about tonight is a lot of people are like, I want to be the next this. Yeah, like Outlaw said, got to be different. That's why he made his own avatars. Exactly. You have to be different.
Yeah.
And it's a slow climb. And I'm like, I'm earning every sub.
Yeah.
And I'm a machine. Like I told you before I went on the air, I have 16 more videos I got to edit between now and when I go to work tomorrow afternoon.
Right.
It's like I get it from my mom. Like my brain, like I'm a creative person. And like the way my thing, like something comes to me, like I'll be at the gym and I'll think of something or I'll see something. I'm like, oh, got to do a video for that. And I have the pop culture cutaways to go with it. That's my favorite part about my stuff is the pop culture cutaways. I said on a Hermit stream last week when we did the fitness thing, I was talking about it. I can edit these clips down so short where they can't copyright me. Or if you notice, I'll change the speed. That's how you get around it too. You change the speed of a movie clip and they can't get you either. You either make it faster or slower. Like today, I think it was on the end of the Alpha Woman clip. I used a scene from the Jack Nicholson movie Wolf where he pisses on James Spader. And he's like, I'm marking my territory, but I sped up the voices.
This one here?
Yeah. I think it's not that one. It was earlier in the day. It was if you scroll down, I think it's the Alpha Woman one. But yeah, it was a clip I used of when Jack Nicholson pisses on James Spader, and he's like, I'm marking my territory. You got in the way, but I sped up the audio.
I remember that movie, Wolf.
It's great. It's a different take on the Wolfman and the werewolf. Like I like how he heightened all his senses, like when he smells the guy who drank the scotch at 8 a.m. He's like, you can smell it from a mile away.
Right.
Yeah, Michelle Pfeiffer's in it too.
Yeah.
Or like even that clip of Jeffrey Dean Morgan as Negan, like it's so quick that they can't, because there's actual like period lengths of time where they can get you for a claim.
Right.
But YouTube seems to care more. YouTube seems to care more about music because I got a claim on a video the other day because of the song from the TikTok, but it wasn't didn't go against community guidelines, so I can still get monetized. Which, whatever, 19 cents or whatever the hell it is, because John did a breakdown on it. If you're monetized, that's why it's not worth it on YouTube, because what they get, like even if you have it's worse for the paid ads if you get a sponsor. YouTube's like, no, give me that money too.
Yeah, I think the only thing that's the most, it's the super chats, I think, but still they take like 30% of that still.
Oh yeah,
don't they?
Yeah, like you have to. I mean, and plus it depends on what your content is too. There's a whole bunch of like if you're, like I said, if you like Steven Crowder is a perfect example. Do you know who he is? Louder with Crowder. Mm-hmm. He's a comedian. He does a show. How many times? I don't know why he's even still on here. He makes his money through Mug Club. I don't know why this is like the umpteenth time he's come out of Facebook jail because his lawyer's really good. I'm like, dude, just stick to Rumble and locals. Like, YouTube's going to keep removing you. But I get it, though.
But he's part of the group of people that are dying on this hill, that are holding the line, that aren't letting the crazy bitches completely take over the second leading search engine. Like,
well, I firmly believe that YouTube is going to die off in the next few years.
Nah, I don't.
Because so many people are going to other spaces. Like I mean, I hope I'm wrong, but I just it's gonna reach its end. I think at some point. I even feel the same way about Twitter, but I don't trust Elon Musk. I think he's controlled opposition anyway. He's not. He's just as bad as the other people in that cult, but he's the guy they tagged to be the good guy to convince people that he cares.
See, I see Elon as something different. I don't know, because I pay attention to what he says. I mean, he's been talking shit about the universities for years, and he fires people without any hesitation, and he does not hire people based on diversity policies. So
true, but I don't know, like all those rich guys, like I don't, because remember there was a time when people liked Bezos too, but he turned out to be a snake too. I don't trust any of them.
He did have a crazy bitch wife.
And she just divorced her science teacher husband.
Oh, really?
Yeah, yeah, she divorced him. Greg Adams reacted to it. A bunch of guys did.
Oh,
because she did the opposite. She dated down, and then she realized after a year, wait a minute, I'm still making all this money. Well, she donated half of her stuff to charity, but she's still rich. She's like, wait a minute, I earn more than you, and you're a science teacher. She's like, wait a minute, my hypergamous nature is telling me this is wrong. Right. You can't provide. You're just and if you look at the guy, I mean, he looks like a dope. I mean, he's not fit. He's not really attractive. Like neither was Bezos, but I was just like, okay, so what? He must have just been that beta to build her up. And now that she feels great again, she's probably like, yeah, I don't need this guy, and I make more than him. I will say to that point, I think a woman would help a lot of dudes in this space if they would just accept the fact that unless you are making a certain amount of money, like, you have no shot if you still care about finding a wife or a long-term partner. If you don't believe in marriage, like, if you are not in this bracket, you have no chance. You don't win. Like, if more guys would just accept that. I know the older men have, because they've been through it. Unfortunately, a lot of those guys, like a lot of those guys in my comments, it's most of my analytics, the guys that have been through a lot of the shit. Like, I'm lucky.
Yeah.
I didn't marry those 3 chicks I could have, because I'd be right there and going right through it if I had.
Right.
But I think it would help a lot of people, because a lot of the guys that I reach out to me personally, or even the younger ones that are like, but I still or like Drew, nice guy, but he's in that program where he's like, well, how do I find that 1%? And it's just like, dude, you're gonna die trying.
I'm pretty sure Drew's married. Like, I think he was just trying to talk about.
Oh, he's married. Okay.
I'm pretty sure he's married.
For how long?
I don't know. I know I'm pretty sure he has kids too. I found him in Patrick Bet David's space.
Ah, okay.
So yeah, he came because of that. Yeah, I don't know.
Oh, hell, even, I mean, the GOAT, Tom Brady, even he isn't exempt. Giselle just left him.
Right.
But I will say, she knew what she was getting. He's made it clear that he loves football even more than his goddamn family. He's made that clear. Football is his number one. They were together, almost 20 years or so?
Really?
Or something close to that. Because he was with Bridget Monahan. They had a kid together. But even she said it. She was like, yeah, even they weren't married, but she was seriously dating him. And she was like, yeah, I came like third.
Right.
Football was 1 and 2.
Yeah.
But like I said, but Giselle, I mean, she knew what she was getting.
Right.
She knew what she was getting, and she's picking, and I get it. Oh, and again, hey, he retired for about 5 minutes and realized, fuck, I don't want to be here. I don't want to do this. I'm going back to play football.
Right. You know what? That I talked to this gentleman that I met him at the convention. His name's John, and he was talking about his divorce and stuff. And he was like, yeah, but the way I look at it, I had her best 15 years or so. Like, I got her best years. I was like, oh, that's a good way of looking at it.
Oh God.
Mm. Well, what didn't we cover that you wanted to talk about?
I will.
Whose feelings didn't we hurt yet?
Single mothers. I think that's the real epidemic is single mothers. It
I
is
agree.
it is a tired topic, but
Yeah.
there's a reason it gets talked about. Like I looked at my analytics, and it's funny. The ones that get the most views for me, it's the feminist stuff, the overweight women, and the single mothers.
Yep.
And it's pretty close. But and for me, unfortunately, like I've had friends of mine, because I originally started my old channel on this one. It was to pop my army buddies, my buddies in the MPs that have been through it, and they were like, dude, because we would tell stories, and they're like, dude, you should do a YouTube channel. They're like, you should get in this space.
Yeah.
And it was actually Hammerhand that he kind of helped me with the name, because my original name had like some stupid MGTOW thing, and he was like, well, do something different. And he was like, put asterisks in your thing. For the algorithm, and so it's harder for them. He's like, do that. And people often ask me because I'm a vet. I was like, no, I wasn't an Army Ranger. I'm a nerd. My favorite color is red. Just happened to speak, and I was like, you know what, red. Something I was looking at when I was making my logo. I'm like, you know what, I'm gonna say the Red Ranger. Fuck it.
Right.
And when the first time I super chatted on a Terrence Pop stream, and he's like, Red Ranger, it's morphin' time. My favorite was actually the Green Ranger, actually, not the red one. But I was like, because I knew the red pill. I was like, I'm like, how can I stay on the red pill? I'm like, I'll use Red Ranger. But I do think it's funny. But no, I wasn't an Army Ranger. But because I get, I have. That's one thing I'd like to talk about. Actually, fuck single mothers, whatever. They have their day every day.
Yeah.
I apparently pissed off a lot of other people in the red pill on my man card revoked video about the guy that the woman was making fun of him. He did he left her a voice message, and he was like, you're so beautiful, you're beautiful, how are you single? And she was mocking him for it on TikTok, of course, because this is what they do.
Right.
And the only takeaways, and I noticed this, Hammer gets this shit too from the people who hate him. Apparently these other dudes hate comic books. They really hate a grown man that has a comic book hobby, which is funny because it's grown men that invented that. Stan Lee, Stan Lee's a vet too. He drew the medical books in the Army until he got out. Then he founded Marvel. But it was that, and they were like, you're talking about frame, and you've got the frame of a coat hanger. And I was like, hey, dipshit, you do realize it's more than physical, right?
Right.
Like not arguing with a woman or like letting her yell, but sell it. You just keep calm. That's what I'm talking about.
Yep.
They were like, one guy was like, this guy calls. And the funny thing is, all these guys deleted their comments after I replied to them with my Jesus loves you. That's my thing. I always say, and I'm not religious, but I know it bothers people when I do that. I used to do it on Twitter all the time.
Jesus loves you.
Yep. Because it's the killing with kindness thing. I'm like, I'm not going to argue with someone in the comments that I don't know. They don't know me.
Right.
And I'm just like, Jesus loves you. These guys delete their comments, but that's one thing that, again, why I don't subscribe to everything in the thing. It's like, it's like, yeah, a lot of people are MGTOW monks. Hermit is MGTOW, but he still will hook up with chicks. There's different things. Like, this ideology is not just one set thing, right?
Right.
That's like, but yeah, it's like, it's funny. I find that funny in these spaces. If you don't go this rigid way, the original way, it's like, you're nothing. Like, all these guys were so mad at me over that video, and they're like, oh, a grown man with comics on his wall talking about being a man. And I'm like, you guys are fucking retarded.
Right.
Like, really? But I noticed, like, because a lot of people in this space have nerd hobbies, and I just find it funny. That's what a lot of these guys that are in this space that have a problem, if you're not like a bro and you're not fucking bitches, that, oh, you can't talk about masculine frame if you collect comics. Like, what?
Yeah. You know what? So because I've already raised a child, he's 18 now. I found that the most, I would say, natural and valued and principle based kind of stories came out of anime and comics. Like there's not a lot of woke shit in it. Like in consistently across all of them, all the ones that my son's ever been into watching, like the values and principles are all the same, and it's very disciplined, very respectful, like the way things should be, but aren't. Like I don't know, I see a draw to them. And then I try to watch a movie and I'm like, this sucks. I'd rather go watch anime personally. But I see why a lot of people like them. I mean, it's the hero story. It's, you know.
Well, it used to be that, like, because I grew up on them. That's one thing my dad and I bonded on. There was a comic shop, you know, back when they were frequent growing up every Saturday. He took me to the local comic shop. I could pick out one book.
Right.
And I've been a fan ever since. So before the MCU, you know, got super woke and lame post the first 10 years of it when it was actually good. Exactly. There you go, Contriver. Yep. I'm 34 as well. I like him. I got to hear him on your last couple of things. Love his
Contriver.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
And I guess I don't know what it is. I love I love accents.
Yeah. Yeah.
But yeah, so like I grew up on comic books, so it was cool through the first 10 years of the height of the MCU being the encyclopedia. Like my friends, like the norms, as they say, that only got into it because of the movies, but they don't know anything. They don't know writers, etc. Like, you know, and they're like I do or whatever. I was cool being the encyclopedia, leaving the theater, having my friends ask questions about the differences between the books and the movies. Because what was successful with the MCU and even some of the DC stuff, these were all old stories, like old. Like, for example, Captain America Civil War was great. That storyline ran in 2007. So it was way before, like, it ran a year before Iron Man 1 came out. And a lot of these stories are even older, like from the 60s and 70s.
Right.
But then I remember I was at Fort Hood pre-mob, and our lieutenant colonel gave us a half a Saturday off before we flew to Europe. And we're all like, we're going to see Endgame.
Right.
And I remember telling everybody there, I said, I hope you guys enjoy this. I hope you guys enjoy this because the downhill starts after this. I said, trust me, I've seen the other phases. It's all going to be the woke crap. And I sat through She-Hulk. That was painful, that show.
I never saw it.
And you know what my takeaway was from that? Because it was a woman writer, and Critical Drinker and some other good channels talked about it. That's the takeaway from watching She-Hulk from the writing. Women hate women. They hate each other. That was the writing. Yeah, there was the man bashing and emasculating legacy characters, but it's just like there's a lot of trauma in that writer's room.
Really?
A lot. They literally, the last episode, she breaks the fourth wall and She-Hulk interrupts the writers' meeting. And the only one who didn't have a line was the head writer. There was women speaking for her.
Yeah, see, I just heard Hammerhand say it was garbage, so I was like, okay, I don't want to watch that. I don't want to waste my time watching garbage.
Well, see, I like I told my buddies, I watched it so they didn't have to. I laid on the sword to give my analysis, but I actively stay away from that for my content because I was like, you know what? No, I'll save it for stuff like this. But yeah, I knew it wasn't going to last forever. That's why I never got mad at Scorsese and James Cameron saying there's comic book fatigue. Like people got so butthurt, like all the people who've been zombified by the genre, they all got butthurt when Scorsese said the MCU's not cinema, and he's not wrong.
Right.
I studied another one of my things at school. Like I studied film in school. Like I'm a movie buff. Like I love that stuff. He's not wrong by the letter of the law that it's not cinema. I mean, MCU's a money grab, and it's as much as I love comic books, it's garbage theater. It's not for people who want to leave the movie with intellectual thoughts or questions.
Right.
And like for me, I love comedy, but my biggest complaint for the MCU was every other scene there's comedy. That's why I prefer DC, more grounded in reality, a lot darker toned.
Yeah.
There's only about like year 5 of the MCU, I'd be in the theater like, really? Can we stop with these fucking jokes?
Right.
Like the only character that should have been funny at all times was Tony Stark. Robert Downey Jr. was like the one shining light of that. And I loved on Joe Rogan when he asked, he goes, He's like, people want you to come back, right? And he said, well, would they want it? And he goes, yeah. He's like, have you seen what they're doing now? But I remember because they talked about it. Jon Favreau, the producer of the first two Iron Mans, and he was the director of oh my god, I'm drawing a fucking blank, Mandalorian. He told the studios, don't kill Cap, don't kill Tony. He's like, don't kill these guys off. He's like, you have nothing for these next phases. Like, you should not kill these guys off.
Yeah.
Because there's way more stories they could have done. Like, what I was bummed about, because it's Disney, I wish Iron Man would have tackled it. Tony Stark's a raging alcoholic in the comic books. If anyone who is a comic book fan, if you haven't read Demon in a Bottle, you should. They hinted at it a little bit in Iron Man 2 at his birthday when he thought he was dying and he was being drunk, but that's nothing. Demon in a Bottle was great because picture Tony on a fucking bender flying around in that suit, like killing people and stuff, like not being in his right mind. And the cover, Google image the comic cover of Demon in a Bottle. It's one of the best covers of all time. He's like sweating, staring at himself in the mirror. He's got his lab coat on under his suit, and he's like all kinds of fucked up. And this is back when the old Comic Code Authority, you had to like cut corners to draw stuff like that, or you'd get fined. But yeah, I wish they would have covered a story like that. Like if Iron Man was under Fox, they totally would have shown Tony's alcoholism for sure. That's why I'm not sold like everybody. I think they had to get rid of all the bad press. That's why everyone's freaking out about Deadpool 3 and Hugh Jackman's coming back as Wolverine. But I'm like, you have to understand, this is Deadpool and Wolverine that were from Fox, where they both finally they had rated R films, right? Now they're under cucked Disney. You ain't going to get the same people you saw before. Like, I'm not excited at all. Because I'm calling it now. Deadpool's going to say some political crap line, and they're going to mask it under comedy, and it's going to be done. Dunsky.
Yeah. I like Deadpool. I thought that Deadpool was funny.
I loved the fact that both times I went to go see it, parents had their little kids in there with them, and they technically shouldn't have been there, but I'm glad they brought their little kids to it because they thought it was going to be like the MCU. Like the moms next to me during Deadpool 2 were like, what the hell? And I was like, yeah, you didn't know this? But I said, look, I said, your kid's going to be better off for it.
Yeah, yeah. I remember I took Cam to go see Immortals when it was in the theater.
Nice. That's good parenting.
I mean, he was like, what, 5 or 6? I don't know.
Yeah, my dad got me into the rated R stuff early. The only thing he would do is he would try to cover my eyes for like sex scenes. He'd go, turn around.
Yeah.
And I would like I would try to peek through his hands.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, this sex thing's kind of different. I mean, I didn't mind him viewing people just being like kissing or something, but like full blown, I was like, yeah, no.
And speaking of that,
especially rape stuff. He to this day, if there's anything that's like, that's one of his main things he's not even okay with. Like if we're watching something like old medieval stuff and there's a scene where a woman's getting violated, he's like, oh, that's bullshit. Like, yeah.
You should have him watch the movie Teeth. You ever seen that horror movie with the girl with the cursed vagina and it has teeth?
No.
It's good. Yeah. If the guy's intentions aren't like wholesome, like the teeth come out and bite dicks off, it's pretty damn funny.
I don't think he would like that.
And you know what's funny? Feminists hated it. They hated it. And I thought it'd been a movie right up their alley. They hated it.
Right? Huh. That's
funny how that works.
Yeah.
Funny how that works. That femininity tries to come out, Yeah. Some of them aren't completely gone.
Well, I would argue that it's just a small number of super psychotic ones, like this crazy bitch called Miss Elite. Okay, this
that
crazy
name
bitch
alone.
This crazy bitch gets off like sexually on tormenting and abusing men. And she's going to she claims she's getting some degree in psychology. Her goal is she wants to counsel just men so she can fucking torture the shit out of them.
Yeah, I'm sure. Like you ever hear those horror stories about marriage counselors? The female ones are always sympathetic to the woman. They always blame the husband.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I read this one book where this one feminist, she's a radical lesbian feminist. She actually did this thing where she was dressed as a man for like 18 months, and then she wrote a book. She calls it immersive journalism, right?
Oh wait, no, she's not the one who died, right? Because wasn't there a woman who became a man and she died from all the stress and loneliness?
No. This bitch was suicidal, but since college. That being a man thing had nothing to do with it. A lot of people were trying to spin it that way, but no. I
Okay.
looked into her, read her book Voluntary Madness. She went to 3 different mental institutes because after that man project, her next project was going to be to expose corruption in the mental health field, right? So
so maybe she wasn't. Maybe someone self-deleted her.
No. This crazy bitch, she went to 3 different places. Like it's in her book, Voluntary Madness. The first one she went to, she's like, yeah, I don't need to be here. And she was like fucking with the people that were there. And like by the end of her stay, the people that she was like in there with all wanted like to be friends and stuff. And she's like, I didn't want to fucking talk to any of these people after this, you know. Her second one, that was a state hospital. That's where a lot of the Medicaid or Medicare people would go. Apparently it's $14,000 a week that insurance pays for a week stay or 10 days or something. That's a lot of fucking money. Taxpayer money that goes into that. Her second one she went to was more of a upper class type one that you didn't have to sign over your consent to leave or any of your human rights. But her third one she went to was very upper end, more like a vacation spa type of thing with some psychotherapy and group talking stuff, but she actually opened up to therapists at that one. And she admitted to having like rape fantasies about men, like wanting to rape men.
I've heard that one a lot, actually.
Yeah.
Yep.
No. And this crazy bitch, she talked about she's had suicidal thoughts since college.
Okay.
Yeah. And that's where she kind of got into the, you know,
my
lesbianism.
My mental health awareness, that's a common trait on dating apps, because every few months I will do social experiments and I'll just get on to see where the trends are going. But a lot of chicks, like, it's like fellas out there who are still playing the swipe game. If she has mental health awareness or brags about her condition, you better swipe left. I don't care how good crazy sex is. It ain't worth it, buddy. It ain't worth it. And to a contriver's comment, he said, Superman's homosexual. It was his son, and DC actually just scrapped it weeks ago. They canceled the title. So that they got rid of it. DC was actually cleaning house. Like that's why they canceled the Batgirl movie.
Yeah. I heard they're cleaning house.
And then Ezra Miller, who's the Flash, is facing up to 26 years in prison. So they said after his movie comes out, then they're firing him. Fire him. Just fire him now.
What's he in prison for?
Oh, you don't. Ezra Miller has a rap sheet a mile long, like a sexual assault stuff with under some. Yeah, I can't even. There's a lot. He's not a good dude. He's done a lot of crazy stuff. A lot of stuff against women too, that I don't condone. But yeah, he's been off his rocker for a while. But yeah, DC's been cleaning house. But yeah, Superman wasn't gay. It was his son, Jonathan. Like he had a pride cape for a pride flag for his cape.
Yeah.
The panel's pretty infamous now. He's sucking face with his pink-haired boyfriend. But yeah, DC canceled it, so they got rid of it.
Good.
Because they're hemorrhaging money, but Marvel's just as bad. Or you'll get a kick out of this one. DC, so he's kind of a cult favorite. He had an animated show in the 2000s, Static Shock.
Right.
Black character. So they redid his origin about a year and a half ago in the comics, right? And know how he got his powers this time? Not the cool way, like when he was busting up a gang thing on the docks and he had an accident. This time, he was at a BLM rally, and he got his powers from being oppressed by the angry white cops. You can't make this shit up. And yet they sit there with a straight face, and they go, why doesn't anybody buy our comics? And then there was, both companies did this for years. Yes, Superman is gone because they changed his Travis comment, yeah. Yep, that's true. But so years ago, for a while, they really ramped it up after Trump took office. They hired all these SJW writers who never wrote comics, but they wrote a lot of woke political crap, right?
Mm-hmm.
So there's this one woman, and if I forget her name, Kelly. Actually, no, I don't. It's funny. I saw her picture in my head, and I remember her name, Kelly DeConnick. Looks like the typical woke feminist. She had an infamous interview years ago on camera, and she said, "If you don't like my politics, don't buy my book." So us fans were like, "Okay, your terms are acceptable. We won't buy them." Year and a half later, she's like, "I think we're in trouble." She's like, "These sales are not good," and that's why all this stuff has led to the demise of a lot of comic book closures, especially during COVID. Like that wall was basically a treat to myself. I got home post deployment, and there's a local shop right around the corner from me, and I ended up buying $500 worth of books, and these are all original copies. So when I do sell them, like they're original prints, not reprints, because a lot of iconic books, especially from the 90s, anybody can get their copy on them. Like Uncanny X-Men #1, the Guinness Book of World Records highest selling book of all time. Like the only reprint on my wall is My Death of Superman. That's a reprint when they killed him in '93. But I helped keep them afloat. I was giving them money like every week because I was like, I don't want you guys to die, because the comic shop's been here since '87.
Right.
And the thing is too, the owner, him and I, very different. We are what I wish the country would get back to. Him and I are opposite ends politically, but
Right.
we don't judge each other for it, and we bond over comic books.
Right.
Like,
yeah. Why doesn't that happen anymore?
Well, they don't want that to. The Soros people, BlackRock, all those people, they don't want that. They make money off the fighting. You know that.
No, see,
divide and conquer.
I see they as feminists.
They, them, he, she, it, Zer.
Yeah. Big time feminists.
I thought of like the randomest thing one time. The first time I trolled somebody in person about the pronouns, the first thing that popped into my head, I said to this person, I said, "You know what I am?" I said, "I'm a mortified penguin." That's what I am.
One of my clients, oh man, I wish I would have got it while she was here. She found it on Instagram. It was like a weenie dog. I think it had a weenie dog, and it was like the weenie dog's pronouns. I can't. I'm gonna find it because it was funny.
I'm catching up on the comments.
Yeah.
The
I guess Scorp thought is
she's bombing apparently.
Well, should we check in on Scorp thought? This crazy bitch.
Yeah.
I mean,
who is it? Not Marie. Who was on the other? Lucien Mcene. Am I saying that right? Who is that again? That's why I talked to her tonight, right? Yeah, she mentioned about G4, the gaming. I'm a gamer to G4. Yeah, Frosk, that woman went on that rant. Yeah, they didn't even last a year. She just mentioned that. Yeah, for that Frost girl, she went on that man rant on a gaming talk show, and they hemorrhaged money ever since. Now G4's closed its doors again. Yeah, JR. Yeah, Frosk. She does look like Jeff Daniels.
Well, she has 14 people watching.
Wow, good for her.
Yeah.
Owen Wilson. Wow.
Yeah.
She just and look at what a name, Celibate Scorpion going her
that
way.
Was hold on. That was my first red flag when I first ran into her. I can't remember if it was on One Fast Back's channel.
She's not celibate.
Well, no, I said, why? I asked her something like, "Why are you appropriating the MGTOW moniker and then bastardizing?"
It's not a thing. It's not a thing. Like, if Hermit's still here, he'll remember because he saw my old channel. There was an influx of women saying they were WGTOWs on my old channel.
Right.
And I remember like Hermit and a bunch of other guys were like, "Are you serious?" They're like, "That's not a fucking thing." Stop trying to invade male spaces.
Right. Well, but I was like, why are you, and then she started popping off at the mouth because I said appropriate. She's like, I don't give a fuck who, blah, 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 blah. I'm like, you're literally in a space created by men with a bastardized version of that moniker and saying you don't give a fuck how they feel about it. I was like, block, because she was running her fucking mouth and I blocked her. That pissed me off, or that pissed her off big time.
I don't
Big
get the
time.
like. I understand it's everyone's right of blocking. Or one of my favorite pro wrestlers said this once because he was notorious for either going dark on Twitter or blocking people on stuff. And he's like, Twitter is like the window in my kitchen. If it's open, if someone's yelling at me, I'm gonna close the window.
Yeah.
He's like, that's how I get blocking, or the people that will say block me. You know, I
Yeah.
always find those people funny. Oh, you're gonna block me. I'm like, if you get off on that, great. You know, but what does she have? 223 subs.
Mm-hmm.
You can look at her analytics, right?
Oh, I don't. Her analytics?
I think I could have sworn there's a way to do it, to look at other people's analytics. Because it's one thing, like as your stuff, I know you can look at your own on the studio, but I thought she joined in 2018.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, just women going their own way. I'm like, no, you're biologically not designed to do that. That's why I laugh. Like, it's like I always get a kick out of them. And I've done a couple videos on it when they say, oh, the single childless women are the happiest. I'm like, no, you're not. I'm like, why are you lying?
Right.
I was like, men were designed to survive and be
Yeah, women are
ourselves.
social creatures.
Yeah, you need groups. You need
That's
groups.
why, yeah, we need tribes. We need to be a valuable member of a tribe.
Just not an all-female tribe, because an all-female commune, you guys would kill each other within under 24 hours.
Well, there'd be a lot of incompetent chicks in that tribe probably trying to do something they suck at. No, but she cracks me up. I mean, I blocked her off of somebody else's channel though, because I had a wrench. I just fucking blocked her. I shut her up because she was just kept popping off at the mouth, and I just shut her up, and she did not like that. I'm like, why are you gonna be disruptive? Like, I don't know. I don't think crazy bitches belong in spaces where men literally tried to create for themselves to get away from them.
Hey, as a woman, I'm sure you know. I'm not saying you've done it personally, but you must know it's in your guys' makeup. Oh, it's like a beacon. A man's happy or has their space. Can't have that. Men are happy without us? No, can't have that. Can't have that.
See, I mean, even down to the Boy Scouts. The girls are allowed in the Boy Scouts. Like, the men don't have any spaces of their own, and there's a lot of men that don't want females on their fucking channel, and they want it to be just men. And like, I don't get why people can't respect that.
I have one woman who comments on mine, and she's married. I'm like, she writes stuff, but I'm just like, the way my mind is, I'm just like, I don't believe you. I'm like, you're here, whatever. But I have watched other guys in my section reply to her saying she's full of shit.
Yeah.
I will say, like, I'm not a big channel, but my comment section is never dull. Yeah. I appreciate the people in there. But yeah, my old channel had a lot of women in there soliciting, and I'm like, nope. It's the only time I ever blocked people on my old channel. It's like, I'm not trying to have you in here.
Right.
But the only other women that comment on my stuff are the black women, the angry big Shirleys, the Shaniquas, all them. They get mad at me, which is, again, it's funny. It means I'm doing something right.
Right.
But your point to the male space is like, for me, and I'm surprised the NHL hasn't turned their comments off. But so the NHL has decided, oh, we're gonna bring in some female play-by-play announcers. I'm sorry, ladies, you suck at calling. You can't even follow the puck speed. Literally, so there's a Hall of Fame goaltender. He was a goalie for the Flyers and the Nordiques. Ron Hextall, his daughter Leah, they've had her on since, and again, it's ESPN, it's Disney, so it's woke. ESPN in small doses. I always put the games on mute if my team is playing on ESPN, and I have to sit through that. So Leah Hextall, she's been there, and they did an all-women's broadcast a couple days ago. This is one thing, because I also did, my main thing in my degree is I did not just regular journalism, I did sports broadcasting journalism. I used to do play-by-play. For the college I went to, I did sports stuff. You can't have pauses. They can't follow the puck. It's so bad. In the comments section is always fire Leah Hextall, or the other number one comment is, this hits better on mute. This sounds better on mute. And literally, so far, we're about 10, 11 games into the NHL season. There's been a lot of historical events, and they've been ruined by these commentators. So I was like, wow.
See?
I'm like, Phil Kessel just got he just broke the Ironman record for consecutive games. He's close to hitting 1,000. He got his career goal 400, and it was ruined by Leah Hextall's shitty commentary. I'm like, that's forever there now. Phil Kessel's going to listen to that when he's old, and he's going to be like,
see, that's not fair. That doesn't seem right. Like,
oh, it's not. And they're not listening to the fans because majority and other women, female hockey fans are saying the same thing. They're like, get her off the broadcast booth.
Right.
Get her out of there. Like it's literally like the last 2 seasons, I've never watched so much hockey on mute because her voice is all over it now.
Right.
And even in the talk shows, like last night I'm watching the Bruins Leafs game, this Hockey Night in Canada, they've got women on the panel and they're just too emotional.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I'm just like this, and they're like, why are, and of course, what do they say because they lose the viewership? Sexist misogyny, all these men. I'm like, you don't belong in this space. Sideline reporters, that's your thing, but you have no. Hey,
yeah,
you don't call the game. You're fucking ruining it for everybody.
Right.
It's that bad. I don't know how many sports fans we have in here, how many hockey fans are in this chat, but I'm like, if you've watched and you know who Leah Hextall is, your ears are probably hurting just by the mention of her name. She's that bad. It's oh my god. Of course, some of my friends are like, oh well, it's 2022. I'm like, that doesn't mean anything. We have no spaces.
Right. Well, and this crazy bitch is pissed off at me because I kicked her out of MGTOW. The MGTOW spaces. I booted her ass.
Oh, yeah,
I'm like, you guys need to get fucking rid of her because she's only there to abuse men. And so now she's on her channel, look, roasting Hermit in Real Talk. Like, that isn't a disgusting, misandrous piece of fucking human trash thing to do.
Yeah, Primo Living BC, his comment, yeah, the new NHL game this year, they put the women's national teams on there and you can mix the rosters. No. That's why I didn't get it. Why I didn't buy it. I was like, nope. You're not gonna stain my lineup. Fuck you.
Right.
And it's funny because a lot of these girls, like specifically on the USA national team, like I'll watch the women's hockey. Like they don't have a pro league. I'll watch the Olympics and international play. They're good. Specifically the American players. Their older brothers all play in the NHL, and it's funny because they do these things with them. And I was like, "You're not nearly as good as your brother. Stop it."
Right.
You can't even check in women's hockey still.
I don't know that much about hockey.
Yeah. Or it's funny. You ever watch? You can find them on YouTube. I think the league disbanded. There was a female pro football league. You know what's funny? A lot of them were tough, but you know what the uniforms were? Skimpy clothing with pads. Of course it was. How
else are they going to get any viewership?
Don't object. That's why I laugh when they're like, don't objectify me. I'm like, they do
it themselves. They do
the same thing online, or like, I never get tired of the chicks on OnlyFans too. I'm not an object. Yeah, you're worth about $4.99 a month. You are.
Yeah.
I've disqualified, like when I was still dating before I finally tapped out for good within the last year and a half, even though I was still Red Pill, I was still like, I was doing what Hermit was doing. I was just hooking up here and there. But even now I'm like, it's just not worth it. But when I was vetting girls, there wasn't one that wasn't divulging that there wasn't one that didn't tell me they weren't selling feet pics or selling some kind of picture for extra money. And what the funny thing was, one of these girls had a really high-end job for a defense contractor. And I'm thinking, I know what your salary is at that government pay scale. Why are you still selling feet to get by? Again,
right?
Not good with finances, and 2, owning most of the consumer debt. I'm like, there you go.
Oh,
you didn't know that?
Student loans?
No, not even student loans. Consumer debt. That's like everyday material things. Not that women own majority of the consumer debt, not student loans.
What's the consumer debt then?
That's like buying products, like food, clothes, those things.
Well,
because you do realize women are the number one target for companies, right? That's why.
Well, yeah, I know that, but also women are typically the ones going out to collect the things for the house. Like that, and we have a lot of super, I don't know, super superficial women that just buy shit to feel better, I think. I have a client that recently got divorced, and when my son was working at the mall, he saw her there. He's like, "Hey mom, you might want to check in on her. Like it looks like she's buying her feelings again. Like she looks
Yeah.
really depressed cuz she would go there all the time just to shop like after her divorce." Well, she did that to herself. Her husband had been counting down the days for like the past fucking 6 years of retiring from Texas A&M, and they were gonna
Mhm.
leave. They had a property up in Arkansas, and like when the time came, she was like, I can't, I gotta stay here at work and blah blah blah. And he was like, I fucking had it, and he filed for divorce and went up to his property.
Good man. Good
Yeah.
man.
Well, and I've
Dream
been
killers. Dream killers.
yes. Well, she promised she would retire with him. I mean, her job came number one, their daughter came number two, and he was always third. So when the daughter went to college, it was like them two and her work.
Mhm.
And then when it was retire time, she fucking betrayed what she said she was gonna do. And
That
he's like,
rem-
fuck
that
it. And he
mhm.
divorced her.
That reminds me of a story because one of the things I do that I listen to and stream a lot is Reddit surviving infidelity. There's this black guy on his channel's called True Story Podcast. It's really entertaining. He reads letters from subscribers and he reads Reddit posts of surviving infidelity, and of course most of it in there is the woman cheating on the guy.
Right.
And there was this couple. This guy's 55, his wife is like 52, 53. He's about to finish up. He's getting one more promotion. She was going to go in the cross country, but then she realized, oh wait, he's really going to get this job. They were married. All their kids are growing up. They're in their 50s, right? They were married 30 plus years.
Right.
Similar thing. She last minute was like, I don't want to move. All my friends are here. He comes home early from one of the last interviews. Guys there. The bed's not made. There's food.
Oh.
And they were very routine based.
Yeah.
He's like, why isn't the bed made? That never not happens. And he's like, you never cook. And yeah, so she locked herself in her room for 2 days, like deleting her phone. He got a PI, restored it, found all the texts.
Right.
She still played the victim, and she still raped him in divorce court.
Right.
The only thing that he won, besides he got the up in salary, but all his kids took his side.
That's good. That's good.
But the point is, that's common.
Yeah.
Whether you've been married, whether you're married within that first like 5 to 10 year window, even though like the average marriage is like 8 years, and I think it's only 5 years in the Black community. But then you have all those goals. But the point is that you're never safe.
Right.
Or that story that went viral a couple years ago, that couple from like World War II, he was like 96 and divorced his wife when he found old love letters for infidelity. He was 96 and divorced her.
Right.
Yeah. Like that's why it's like, is in this guy on this channel, he always says, like, I can't do his black voice justice, but he's always like, is it worth it? No.
Right.
He's like, is it worth it?
Yeah, I'm trying to like besides cutting all the laws, like I mean, going back to Hungary doing more to promote people staying together instead of incentivizing divorce rape of men. What else could, I guess, legislation-wise we can do? Because I know there's a lot of people that still want to, but they don't see, that they don't have any insurance that they won't get screwed, because when they see a lot of majority of people getting screwed, it doesn't seem like a very good investment into your future.
Yeah. And know what I say to my married friends now? I say, sell marriage to me.
Right. Yeah.
I'm usually, me and my best friend are the only two guys that don't, like, we had our high school reunion this past August, and we were one of the few guys there that didn't get fat, didn't lose our hair.
Right.
Everyone else has kids and stuff, and they're like, well, when are you guys getting married? And I was just like, I'm not. I was like, sell it. I'm like, sell it to me. I'm like, tell me why I should get in those shark infested waters. Why should I do that? And there's actually, I got that line from a YouTube channel, and I think someone mentioned it in the chats earlier, but there's this guy in Australia. His channel's called Human.
Yeah.
He is really good.
I like Human. Yeah.
His shit cracks me up. Like his video on cell marriage to me was hilarious. He was like, so let me get this straight. He's like, you know there's sharks in there and you're telling me show the shark who's boss? No thanks.
Right.
He's been around. Like I actually talked to him a couple times too when I first started. It was him.
Yeah.
He responded to a couple of my super chats and a personal message. That was him and Hammer that gave me advice.
Good.
And then it was Terrence Pop was the last guy because that was just one vet to another vet, and we have the same fucked up humor because we're veterans. So like, he gave me advice because I vented to him about the COVID stuff because he did a stream. He wanted to hear from people who were in. Mm-hmm. Had they gotten the shot? What's your unit doing? So that was a long stream. It was fun to chime in. Most money I ever spent super chatting multiple times, but it was funny because his brand of humor. I know he's not for everybody. He just entertains me above all else.
Yeah.
And especially for how much his ex-wife screwed him and really bad. And he was living in his vehicle for a while. Like he got it bad, but comedy's a good thing. But yeah, humans
cracks me up. Yeah.
Yeah. It's so good. Or like another video of his that I liked a lot. It's like 3 years old now. It was called Fetching. And it hit home to me because it's talking about how a lot of people in your life are always trying to get you to do what they want you to do to control you. And he kept talking about it like a dog. And he sped it up and it was like a female voice going, "Oh, human, why don't you fetch? Why don't you give up those childish things? Just go." But yeah, I love Human. I wish more people in the space were like him. But
I don't know. I see, probably because I see the big picture of what's going on and I see the women in all the spaces fucking everything up. I feel like I see a lot of men that are kind of in another space to kind of counteract the ones that are fucking around in that space. So it's like we need so many people on this.
Yeah.
And everybody kind of has a lane, you know? Like Chronic, the roasting's needed, the intellectual debate kind of stuff, that kind of stuff's needed. The heavily criticizing women from men is needed. Like Gone with John constantly calling out the female nature. I mean, John does kind of a mix of different stuff, but that kind of stuff's needed too.
Yeah, that's why for me, like I do it more. I try to I like the comedy and they're reacting real time. Like what I'll do, like a lot of my reactions, like when I'm laughing from a cutaway, like I'm watching the thing that someone sent me in real time. So it's an authentic me laughing, not a planned, it's me actually having a reaction. Like this morning, the one where the girl was talking about how she's picking cats. And I legit was watching it and it cuts to me stretching, saying, I'm going to have to limber up to get through this one. I wasn't fucking kidding.
Right.
It's like watching those minute-long tirades. It's like I found a new clip. I think it's General Tarkin, the CGI version from Rogue One. I found a clip, edited down that I'm going to use for a girl in a diatribe tomorrow, and it cuts to him saying, "We need a statement, not a manifesto."
Right.
Like get to the fuck. That's the one thing that still gets me in a little red pill rage. You women. You connect 80 fucking points to just get to the fucking point.
Oh, no.
Shut up.
That bothers me. I prefer people when I'm communicating to lead with the point. Start with the point, and then if I give you permission to give me this whole story, if you think I might not understand when you break it down into, the basic principles, just lead with that because I would probably get it. Yeah.
It's like the talking. You remember you're old enough to remember Tom Likas, right?
I never watched him. I hear about him a lot though.
There's plenty of YouTubes that uploaded all his best episodes from his broadcasts. You can find them. I'll even email you a link of a channel that's dedicated to like his full Likas 101 episodes from years.
What's it called? I'll share it on here.
Just put in Tom Likas and I'll let you know if it comes up because I recognize the thumbnail.
How do you Ley?
Leykkis? Yep, he had a caller on once, and he was like, "No, I'm going to put you on." He's like, "You need AA." Yeah, he's like Alcoholics Anonymous, Anon, and on and on and on. Radio Classics, that one. Click on that one. It's that one. Should be red videos. Scroll. Wow, they changed the channel. Never mind, that's not the one. What the hell? Yeah, go back. But I mean, either way, there's a bunch of compilations of his stuff, but his stuff cracks me up. I will say I lost respect because when Kevin Samuels died, he tweeted out saying, well, I guess that's karma for stealing my stick. That's what he said.
What?
Yeah, he got a lot of shit for that. Tom Likas said that after Kevin Samuels died, he's like, he stole my stuff. And I'm like, yeah, we all steal from each other, even in this space.
Right.
Same thing with comedians. They all take each other's crap.
Yeah.
And I was like, and like, he's been happily retired, rich, because when he made his money, like that's back when radio was still like really thriving, when he made his 7-figure salary there.
Right.
But yeah, he said that he tweeted out about, well, that's karma because he's like, yeah, Kevin Samuels stole my stuff. And I'm like, but Kevin Samuels, and people ratioed him into oblivion in that tweet because they all said, dude, go back and watch his streams. He commented you all the time. He name dropped him. He would give him credit.
Right.
Before quoting him.
Right. Yeah. He gave a lot of people credit. Yeah. Like, and he understood building on the backs of fucking giants. He understood that, you know, like, and that it takes everybody to help move that shit forward.
Yeah. The sound bites really made it. I mean, the best one. I'm a PhD.
Oh God.
I don't need a cookbook.
Right. Right.
Oh, wait. How tall are you? Dress size?
Mm.
I mean, I use that, but I show the actual clip of Stewie with the tuba on mine. I show the clip of him and I change the speed so Seth MacFarlane doesn't copyright.
So you can play clips and avoid a copyright if you change the speed.
And you shorten them, yeah. Like I've not had a problem once. And
How short? How short?
I try to keep mine between like 5 to 10 seconds.
Okay.
That's what I do for mine, but like it works. Like I'm surprised, even though because I had my Thanos one I used today for the girl who said she'd rather get jumped than be saved by Andrew Tate. I used the 13-second clip of Thanos. I put her future attacker, and when Thanos goes, I'm going to enjoy it very, very much.
Yeah, I want to work. I want to work on making something. This crazy bitch did a stream last night, and I saved it because you know when they're regurgitated, because like if they're pissed off and they're spazzing out, they tell a lot of truths. Well, she was saying
they tell themselves.
Oh yeah, she was saying a whole bunch of shit. So I want to take a bunch of the clips of what she was saying and then add the people that like the people in her camp, I guess, because she completely fucking contradicts herself. I mean, she's been like, oh, I don't like feminists, but literally verbatim, she kept saying the damn things that all the feminists say. Like,
oh yeah, this is why I love. This is why I love. I said, as much as I hate social media,
yeah, specifically
TikToxic, is it's a great tool though, because again, it's the daily diary of them telling on themselves.
Yeah,
this is why I tell my friends and or people that I mentor that still want to date. I said it's never been easier for you to vet, because if you do it, so like a lot of the girls that complain about every day on their threads, oh, he ghosted me 9 times out of 10. Now I'll say 10 out of 10 times he dug up your social media, saw your other stuff, and was like, yeah, no.
Right.
Yeah.
I've
literally watched girls that I knew. They would show me their stuff, or like they in real time, even guys that I knew, they would show me like in real time. And I was like, yeah, see, I was like, and that's why I did a video last week about a girl saying a guy ghosted her after she said she wouldn't give out her IG. And he was like, okay,
why not?
Got something to hide, you know?
Right.
That's like when I was still actively dating, and I was like, yeah, I'm not on dating apps. These girls would short circuit because the narrative is, well, there must be something wrong with him if he's not on social media. But then they'd then they'd hear me on the radio. The radio show did vetting for me for a long time, because girls would be like, I heard you on Ray's show. I can't go out with you. I'd be like, bye, cool.
Right.
sometimes girls would call in, which was funny. The raging feminist would call in.
So can you find these things anywhere? Like, do you have clips saved from it, or that would be funny to listen to you talk to a raging feminist?
I have some old podcast stuff, but
Yeah.
that site where they would put it, they were only at there for X amount of time because they had to keep the moving the log.
Right.
But there are some. I mean, there's like, I'm sure you could probably find the guy calling me a cotton picker because I asked him why he thought voting laws were racist, and I told him that I said there's no law that says me as a black guy can't do the same things you can, if not better than you can.
Right.
And he's just like, and again, I didn't catch it. The main GOP chairwoman, she caught it because I'm not. I just don't. I've got like tunnel vision when I was in certain discussions because there's usually a guest on the line. There was a guest on the line or on my right or left, but it was just yeah, like that's, to me it's like, okay, I'm doing something right, because if people are going to call in, like I told you before we went live tonight, that I've gotten death threats before, so if anybody gets mad at me on here, it's like whatever. I've had death threats for my radio days.
I've never received a death threat. I think that these people, I even made a comment like that on Arthur Quan Lee's. He talked about death threats. I'm like, what are these people sexist? Like, why do men get all the good fucking hate mail and death threats? I've never gotten one.
Trust me, you'll really have arrived when you get it. It's not if, it's going to be when for you. It'll be when.
Well, I had a Texas A&M campus security and a dude from the Joint Terrorism Task Force show up at my house because of my YouTube channels.
Yeah, see, that's like the man in the UK. He got arrested for a Facebook post he made months ago, like during the summer.
Yeah, well, the dude from the Joint Terroristic Task Force was a MGTOW and he didn't even know it. And the guy that works at Texas A&M, the campus security, as soon as he retires, he's going to come on the channel and talk about some shit.
And you know what's funny too, though, is like a lot of men, they may not carry the title, but they're in that space already. They just may not have the title. Either they know about it and don't wear it, or like me, like I used the hashtag, and in my channel header, as you saw earlier when you had my thing up, it said like Daily MGTOW Shorts, but it's like I'm if anything, I'm red pill, but it's like I don't go around saying I'm MGTOW. It's like I just am done. I'm done. I checked out. I joke now. I tell friends and family, or even if a girl approaches me, I go, I'm retired.
Right. Yeah.
And again, there's versions. Some other channels go into it deeper. Some just keep it at the surface level about the sign language. There's different forms. There's like the backhanded compliment versions. That's what I usually get. Is like I'll get a drunk text from a girl. What's your situation? Are you dating? I'm like, I don't date anymore. Well, you're so hot. I'm like, that don't work on me.
Right.
Like, I'm well aware. I mean, the guys who follow me, like you've pretty much seen me without clothes because my gym selfies, whatever. It's like, you've seen my body. I like to think I'm a decent looking guy. It's like, that shit don't work on me. Oh, you're hot. I'm like, fuck off. And my dad taught me this when I was younger. Be wary of women who the first thing they do is compliment your looks. Be wary of those types.
Right.
Be wary of because again, that's the first thing you're going to compliment. Look, you don't know me. I'm like, to me, it's like, what's your angle? Or now I'm kind of old and crotchety. I'm like, what do you want? I'm like, what do you want?
Yeah. What do they call it in the psychology realm? It's like a love bombing type of thing.
Oh God, love.
It's like superficial pleasantries. Like
I got love bombed by a single mom months ago.
Well, it's always somebody that wants something from you, or gonna try to fluff you and really, really try to stroke your ego, like out the gate. Yeah.
See, I had the pleasure of my old man, my best friends, and other people in my walks of life that humbled me constantly early on.
Yeah.
So when a chick is ego stroking me, I'm just like, again, like, what do you want? What do you want?
Yeah.
Or that's why, like, I've been going hard into reacting to the girls that are searching for their husband on dating apps. I'm like, they're all hookup apps.
Right.
Just some are cleaner. Like Hinge has a better presentation, but again, you're on an online dating app. What Tinder
Right.
was invented in what 2012, and they're designed against men. Like they're the thirsty men, they pay for the services because you get X amount of swipes. Tribe of Men show the documentary breaking that down about that, how the paywalls, it's like, oh, you're out of likes, pay $30 a month to get unlimited. Yeah. Yeah, the paywalls, the thirsty guys out there are paying for those services. Everyone
Yeah.
has them. Bumble, Hinge, Tinder, the big three, they've all got paywalls. You think girls use the paywalls on there? No. They don't have to.
Right.
I said this earlier because sometimes when I break stuff down for my friends, whether it's politics, and these aren't people that are like lefties, these are just people that don't know. They chose to not know stuff, but now things have happened in their life. I was telling a guy friend this earlier. I said, and I like to use nerdy stuff or comic book lingo to get them to see it. So I quoted Loki's line in when he first shows up when he teleports to Earth at the beginning of Avengers, after he says freedom is life's great lie. But instead of that first part, I said to him about female nature, about how, hey, they just have to put up a couple pictures, no bio, and they'll get thousands of swipes, endless options. So after that, I quoted Loki and I said, and once you accept that in your heart, you will know peace. Like once you accept how it is, how it's rigged, how it's set up, you'll find peace. Like that's me. Like I was telling my dad, I'm more at peace with that, and I can proudly say I'm done or don't date. It's like I'm focused on other things.
Yeah.
It's peace for me. And what do we and guys in the chat, what do we want? We want peace and quiet.
Yeah.
We want peace. Like that's the thing for me. That's the other side of the shaming that I get. The sign language is when women will still be like, you're 34 and live alone. I'm like, yeah, it's fucking awesome. Because after working a 10, 12-hour day, I come home. I'm like, what's that?
Peace and quiet?
Nothing. No one's nagging me. No one's doing anything. And like the way my studio is set up, when I was still just casually hooking up every now and then, I'm not a big guy. So my day bed, it's a single. So unless the girl was like really short, my bed screamed, get out. You're not staying here. It screamed, get out. Because we both can't fit on this.
Right. That's funny.
And when I told my dad that, he was like, that's pretty fucking genius. I said,
yeah.
As like, they know. And like the last couple of years when I was still doing that, like girls they'd try, and I would just turn around and like smirk while I'm going to sleep because I know they're going to get up, or I'll get a text in the morning saying, hey, I couldn't sleep. 10 out of 10 times I would get that, or they'd wake me up. Hey, I can't fit on this. I got to go. And I'm like, bye.
Yeah.
And so
it's a great idea.
It sucks when my best friend came home from Reno for the reunion. He stayed here. He crashed. And I was like, dude, I just have the day bed. It's just built for me. He's 6'4", 250. He looked at it and he goes, he tried to lay down on it and he goes, dude, you weren't kidding. And he's like, this is a failsafe. I said, dude, just make a 6'4" version for you and the same thing at your place back home. He's like, They won't stay. They won't stay.
Yeah.
Because you can't fit two people unless she's really, really small.
I'm gonna have to get one of those. Well, my son's like 6'2", so like when he moves out, he has this whole plan for when he moves out. But
it's the best part because it's memory foam, so it's great. I sleep like a baby.
That's a good idea.
Wait, where does she live? She said, here it's illegal to have sex outside of marriage. Many states have that law, but no one enforces it. Huh. Well, that's
Hello,
good.
Bob. How are you, Bob? Oh, Harley's talking about. Harley is full of a lot of knowledge. I don't know I think it's the age. She just collects useless knowledge. Well, useful, I guess. When the time's right, she just pulls it up. So So is Scorp Thoughts roast of Hermit and Real Talk over? I see that people talking about how it was the worst stream ever.
Well, the quality of her stuff isn't good. I finally looked at it the other day. It's just not good. Oh, everyone reported it for being the worst stream.
There's a report for that being the worst stream.
Well, yeah, when you report stuff, they give you options to like write a message or what the reason. If you don't pick the suggested ones, if I'm not mistaken, you can write whatever you want.
I've only reported one video ever. So
you know what I do when I have reported people? I always report them as child pornography. I have no chill.
Right. Well, I'm sure that's been done to you a lot.
Yeah, my old channel got, and like I said, that's why I finally got off social media for good, because like my Facebooks and stuff always got reported. Like the second, because I was off social media for 1.5 years, and then the radio station, when I came back, they asked me, they're like, hey, listeners want it, and I'm like, fine. So it was my Facebook this past year, and Instagram was strictly linked to the radio station. So it was all politics. So it was like 95% politics, 5% gym, and comic books, sports, all my other nerdy stuff. And people would complain, and I said, this is literally what you guys asked for. I said, your signature's not on that paycheck, is it?
Right.
It's like they said they asked me to do it. Listeners wanted to get and again, and the content was me doing. It wasn't on YouTube. I would just put them on Instagram on the video stuff there, but I was filming and editing skits, doing political parodies. Like, that's how I kept my sanity when I first got back home and COVID started and they were trying to do lockdowns. I spent all day shooting and filming stuff. Like I did several PSAs on TDS, Trump derangement syndrome.
Dude, Jonathan Haidt, somebody that I had a lot of fucking respect for. Jonathan Haidt, he's somebody that's in academia that, I mean, his books are really great, but the one that pretty much explains what we're dealing with now is like the coddling of the American mind. But he had it so bad. And he was pretty based when it kind of came to psychology and fear and all that kind of shit. But he fucking caught it. I even saw Robert Greene on now Robert Greene, the Laws of Power dude.
Yeah.
You know who Robert Greene is? Okay. He was on Tom Bilyeu's podcast, and he was talking about, this was right after the fucking election when everybody was freaking out. And he kept saying, like, by the way, I did not vote for Trump. I didn't vote for Trump. I'm like, why in the fuck is this guy even saying that?
Why do you have to?
Why is he virtue signaling this shit? Like, this is weird. I'm like, these are fucking emotional hostages. These are fucking
feminine energy.
They're being terrorized. So, I don't know.
Feminine energy. That's what it is.
It's like, say you didn't do it or we'll cancel you. You know, we'll just assume you did.
Yeah, they're assuming with their pocket, but it's like, I will say there are some people, celebrities, athletes included, like, I don't think they believe any of this crap, but they want to keep their seat at the table. Like The Rock got a lot of shit for defending Biden during the election. It's like, dude, because people forget, in 2000, when he was still a pro wrestler full time, he spoke at the 2000 Republican convention. Right. Different times then, but he is still a registered Republican, but he may have changed. But it's like, he's the highest grossing man. But again, like, a lot of people, politicians included, athletes, a lot of people idolize these people like they fucking know who they are, and I've never been that way. Right. Like I said, The Rock can entertain me, but if he opens his mouth about politics, I tune out. Like, my phone, my friends, everyone was like, "Oh my God, you can't believe The Rock did this." I'm like, I don't care. Right. I only like him if he's pro wrestling or in a movie. I don't listen to him. He's the last. That's why I was like, why do people even listen to these idiots about politics?
Right, exactly. That's what I don't get. I mean, women, for one, shouldn't fucking be in politics.
Yep.
And then entertainers, like, that's not your job. Your job is to fucking, like, make people laugh.
Like
Or-
very few. You notice it's comedians. Like I will say, because I've watched him before. I watched him when he got canceled on ABC. Bill Maher. I've been watching him since I was a kid. When he
Yeah.
had a show on ABC, ABC fired him because he wasn't PC enough. And since he's been on HBO or Showtime with Real Time, yeah, he is a liberal, but he calls out the party. Like he's part of that wing that's a pretty much extinct breed.
Right.
And he's one of the few guys in that realm who brings on opposition regularly, who he's friends with.
Yeah.
Like Rob Schneider was a Trump guy. He just was on his podcast and they were talking about it and how stupid a lot of people are on both sides. But like Bill Maher's, just people forget. A lot of my friends, I had to tell them, I was like, Bill Maher's a comedian. He had the show when we were kids. ABC fired him because he wouldn't toe the line. Then the networks now picked him up, but he told Howard Stern this years ago, fuck Howard Stern, though, that guy. Talk about the derangement and him. And then Main Zone, our author, Stephen King, he's the worst one. He's one of the worst ones.
Really?
Yeah. Oh, you haven't seen his stuff? He's very
I don't.
woke.
I don't pay attention to woke anybody. Like I like Sam Harris before he fucking went off the deep end. I'm like,
Colbert too. Colbert before he lost his mind. Colbert was good when he was, but then another one, Jon Stewart, he's gone. He's gone. But yeah, so like Bill Maher told Howard Stern, he's like, yeah, dude, he's like, I haven't won an Emmy because I tell the truth and I call out everybody. He's like, I'll never win an Emmy because he's like, I call out the people that vote a certain way.
right.
But I will say, he's still very like I remember he did a sit down with Ben Shapiro earlier this year on his Sunday sit down, and he even told Shapiro, he's like, no matter how bad the left gets, he's like, I'll still not vote for a Republican. I was like, you're a fucking idiot. But again, it's two sides of a turd.
Yeah.
But I do enjoy Maher, like we did for his Halloween episode. His Halloween costume was hilarious. He was like a woke leftist crybaby. He like put out a box. He's like, here's my costume. He pulled out a shirt that said F the patriarchy, pulled out nose rings and tattoos. He pulled out like every trope that they have.
So he dressed up as a feminist.
Yeah.
Okay.
But yeah, he like I said, I admire him for that. But if you notice that too, like even SNL, majority of late night is all left-wing political propaganda. It's not even comedy anymore.
Right.
Like SNL is like, if I couldn't waterboard or torture someone like that, an enemy, I would make them watch current SNL as torture. That's what I would do. They're just not funny.
Yeah.
Like they make fun of everybody. Like they, especially the women on there.
Yeah.
Not.
Well, most women aren't funny. So.
Thank you. Hey, can someone clip? Someone.
Yeah, I know.
Clip that.
I know very few that I've met in my entire life or seen on TV or anything that are actually funny.
Iridium, I like it. SNL, smile no longer. Exactly, because the left hates comedy. They hate laugh. That's why that saying the left can't meme exists.
Salty Cracker cracks me up though. Holy shit! Did you ever hear his origin story?
No.
Oh yeah, he used to work at a school. He used to be a teacher.
Of course.
Yeah. Which sucks because we need more male teachers, but he got pushed out by crazy bitches. And
of course, that's what
the crazy bitches were trying to do shit, and he's like, "Hey guys, what are you doing? Like this isn't right." And yeah, he got pushed out. So
then
by a bunch of women.
You got all these teachers now. I mean, again, look at TikTok and other platforms, like all that propaganda crap, like all these teachers doing TikToks, them coming out to their students, like you're not there. They don't need to know about your deviancy.
Oh, that reminds me. I found a clip. I saved it because I wanted to share it on here one of these days. Now might be a good time. No, this is fucked up. Like, yeah, these people shouldn't be any of this.
Yeah, Marie, exactly. If you get your political views from a comedian, ... exactly. Like none of these, like the ultimate cringe at the start of the lockdowns. Remember when Gal Gadot and they all sang that song, when they were saying they were all into this together. What was the song they were singing? Oh, Imagine. Which, if you pay attention to the lyrics, it's a pro-communist song. But it was it's a Lenin song, isn't it? Well, that makes sense. But yeah, when they're all like, "We're in this together," I'm like, "Which palatial estate are you telling the lemmings of the world that we're in this together?" All the ham and eggers. Oh, we're in this together. I just never understood how people like prime example. So Ghislaine Maxwell's trial, they didn't publicize it right on TV, and they doctored all the info. But what did we get nonstop coverage of? Johnny Depp and Amber Heard.
Well, that was kind of important.
Yes, but Ghislaine Maxwell, the trafficking's a little more.
Yeah, I mean that. I don't know. I feel like more men are abused in our society than children trafficked.
But look at it this way: even after she was rightfully found guilty,
right,
the narrative didn't change, and more women defended her.
I don't know. I feel like that's kind of sets a precedent that people can go to, like, because isn't that what they do in court? They'll bring up previously won stuff, and they'll be like, "Here, it worked this time." You know, isn't that how court kind of works?
It is, and I remember. I mean, a year before the trial even started, and I listened to them on YouTube because Johnny Depp released the tapes of the recordings.
Yeah.
And all my friends who love the not friends, just say women that I know of that they live by the gossipy bullshit, and they're like, all their feeds are about that. And I was like, you didn't even know about the tapes till I sent them to you, right? Because they leaked a year ago. Right. And even then, when the tapes leaked a year ago, like I remember, it was bone chilling hearing Amber laugh, saying, "No one's gonna believe you, John.
Exactly.
No one's gonna believe you."
Exactly.
And I had done an Instagram story about it because I was responding to some femmes on there talking out of their assholes. Shocker, right? And I said, I only had one psycho, my college sweetie. She tried to take one swing at me. I caught her fist and I laughed at her. She tried to pull a knife on me. It only took me one time to learn that. After that, after I smelled crazy, I never even entertained it.
Good.
And that was my dad. That was my dad's voice in my head saying, "Yeah, you don't." He's like, "You don't mess with crazy."
Yeah.
This girl was Latino too.
Yeah, I hear they get crazy and they will fucking cut you. They'll cut you. Like
what did I just say?
She pulled a knife. No, listen to this crazy bitch. By the way, hold on. This one's really good. This is.
In fact, by all rights.
Okay. Listen.
Oh yeah, the Matt Walsh thing telling him
very open about her life. And one of the things I'm very open about is my sexuality. I have a trans flag, a bi flag, a non-binary flag, all on my desk at my work. But there's one thing I'm not open about, and it's being poly. And today that actually became something I had to worry about for the first time. See, the kids are interviewing us teachers as a part of learning how to write profiles on others. They'll soon be doing it with each other, but they're starting with the teachers so they can all work together on one subject. And one of the kids on Tuesday is going to ask me if I have a partner. And the answer is yeah. And I have another one too. And I don't know how to handle that conversation, because while I know that the kids are more accepting of things like homosexuality, bisexuality, all of that, polyamory is not in the conversation. It's not something that is talked about. And I worry not only would this be something that might lead to rumors that I am cheating on my partner or that I am a swinger or something like that, but would also just totally derail the class. So the obvious answer, the one that I went to first, is I'm not going to talk about it. But that feels wrong too. I don't like lying to my students. I don't like telling them falsehoods. And also, I don't feel comfortable answering the question by saying, yes, I have a partner, and having to pick which one I pick as the face for my relationship. That feels super, super gross, right? So I guess what tentatively I've decided after talking with my co-teachers and my assistant principal is maybe the right way to do it is answer the question honestly. Say,
not do it at all.
I don't feel comfortable talking about who I'm in a relationship with in this specific setting, I will say that I am bisexual. I've dated people of many different genders. And if you're interested to talk about that or my own specific relationship, if you're really, really insistent, let's just not do it in the classroom setting, and we can do it like in lunch or in the after school GSA club or something like that. Where maybe it's a little bit more of an acceptable and understanding situation to bring this up. Now, this is a long rambling thing, and that story has kind of wrapped itself up neatly, or at least it will on Tuesday. But I think
Get off
it
the
talks
pod.
to a much broader issue, which is that, like, this is a really nuanced thought process I had to have, where I had to consider the emotional maturity of the kids, where I had to consider what they already know and are talking about and what they don't know and aren't talking about, and also have to consider how does this fit in with the content that I'm teaching. And the fact of the matter is, this is not a conversation that conservatives are having at all. They've decided that blanket statement, like, you can't do this at all. There's no place for it. And that just shows such a lack of thought and care. They're not understanding their children as people and where they're at. They're not understanding the content that is necessary, and they're not reckoning with any kind of reality. Yeah, maybe like this is going to be an uncomfortable situation that may lead to some strange conversations, but that's part of being a person. And I'd rather have the kids be able to have those conversations in a safe place at school than on the internet where there's no one to make sure they're learning the right. Very open about her life. And one of the things I'm very open about is my sexuality. I have a
Yeah, I don't want to sit through that diatribe again. Please don't.
You go ahead and talk about this. I'm gonna pee real quick. Can you monologue and just tell the public how fucked up this is?
And also, MGTOW Outlaw, are you that desperate for validation that 30 kids at once is satisfying you? That's what it is. It's a lot of ego and validation. It's self-serving clout. These kids are these students are pawns. It's equivalent of like how single mothers use their kids as pawns for the same things. Yeah, this. Oh my God. So here in Maine, actually, we had this. One of the last things I covered at the station I was working at. There's a kindergarten teacher, and the Governor Mills' office here. She's Democratic governor here in Maine. Her office promoted and paid for a video from a kindergarten teacher talking about how she's talking to the kindergarten students about LGBTQ, trans, and she said in a statement in this video that went viral until it got taken down because we started a petition and we started a parental rights in Maine thing, like how they did in Florida with DeSantis. They said this teacher and a couple of friends of mine had this teacher for their kids and didn't know she was doing this. She talked about how doctors make mistakes when they assign gender. And I don't think we've had phone lines on that show go off as much as they did because we had nothing for the 4-hour show. Because we opened that, we had a 4-hour show of just angry parents calling in. And a lot of friends of mine texted me because they didn't know that it was a teacher, kindergarten teacher, spouting the same bullshit that this whatever he, she, it thing is. So it's when people talk about, oh, they're going to do it. No, it's already here. My state is one of them. And they're still pushing this crap in this state here. Up in Podunk, Maine, we've got this crap poisoning the well. Riggs, all my teachers are in their 50s and the size of a dumpster. No hotties. Oh, Jesus. The attractive teacher I had was an art teacher. But yeah, I don't know about you guys in the chat, but it's like us in our mid to late 30s. Like I know every generation says it, but this stuff never came up in the classroom. And if it did, it was snuffed out. But I can't even recall stuff like this happening. Don't mind my mic; it just fell. But yeah, this stuff is more common than people think. And to me, in my circles, there's not enough people that are willing to speak out against it. Most people will text me and say, "I'm afraid, I don't want to lose my job," and this. And I have teacher friends that are not for this stuff. They will message me. I had a text 2 years ago at the start of all this pandemic crap. One of my friends, she texted me saying, she said, "Since when is the school board the newest branch of the government?" Because I'm sure you guys have seen the clips of all these meetings now. They've arrested or moved parents at these council things trying to call out the teachers. And again, it's the target. And then the most egregious thing last summer, I don't know if you guys remember it or not, the gay choir that made that song saying it's not a conspiracy, and the chorus was, "We'll convert your children." So arrogant they've become. They're blatantly coming out doing songs saying, "Hey, you're right. We're going to convert your kids." And remember when people like this thing, I'm glad she muted and it's still looping, they were rare, or guys who used to make jokes about, say, chicks with dicks, and now it's like you turn on the corner and there's they're all over the place. Contriver, I love that. The brown ninja. JR, that's great. I'm Detective John Kimball. I'm a cop, you idiot. Yeah, Lawrence, remember that video? Yeah, it was pretty bad. Even Bill Maher on his show months ago, he said there's been a generational 10% increase of the trans. If it was natural, it would occur everywhere, but it's only in these central spots.
Right. It's
Um,
socially constructed. They're right about
mhm.
that. It's
Yeah.
social constructionism, and these crazy bitches are fucking doing it. Something I heard you criticize this bitch very lightly, so I'm going to add some stuff that you missed. Speaking
Yep.
as a woman, okay.
Well, see, that's why I didn't do it, because I'm not a woman.
This crazy bitch has no business, for one, talking to her students about relationships, and for two,
Right.
trying to do it outside of class. That is disgusting. That is absolutely disgusting. That's grooming behavior.
Oh yeah. And again, you know how you know they're in denial because they tried to ban that word too. Just like they banned what is it? They say minor attracted persons now.
Right.
That's what they do. All this controlled language. And when
Yeah.
people, and I get tired of when people, especially the people on the far right, when they say, "Oh, 1984," I'm like, dude, that's already happening.
Yeah, that was in 1984. Hello, up was already down, and down was up. Like,
And also, if you know your history,
yeah,
for the nerds out there, George Orwell was a very loud and proud democratic socialist. 1984 was not a novel. That was his dream. People say he's rolling in his grave. I'm like, no, he's tap dancing. He was a democratic socialist. He would love this shit. All the censoring, the controlled language. It's why he wrote a novel about it. His extreme thoughts, pen to paper.
Yeah, when I was in school, I mean, I'm older than you by a few
I
years.
can tell.
So, yeah. Well, but no, like what you were saying, this shit wasn't in our school. And like, I remember all my classes, like half of my teachers were dudes. Like all the STEM stuff, the guys were teachers. Like we had home ec, we had, childhood development classes. Those were taught by women. Art was taught by science, men, math, men.
I was just gonna say my math
geography,
and science
men.
teachers.
Yeah. Even history and geography, my teachers were men.
Yep.
So
all these female history. Oh, so one of the schools that I work at, both floors, all the history teachers, they're all female. And what do you think's on the wall for posters? There's murals of Greta Thunberg in one of them. Frida.
Oh yeah, that
Bader
Frida.
Ginsburg.
Frida.
She's a commie.
Yeah.
She's a commie.
I never heard anything about any of these people in school. It was like basic shit.
Oh, and I also love it. There's Kamala Harris murals.
Oh, God.
There's AOC posters. Surprisingly, there's no. Oh, and a lot of these teachers' desks, they all say, "Ask me about my pronouns."
Oh my God.
And this is the rich private school.
Yeah.
People think private school. People are like homeschooling private school. I'm like, private school's already been corrupted too, pal.
Right. Well, yeah. I have a client who I've been cutting her daughter's hair since the youngest one was 4 years old.
How old is that picture?
A couple years old. That's from my salon. It's far away. No, I was gonna say
it looks very 90s.
No. 90s.
Or the hair.
No, that was like I had it. Oh, the bangs.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm glad you got rid of those. But see, as a man, I can tell you that because men are visual. See, this is good. See, other women in space like this, I've made those comments and they get butthurt.
Why?
But yeah, the schooling. I think I told you a couple nights ago. They have diversity posters at this school, but it's the Skittles logo, but it says diversity instead. Yeah. And can I just tell you, because like I do labor work at this school, right? How do you
Mhm.
think a lot of these woke white teachers look at me? They have that sympathetic pet look when they see me doing a labor job. It's almost as if, oh,
Really?
you should be. Oh, you
That white
trust me.
guilt shit. That white guilt shit.
And
Yeah.
it's like that. Then they hear me talk and how well I speak, and they're like, "Oh man, this fucker's smart. I can't play victim with him."
And they're surprised.
But also because I purposely wear my most obnoxious "I'm a vet" attire
yeah.
and my tattoos to like it's a dead giveaway. Like one of the guys, the first that I work with, the first day I had my Under Armour Freedom shirt on. I had my range cap on, and of course my tattoos and stuff. And he looks at me. He's like, you look pretty disciplined. He's like, you're a vet, aren't you? And I'm like, it's that obvious, right? He goes, well, just the way you walk. But I
Right.
purposely wear that stuff. Like I have a shirt that I always wear in public. It's from one of my favorite military YouTubers, Angry Cops. And he has a shirt and it's like a MAGA shirt, but it says "Make drill sergeants great again, bring back corrective training," because the Army got rid of that. You can't even smoke guys anymore or anything like that.
Really?
No. Oh yeah.
The anti-bullying stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Uh,
But it looks similar to a MAGA shirt. So people see it. All they see is the "make" and the stars and stripes, and they assume, and they give me a look, and then they read it, and they're like, "Oh, I'm sorry, brother. I'm sorry." And I was like, I did vote for him. Why do you care?
right.
But I think it's funny. I purposely wear. I also have a shirt. I have a "You Ain't Black" Joe Biden Twitter shirt. Oh yeah. It's funny. It's surprising because a lot of liberals I know, they actually think that shirt is funny.
hmm
Because they realize, wow, we voted for this douchebag.
Right.
But yeah, the way these teachers look at me. But then I was telling one of my buddies I was doing overtime with on yesterday at work, and I was like, dude, I'm like, Falmouth High School. Thanks, Lawrence. Appreciate it. I was like, dude, there are some attractive teachers, but like the strong, white, woke, independent woman, they have a certain like look to them. Like the aging like milk process has already started.
Yeah.
But some of them are very fit, but they definitely flirt with me. But I have to be careful, obviously. But it's funny. You'll get a kick out of this. So one of the girls that I was talking to went by her office, and she saw me one day, and I still had my stash, right?
Yeah.
She comes out of her office, and she literally, like, she didn't hide it, gave me the thick up and down, and she goes, "Oh, are you new with us this year?" Take my earbud out, because I acted like I didn't hear her.
right.
I took my earbud out, and I'm like, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. And she goes, "Oh, she's like, oh, I'm Ashley." We bonded over running. Like, I'm gonna be nice, whatever. Because a lot of them approach me. It's like, I can play nice. Because again, but underneath, I know there's always something.
Right.
Especially
Right.
the woke ones.
See, and that's so
I go
weird.
I go into her office the other day because she's usually getting ready to go run after work. She was stretching. I see this hairy leg stick out. I look around the corner, and it's her. And all I heard in my head was from the Greg Adams sound, but I heard, "Nope."
Right.
And then that.
You know what's weird though, because that seems like why are the woke chicks like men? Because men are very visual, right?
Yes.
I mean, they're visually stimulated, so you would think that in a man's, like, when a man compliments, it's usually a visual compliment, right? Like, but a woman doing that to a man to like hit on them is kind of weird.
I don't know, and like these women are usually the ones that complain, "Why am I not getting any attention?" Like, because you don't shave. Like, your femininity, like
Right.
it's. But it was so funny because again, I'm still a guy. John talked about this when he was on the other night about sometimes you still have those moments because again, it's your biology.
Yeah.
She's in her workout gear already, right? She was talking to me with her back turned. She bent over, even with the hairy leg. She had a really nice butt, and then And in my head, I was like having an internal monologue, and I'm like, no, Derek, she has hairy legs. But then it was also, Derek, that's a really nice ass. And I was like, having an inner battle.
The
And I'm just
cognitive
like,
dissonance there.
and I'm like, no. And then I vented to a coworker yesterday about it. I said, dude, what the fuck? And he's like, yeah, man. He's like, most guys would have probably pursued. He's like, I said, no, man, I will not let myself. I was like, because again, we can all, whether we all admit it or not, we as guys, like even if we've, like myself, John, others that completely have checked out, you still have those moments. I mean, but it's, again, thinking with this, not that. It's just like, but then I saw a picture on her desk and she's got a girlfriend. I was like, wouldn't matter anyway.
Oh, so she's a lesbian.
But her girlfriend looks more like a guy than her.
See, you know what? I've asked, because I know a couple lesbians, and I've asked, like every lesbian I've ever come across, I asked this question. I'm like, how are you going to be a lesbian and then date chicks that look like dudes? Like every time I see a lesbian couple, there's one that's super masculine and then a feminine, like the lipstick lesbian. I'm like, make that make sense. And they always come back with, oh, well, it's the person. It's the personality. I'm like, yeah, but
lies.
They act like a man. Why don't you just date a man? I don't get it.
And like here where I live in a very, as I count the days to my move, very liberal, but the feminists, they'll always say to me, oh my God, an actual man in Portland, Maine. I didn't know you guys existed. Because they will bitch about the feminine guys. I said, you're going against nature.
Right.
Like I was like, have you not figured it out yet? Even the ones who claim to be intellectuals, which again, I call bullshit on most of that too.
Right.
It's like the second she says, I'm strong and independent, fill in the blank. I'm like, check, please. When I date, I wouldn't. It would literally make me go soft.
Right.
That's why I laugh when you see all those TikToks. They're intimidated. I'm like, no, you're like Kevin Samuels would say, put your dick up.
Right. Man, like, he was so good about getting those confessions out of those crazy bitches. He was ninja at that.
It's why I enjoy killing my time at work at night, and I'm just listening to that shit while I work, and I'm just like, I'm in tears laughing.
Yeah.
It's just so fucking entertaining.
Did you see that one where that one younger chick called? I think she was like 21 or 22. She called from a Middle Eastern country, and her mom apparently, because I mean they're Islamic, very traditional. Her mom, what did she do? She didn't tell her dad about a potential marriage, that she got approached for marriage. She told the dude no, that she was going to go to college first.
Yes.
You remember that one where he was like, what the hell's going on in the Middle East? Like,
actually, that's one I caught on Friday night. One of the ones I was listening to. And then there was a bunch of girls in the States doing the same thing. Jamaican girls. There's a bunch of Jamaican girls that called in too. Same thing.
Yeah.
And he's like, why? And it's always, you're going old school, like, and he has a point. He's like, again, women cannot pick men for shit. That's why the dads were always vetting, or the men in your lives were vetting them. If you're married and that's just not happening, he goes, oh, are your parents married? Yeah. Is your dad helping? Yeah, well, no. And it's like, well, there's your answer.
Right.
The thing that gets me of all the delusional traits, and this is across the board for all the races of your species, is the cognitive dissonance of, as you get older and the more degrees and money you make, that your value goes up.
Yeah, feminists tend to think that.
Like,
why? You know why though? Because the feminists that trained them told them that, and they trust them.
Yeah, and it's the older women in their lives that tell them all these things. The old single women.
Right. Yeah.
Because again, it's I know a lot of girls where their mothers purposely sabotaged them because they were in competition.
Right.
And it's fucking sad.
Yeah.
But again, it's like, even though you see it every day, we tell them every day, we don't care about your job. We don't care about your degrees. We don't care.
Right.
We don't, because we don't think the same. A lot of women today think, or they try to get men to think like women are. We just don't do it. The only ones that do are the beta doormats.
Right. They create these men that they then despise for not being men, right?
Yep.
And
then
these men listen because of their biological urges and stuff. They listen to what women want, right? And then try to be that, and then these women that wanted that fucking hate them for it.
and that's why like I said, I have I have no sympathy for these girls that continuously pick Chads and Tyrones because they gave them the tingles and they think, again, they like projects. They think they can change them. Nope.
Right.
That's why when I had my phases, like I was always upfront and honest, and I'll even the most like leftist chick, and I will say this, for all their ridiculous views, they were great sexual partners because they got to put all that crazy retardedness somewhere. Like I was hooking up with a chick when I first got back home from deployment. Super, you'll get a kick out of this. There's more of a backstory. So I was like, I'll get back on Tinder. I'll just take a gander, see what trends have changed since I've been away from the States for a year. This is during the summer of love. I shit you not. Only time in my 10 years on Tinder did I ever get constantly super liked. And I mean, I had a good profile. I used my modeling pictures from my modeling days. I used professional photos, had the typical gym one in there, whatever, had one in uniform. That whole summer, I was getting super liked by woke, white, liberal women with BLM all over their profile.
Huh. Wait,
And
what's super liked?
There was like a star on Tinder, like it could, if you super liked someone, you could chat with them before you officially matched with them. Some shit like that. You get like 5 super likes in a cycle. I don't know, but it was like this blue star in the middle and you hit it and it would say so-and-so super liked you. So all these girls, I called them all out and it turned them on that I'd be like, you super like me because I'm black? And they would just be,
oh
yeah, because they all had their profiles were all of that. So they saw me.
So yeah. You were their virtue signal.
I called them on it.
They're tithing that they're paying for their BLM cult.
And I even put it in my bio. I said, by the way, ladies, I'm like, if you're trying to prove how not racist you are by super liking me, I'm like, I'm on to you.
Right.
Because
That's
of where I
weird.
live. Oh, that shit's funny to me. Sad, but funny.
That's weird though.
Like their whole profile is like every major narrative talking point. It's like, okay, so you don't have a personality. Got it. I'm just gonna bang you a couple times and send you home. Is what it was. But the one girl that I hooked up with that whole summer, she had a giant Frida chest tattoo.
Wait, what?
And that's how I learned she was a communist, because she told on herself.
That is one ugly bitch.
And it's funny, this girl was a divorcee too, and she told on herself. We were walking home one night back to my place, and she says to me, like out of the blue, because I asked her how long, she was married, and they were together 10 years, married 5 or 6, whatever. And I looked at this guy, typical, like you'd look at him being like, how is he with her?
Right.
But then like we're walking, and she just told herself we're walking, and she goes, what if I miss him? No, what if I miss it? Not it, him, like the luxury she had of the marriage. What if she misses it, not him? And I'm like, I'm done. Because I didn't know, and then I found out she was divorced like months ago.
Rebound.
But this was also the girl I referenced in my crazy cat video. She was the girl that had this cat was a rescue cat, deaf and blind. She treated it like a child, had an Instagram for it, and she talked to this cat. She talked as the cat back at herself from both through both Instagrams.
That is so fucking weird. I think Billy sent me a video one time of this chick that got caught on an airplane breastfeeding a cat.
Meow, 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 meow.
Like, what the fuck? These crazy bitches. See, we need to round them up. Going back to the video that we opened this with, we need internment camps for these crazy bitches.
Yeah, like how they wanted internment camps for us free thinkers.
Yes. Well, they're right. Their target is just off. See, they talk about no. They talk about all the things that they need. So when they're like, oh, these people should be, that means that they subconsciously know that that's what will help them. So we should take their advice.
Who's gonna round them up?
Me. I'll round them up. I'm in the process of. I'm tagging them as we speak. So when the time's right, we can just scoop them up real quick.
Yeah, Pliskin's like, don't stick your dick in crazy. He was like, yeah, that's why I didn't commit to her. Like after that, it's like it was the cat stuff. Like I was already out the door, but then a friend of mine sent me the social media of the cat and stuff, and I'm just like, okay. But it was
Right.
funny because like the first date, and she was one of those girls we hooked up the first date. She was one of those. I don't normally do this, and again, if she does that, I'm like, okay, like I get it.
Just like when somebody's like, I don't mean to be disrespectful, but
Mm-hmm.
and then
She got-
continue.
yeah, or no offense, but it's
Yeah.
funny. Like we're literally laying there, sweaty and naked, and she just looks at me and she goes, "Oh, she had a lot of trauma too." She was like, "We're in the middle of it." She goes, "Am I safe with you? I feel so safe with you. Am I safe?"
Oh my, oh my god.
And so after that, we're laying there because she was small, so she could fit on the day bed. But we're laughing like, and we actually had good conversation. It was funny. 90% of the conversation was her telling on herself, and I'm just
Right.
taking it in.
Right.
And she looks at me and she goes, "So it doesn't bother you that I have a BLM patch on my jean jacket and I go to rallies?" I looked at her. I said, "I'm fucking you. I'm not go. I don't support you."
Right.
I'm like, I'm not. I said, "You're a good sexual partner." I said, "I'm not," because she thought it was funny because I started putting my Biden shirt picture on my profile to weed people out.
Yeah.
But it was always the femmes would be like, "I don't get it. Do you like him or not?" And then I have to show them the clip. And it was the first time they saw him saying the "you ain't black" thing. They had no idea. That's by design because they,
No
you know,
way.
I love that. Yeah, I'm confused. Do you like Joe Biden or not? And that's when you're just like, yeah, my dick will shut that sound up. I
That's
just,
true.
but I guess I was always honest with them when I was doing that, but it was just so funny. And then when I would meet and it's funny that I would meet the conservative chicks, they played the most games.
Yeah. Yeah.
Or the ones that were, you know who Michael Knowles is, right? He's one of the guys on show.
Yeah.
He said, he said,
here.
he said the only people who date traditionally now are Christians. I believe him. I believe him now.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because like how many these girls would be like 9s or 10s. Are you a Christian? No. I'm sorry. I only date Christians. I'm like, good luck with that. Bye.
Yeah. Yeah. No, Michael Knowles actually was here this past year at Texas A&M University talking about a whole bunch of shit. Speaking of this RJ Regan, he's been triggering some crazy bitches, some crazy bitch politician type chicks that he knows. And so he's got one kind of on the hook that is trying to send him pictures of the crazy bitches with, you know, the tattoos like this. You know.
Oh, yep.
She's criticizing this feminist. And she's like, "Oh yeah, somebody sent this to me. Is this you know, good for your crazy bitch boot camp idea? Yeah, Halloween costume. Okay, Chucky. She looks like a trashy, angry elf." And his response is, "They're easy to spot. It's the conservative Christian women who don't see it in themselves that guys need to worry about. They are just skinnier and more attractive than the obvious ones."
Yeah, I mean, Christian feminists are pretty fucking bad.
Yeah,
and how they literally will warp scripture to fit their narrative.
Oh yeah. She's like, "That's a ridiculous thing to say to me." He's like, "Are you triggered yet?" He's pissing off so many people. Oh no,
Pope's comment, they did the study on it, and I mentioned it in one of my older videos, and this is just what's reported as far as the whole Democrats mentally ill. 41% of liberal women have identified or said that they have mental illness. That's what's reported. Those are the ones that willingly admitted that. It's much higher. I guarantee you it's much higher.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, the Christians. I know a bastard factory that wears a grill in her mouth.
Oh, the one from earlier.
To rap music. Yeah.
The one from the South. They're making fun of your mama, Jethro.
Yeah. Yeah. Well,
I have a love-hate for the South. I'm not gonna lie, I have a
she-
love-hate for the South.
She claims she doesn't have any bastards because they have their heavenly Father.
I knew what she was all about when I saw her backdrop banner picture. I was like, of course you're one of those. These are the types of chicks that gave Trump supporters a bad name.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, MGTOW Outlaw, we don't claim her. Yeah, because he's the one I was making fun of earlier when he said, yeah, we don't claim
Right.
her. He said I could take her. I said, us New Englanders will spit her out.
Yeah.
Kick her into the Atlantic.
Right.
Alice McGrills, JR.
She's gonna add this one to her list. She got pretty upset when I had Liz on here.
if you see me, hey,
Yeah.
you know what this is? I got all my teeth up here in New England. Oh yeah. I'll say it. Yeah, like just from other jobs, like my dad's from the South, but South black man versus a Southern white chick. I mean, you pick which one you'd rather have. Again, like there are good things about the South, but again, I know mine's only anecdotal. I poke fun of the South in good fun. I know they're all not inbred, the Clampets down there. I know that.
Yeah.
I know that, but it's still fun to make fun of the South.
Yeah.
The South will rise again. He's gonna play the banjo.
She hangs out with a group of dudes that are claimed to be,
Shocking.
I guess, SYSBM. So they pedestalize her as this white woman savior.
Oh God,
And
that
they
sounds a little racist.
Well, right? And they hate all black women. So they only date white chicks and
See,
right?
that's that different dynamic again. Like when I call
Yeah.
it the community, I don't hate them. I call it because I care, because I want them to be better.
Yeah.
Not for
But-
me, because they can stay away the hell from me. But
But they find the most trashiest white woman to be their poster girl.
that's how the South works.
It's
Outlaw's
it's
gonna
weird.
strangle me.
It's just fucking weird. It's weird.
Yeah, ghost cog. That's why I stopped going to church.
Yeah.
Yeah, my parents, everyone in my sister, my mom and dad are all still have a bit of faith. I have none, and my mom will still every now and then. She's like, "No son of mine doesn't believe," and I'm like, "Mom, when's the last time you went to church?" Oh, that's right.
Right.
Crickets.
Right.
And she'll look at me all like 4'9" of her, and she'll be like, she does this. She's like, "Boy," she's like. And I'm like, "Listen, Grandma," and she's like, "What?" Like I've got to that point in my relationship with my parents.
Yeah.
I can take shots at them with my comedy too.
Yeah.
My dad's still kind of like, or with what I do with my mom, I do the "I'm not touching you" thing. You know how there's certain people in your life how you revert back to old versions of yourself? I go back to annoying punk kid Derek with my folks sometimes. Like,
Yeah.
and my dad will be like, "Don't you have people to see when you're up here?" I said, "Dad, everybody else moved. I'm moving in the spring. None of my friends are here. You're stuck with me while I visit." But my mom will be reading or she's crocheting, and I'm like, Linda. And I'm like, "I'm not touching you. I'm not touching you." And she's like, "Do you want to get smacked?" I'm like, "You won't." I'm like, "Do it."
I think it's a son thing. Sons like to fuck with their parents for sure.
And my dad, it's just like the ear flicks. I'll like walk by and do like a drive-by smacking or something. But again, when he's like, "You do know if I touch you, you're dead." I'm like, "You have to catch me first." And he's got bad wheels and everything. I'm like, "You gotta catch me first."
Right.
And then it's worse when my sister is back. Oh my God. Atheist or agnostic? I'm really neither. I haven't really labeled myself as either atheist or agnostic. I think I'll say this, like, I believe in ghosts, but that's as far as it goes for me. But I don't think, I mean, is there a heaven and hell? I guess we're all going to find out one fucking day.
Right.
But I mean, to the purists out there who are like, "Oh, you don't do X, Y, Z, you're going down or going up." And I was like, well, planet Earth is hell as far as I'm concerned.
Right. Yeah, I've been kind of looking at the Bible because I've always been an atheist. I'm like, this shit. there's no way this really happened, you know. But kind of looking at it as a whole and seeing, okay, if you don't live your life by these basic principles, you could
Right.
end up going to hell, or you could end up living in hell. Make your life hell, which sounds a lot like what a lot of people today are doing. That's why it's hell on earth for everybody. I'm kind of a fan of the Bible, especially Revelations.
I will say, you know what I do like, even though it is fiction, I love Dante's Inferno. I love the whole Dante's trilogy, but I love how smug he is when he's walking through hell and he meets all these people, and because he meets all these other famous writers and stuff. But I love the setup, and for me, it's not even. I think it's the one of the pre stages of the levels of hell. It's when it's the people who didn't have any designated faith. They didn't really live wrongly or badly, and their punishment, their damnation was they were chasing this white flag while they're getting stung by wasp. And I was phobic of bees and wasps for years. So I said, if that happened to me, if this is real, I'm like, that is the perfect torture for me for eternity, for my soul.
For
And
bees?
Bees, wasps, my dad used to make fun of me. He would
Yeah.
kill them and throw them at me and be like, you're twice their size. He would literally kill them and throw them at me.
Yeah.
Again, DHS now would be like, you're going straight to jail.
Right.
But yeah, and my sister would be like, if you want to see Derek act like a little bitch, just do buzzing sounds. Like I was a kid, they'd buzz and I'd go like this, and I'd be like, because I got stung and traumatized, and but now I gotten over it. But now I go back, my girl, right? He can't see without his glasses, like how he dies. Yeah,
Right.
that happened to me.
Oh.
Except I didn't die because I wasn't allergic.
Right.
Yet those damn ground nests.
Okay. So you were traumatized by them.
Yeah.
Okay. It's not a irrational fear.
No,
you lived it.
But what got me through it, so things that I was fearful of, I would watch stuff. So I to this day I still do. I watch all these countless documentaries on every species of wasps, all that stuff. Also because I'm a nerd. But I remembered it came in handy one time, and the timing couldn't have been better. This was during the murder hornets bullshit.
Right?
I had just watched, I shit you not, I just watched I had watched 3 documentaries. And I had just started on the CDC mission, right? And it was and again, this is my media background and knowing the tricks of the trade.
Right.
It was getting warm, right? It was about to be June. It was getting warm. People were going back outside.
Right.
Powers that be were like, no, we can't have them waking up to this. So at 1500, what do? They ran the murder hornets story.
I was gonna say, I remember during that time, it was like the stories were, okay, coronavirus, women really affected because all these dudes are dying, and then black people, is there racism, and then it was something else, and then murder hornets popped up. I was like, what the fuck?
And I was
weird.
So all the info from 3 documentaries is in my mind. So on Facebook, I was calling out everyone, and I said, you motherfuckers, this is bullshit. And I'm like, I just extensively did homework on all of them. This is a tactically planned thing, because I got texts from people saying, I'm not going outside. They got murder hornets. I'm like, they're called the giant Asian hornet. They're not called murder hornets. And I said they decapitate bees. Yes, they're bad for the ecosystem.
Right.
But I said, how do you think they got here?
Right.
On a freighter? And also, if you do more digging, in 2004, they purposely released them in the UK. Purposely. And not for some science or thing. They just did it to do it.
Yeah.
And when they're asked about it to this day, they dance around answering it.
Right.
It just... Yeah, but I just remember laughing so hard, and I said, because there's an app for species, or not invasive, but rare species. There's an app because you can call pest control, because they had one nest that made it in Washington, and they eradicated it. And that's Washington State, not DC. So on the other, so out west. But there's an app. but there had been like recordings and sightings of like small colonies like since 1996. And of course, Facebook told me it was misinformation when I was posting this stuff. Of course they did. That also proves my point about this, how it was planned. Controlling the masses to stay in line because they were waking up and going outside and not wearing masks. And they're like, murder hornets. Everyone stopped going outside and they canceled events. It was stupid.
I don't know. You seem to think it's planned. When I look at all these idiots that are doing all the things all over, I see a bunch of people.
It's my time in politics and being working behind the scenes.
Yeah.
And being behind the scenes. Well, no, they react, but the people in control know the idiots are going to react in their favor to do what they want.
But who's in control?
George Soros.
No, I don't. George Soros is just another rich dude where these crazy bitches can extract resources and money from.
Yes, but he backed, and even further, like BLM and the LGBTQ. Do you know who started them? The Chinese consulate.
I don't know. I have a hard time thinking that this is just going.
Are you familiar with the World Economic Forum? It goes back to them, to the WEF, Klaus Schwab, the whole 2030, you'll own nothing and be happy about it. That's their plan.
Yeah, but who's allowing them to execute said plan?
Do you know how many leaders and politicians are from his young leaders group, including Joe Biden? No. Justin Trudeau, Jacinda Ardern, they're all tied to that. And they've publicly, this is all public information. It's not conspiracy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but wouldn't now, if you were a strategist and you wanted to control the world,
they also simulated this in 2017. They simulated COVID in 2017 to see how it would in fact impact the global economy.
Where? How?
No, they did it. It was a program. They simulated it on like a program. The World Bank and the World Economic Forum did that together. This is public knowledge. They say that they're not hiding it.
Right.
But people are so consumed by all their meaningless bullshit, they don't care. Like the people that say how many people did you run into the past 2.5 years that said, it doesn't affect me. It doesn't affect me.
Oh, yeah.
I don't care.
Every time I talk about feminism, that's usually what I get from the majority of the men that I find online.
Yep.
I'm like, really?
Oh, yeah. Heads in the sand, really. But it's, like I said, these people are not saying it. They're not, like I said, I call it saying the quiet parts out loud.
Right.
And that's why you had all these things for years, the last couple of years with the things saying disinformation, misinformation. Those terms didn't even exist until people started waking up. None of that stuff did. Like it, and it's never going away. And then you even had, I call him Zuck the Cuck there from Facebook. When he's like, well, the feds told us there was Russian disinformation. I was like, and you believed them?
Right.
That's the thing. Like people who think the FBI are good guys, I'm like, you are asleep, pal. They have been working against like Operation Paperclip after World War II. All the Nazi scientists we brought into the country just so the Russians wouldn't get them. They did a TV show on it, for crying out loud. Like, so
what do you think of Putin?
Controlled opposition. I mean, he's a scumbag, but I mean, do I think he's going to nuke us? Why would he? We're already we're already screwed.
I know.
That's like when people say, "Oh, well, China this, China that." I'm like, China knew up until now, at least their Navy forces have surpassed us. China knew they could never win a hot war, so they infiltrated us culturally for decades. And look at the Bidens. They call him Beijing Biden for a reason. He was compromised a long time ago with them. That's why he refuses to condemn the genocide there. And he called it a cultural norm. I don't know if you remember that when he said that at one of the town halls, because a woman asked him about it. He's like, well, Xi Jinping, he gets it. It's a cultural norm. He called genocide a cultural norm. Now, what if Trump had said that?
Well, abortion seems to be a cultural norm for the West.
Yeah, especially in the Black community. Over 19 million aborted Black babies since it all started.
That's
38% of abortions are led by Black women. Some other places it's 50%.
That's a lot for being such a small percent of the population in America.
Hey, yeah, and who leads in crime and violent crime? 13%. Black people. I was joking for the last 2 years. I told my friends I could go commit crime and they'll let me go because of how I look.
That's true.
Up to $999 in some places, and then it's a felony at $1,000.
That's so fucking stupid.
It's all by design. Like this shit. Like that's again. Like a lot of places, like how again they're purposely devaluing the dollar.
Yeah.
They want that digital currency. That one. I don't know how that one centralized bank notion doesn't make people's skin crawl. Because they're already doing it in other countries like Australia. They removed something around 90% of their ATMs, and they had like security checks on their new debit cards, like digital currency. So, and they did it in Canada with the truckers. Like, if you do something they don't like, they'll freeze your money.
Right. I thought that was pretty fucked up.
Well, they're trying to do it here. So, I go to places now. I always carry cash. I paid with cash the other day, and people look at me like I have 6 heads.
Really?
Like this one woman at Whole Foods, she was like almost disgusted that I handed her 220s. And I wish I could have recorded it because this young girl, it was hurting her head to actually try to count and do the actual change for the money I gave her.
No.
Yeah.
See, shit like that leads me to believe they're not doing it to control. They're doing it because the workforce is too fucking stupid. Like, okay, I just went to Florida, right? A couple weeks ago. There was a machine that you go to get your boarding pass and your baggage sticker, right? It goes through this thing. It's like, is it a heavy bag, whatever. And then you still get in line and then you still give it to a person. So that person doesn't have to do all the other stuff. But the guy in front of me was bitching. He's like, why do we have to go all the way over there and get this thing when there's somebody here and I don't get it? I was like, I think they're just probably going to phase these fuckers out. Like, and just go to just the machines. And sure as shit, when he got up there, he asked the dude that was up there, he's like, oh yeah, well, we're not going to be here for very much longer. They're just they're in the process of phasing us out.
I hate it. Yeah, like look at Walmart, all the self-checkouts.
Yeah.
And only one of them is always open.
Right.
But I hate it. Like, I'm going to fight that till my last breath. I'm like, nope, paper currency, like this digital, I do not trust this digital. And if it does happen here, all my money's going to be under my fucking mattress. I am not doing this centralized bank bullshit. Not happening. Yeah. Nope.
Yeah.
Nope. Oh, made a tweet we don't like? You don't get paid this week. Fuck you.
Right.
I refuse. But again, other places are already doing it. And like I said earlier, I mean, same thing with social media. The UK, that guy got arrested. The cops came. It was a viral video because he made a post a girl didn't like on his Facebook. A girl didn't like. Exactly. You know, I meant to say this earlier. Another trope that drives me nuts. Mm-hmm. When it's always, I just think that, I think, the I thinks and I feels. Mm-hmm. But you know what I say to that? The times when I still have to deal with that in person, I say the real world in reality doesn't give a fuck about how you feel. Mm. That usually shuts them up. And then they want to do me. And I'm like, sorry, retired. Well, Hermit, I don't know if Hermit's still here, but Hermit asked me a couple weeks ago. He's like, if I was still sexually active. I said, dude, I have an active imagination. I still have a high drive, high T levels. I said, it's pretty bad when after the gym. I'm like, I have. And an active imagination because I refuse to use porn. I'm like, nope. Nope.
Yeah, but that's brain destroying.
And I said to him, I said, my vetting process is so strenuous now. It's like, it's just not even worth the trouble. It's like, to me, it's a risk and it's a liability to even lay with a woman now. And then my friends are like, but you're so young. I'm like, they're like, it doesn't bother you? And I'm like, no.
Right.
And people have tried to call me an incel now because of that. And I was like, why don't you worry about the 18 to 23-year-olds who aren't having any at all?
Yeah.
Worry about them.
My son has a hard time even being around chicks his age, even up until like 25. He's like,
because all those single moms are still hitting on him.
Right. Well, he does get hit on by a lot of chicks, but the kind of chicks that like he's visually into, he'll start talking to for a second, and then he just kind of is like, eh.
Like, yeah, that's the thing. Like, I can't. It's just to the point. And back to my mom. saying like how about no dumb chicks. Like there's just not a lot going. There's not a lot of brain function going on up there in the modern woman. There just isn't. Excuse me.
I think they're just so consumed with I don't know. Maybe it's media. Maybe it's
Oh, it totally is.
It's something weird. Like they want to be a princess. They want to be a star. They want to act. They want to.
And a lot of the. Yep. And if you treat her, yes, if you treat her like a celebrity, she'll treat you like a fan.
Right.
Yep. Not proud of it. I had those moments growing up a few times. Yes, and JR, no fat chicks. Goddamn right, no fat chicks.
So are you saying you contributed to the problem?
I mean, I wasn't fully absolved of my stuff. I mean, I had some rough moments in my youth until my dad got a hold of me again and was like, yeah.
Right.
But yeah, it's like now it's like even the times I interact with a woman, even if she's attractive, it's just like you can be the whole he's a 10 or she's a 10, but it's like, yeah, she's a 10, but it's just like there's so many things. Like one thing I can't stand, a filthy girl. Like if her home, I've seen TikToks of girls bragging about how messy their homes are, and I'm like, that's so gross. I did a video on I used the cutaway. My cutaway clip was Ross when he dated that gross chick, and the black goon who's making out with her on Friends. I was like, yeah, I've been there. I have been there. A woman could be a 10, but if she is messy, that's again.
Oh, I remember that. She had the hamster thing. I saw a clip of that.
Yeah.
She had the hamster in the bag, and then he hid it, and
yeah. David Schwimmer's comedic timing, and that like he's like, oh.
God. My dad used to love that show.
But that show's
kid.
Like a lot of those shows don't age well, and not for the woke reasons. Just like they're like even like I it's a test of wills. Like if you can add it to my torture list, if I couldn't waterboard or torture someone a traditional way, I'd make them watch any of these rom-coms, any of that crap, because like you can't once you've been aware of stuff, like you can't unsee. Like you watch that stuff going like, wow, this is all just lies.
Right.
And yet the chicks and the simps all believe in this crap, the hope strategy. Like most of us don't get a happy ending like that. Like when I hear someone go, or like again, when someone's on a dating app looking for the one, my partner, my special someone, I'm like, no, go read a fairy tale if you want that.
Right.
It's really hard to it's painful to sit there. Like I had a lot of favorite rom-coms growing up, and I try to sit back and watch them now, and I'm just like, this is fucking garbage. Like Matt McConaughey, remember he talked about it recently. Matt McConaughey did a lot of those before he got really big. He did a lot of stupid rom-coms, like that movie How to Lose a Guy in 10 Days. Oh God, that's a terrible movie. Funny.
I've never seen it.
It's funny because it nails female nature.
Harley, PETA would be very disappointed in you. That's awful.
Was it Alvin that you stepped on? Okay.
I'm calling PETA. I
think of PETA and I just think of the South Park episode. Every time I hear PETA, I think of that. I think it was a Kanye episode.
Well, what do you think? What do you think we should be doing to make the biggest impact to shut the crazy bitches up and get them fired from positions that they have no business being in?
Well, if you can legally record, expose at the workplace, blunt force trauma with the truth and the spoken word. Words do matter.
Yeah.
Not the bullshit ones these psychopaths are making up to make themselves feel better. Real spoken truths. Words these people have never heard before. Like accountability.
Right. They're contagious. It seems like they're contagious.
Oh no, because they're
allergic. No, we need the truth to be contagious, and it's not as contagious as the lies. I'm noticing.
MGTOW Outlaw. Ross and Rachel were on a break. Yes, they broke up. That whole fucking debate when he cheated, they broke up. They broke up. We were on a break. But no, we had blunt force trauma through the truth, because at least in my experience, that's that gets to people. And it's also the only way I know how to operate.
Right.
I don't do the PC stuff. I don't care about your feelings. I care about the
Right.
truth. And that
Yeah.
reminds me, the whole when these idiots say my truth or your truth. No, there is the truth. The people who believe that other crap are delusional. There's
Truth
no your
is
truth.
subjective, though.
No,
Yeah, I know.
music
I
is
know.
subjective.
Art is subjective. Yeah. Well, I've been told I need to figure out a way, and I'm going to have a conversation on Thursday with Carnell Smith. He's a dude that's been. I'll pull up his thing. He's been in the spaces doing a lot of the stuff for a long time. He was actually on Dr. Phil, apparently.
Oh yeah, I know him. I actually saw a bunch of his TikToks the other day too that someone shared of him saying some funny shit.
Oh yeah, is he on
Yeah.
TikTok?
No, like someone used a clip from him and put it on their TikTok.
Oh, cool.
And he was like, "Ladies, you're not." It was somebody's like, "You. This is something you need to hear." And he was specifically addressing Black women.
Yeah.
The community.
Yeah. No, he's so damn funny. He's so damn funny. But he was trying to let me know how he attempts to win the hearts and minds of these crazy bitches, or how he does his judo to get, touch on things without triggering too many people.
Win the hearts and minds. That's what we said for 20 years in fucking Afghanistan. Win the hearts and minds. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, that worked out well.
Right. Yeah. No, I'm blunt force trauma type of person myself.
Yep. I just don't know. Like, I don't. Like, that was another reason what started me getting my foot out the door in the Army was like when they first started doing, you can't smoke soldiers anymore. You can't raise your voice. You can't reprimand or do corrective training. And I'm just like, well, then, like I told my commander then, I'd only been in for 6 years at that point. I was like, the Army didn't issue me feelings 6 years ago. I can't just turn them on now. I train, and I'm like, I train and discipline the way I do.
Right.
And then I did the douchebag thing, what you do when you're trying to really make a point, the dick measuring contest, ripped my rank off, and I was like, well, sir, we can take rank off and go outside and talk about this.
See?
But, yeah, that my feelings, I don't care.
Yeah, I know.
That's why some of my friends ask me if I'm dead. I'm like, no, I just don't care about other people's feelings.
Right.
Aren't you worried? Or like the people that try to people I know that sign language me about my channel. Aren't you worried? I don't even let them finish. I said, no, I'm not fucking worried.
Right. No. See, and that's what I don't get. I think a lot of people like have a certain level of fear, stuff they fear. Like you've already expressed your fear of bees, right?
Yeah,
and that's probably it.
Like, and thanks to my dad for literally throwing dead bees and wasps at me as a kid to realize that I'm bigger than them to help me through it.
But
he would literally laugh. And mind you, my mom is allergic, and he's just like, he punched a hive that was under one of our in our windowsill garden flower, but it was growing under there. He literally like punched it.
Yeah.
One punched it, and then he grabs it and he takes pieces and fucking throws it at me.
Right. That's funny.
And my mom is just like, because she can't move because she's allergic, and she's just like, and my sister is freaking tee-heeing. Well, karma got her once a summer later, because we used to go to the local rec program, like the playground had the local swimming pool. Well, when it's really hot in the summer, the bees and wasps are hanging around the hot and sticky trash can, right? My sister spits her gum out, and again, she's black, she has big lips. Damn wasp stung her bottom lip. That thing fucking ballooned up.
Oh, man.
And I was like, hey, Lynn, what's that? Oh, can't speak? I was doing like this to her. Yes, we had a very playful rivalry that the morons would call toxic these days between siblings.
Right. That's
'Cause
normal though, right?
People would. It's funny, like when girls were doing their vetting or their job interviews, what I call them. It's really a job interview when they're grilling you about all this stuff, and they'd ask me, "Oh, how's your relationship with your sister?" And I would be like, I said, it sucked growing up. We were fighting, but it's great now. I said, now we just know our parents and we're together under the same roof.
Right.
And they'd be like, ugh. It's so funny. I always call bullshit. Like a lot of it was equal. The woke feminists and the Christian femmes would always grill about they pretend that family was a big deal to them.
Right.
Or my best friend and I, we both love American Psycho, the book and the movie. But
That's a great movie.
I still think the book is better because in the book he's actually killing people. It's not in his head like it is in the movie.
Really?
Yeah, he's actually Bateman's he's slicing and dicing people. But the scene in particular with the business cards and when he goes, impressive. Let's see Paul Allen's card. So my best friend and I would do this for vetting. We'd always go, impressive. Now let's see her relationship with the father. And right away, if her father's not in her life, or she would have angst or anger or negativity towards her father, I'd be like, it won't work.
Yeah. Right.
It won't work.
Right. Yeah, daddy issues and mommy issues is what our country is suffering from.
Mm-hmm.
Mommy's not doing their damn jobs right, and mommy's getting the daddies out of the lives of the children.
Even though I don't care for him that much these days, but did you see Rollo Tomasi's music video called Thought Mommies?
I did. Yes.
And sadly, I'm sitting there going, because I dated a lot of single moms, and I was like, you know what? This is funny because it's fucking true.
Right.
Pawns. Like, I'll take it to my grave. Of all the things I could ever react to or commentate on my channel or talk about in spaces like this stream, I'll take it to my grave. And yes, a lot of it's slightly biased because I dated a lot of them in my youth.
Mm-hmm.
Single mothers are the most selfish and most narcissistic of the whole woman bunch.
Yes.
The whole bunch.
I've seen that.
I love when they would say in their bios, oh, my kid's number one. I'm like, no, they're not. Otherwise you wouldn't be trying to date. Well, you should be raising your kid.
Right. Yeah.
Yep. It's like I said, if you keep yourself fit and then by the time your kid moves out, well, these days, if they move out,
Right.
And you haven't completely aged like milk, then get back out there.
Yeah.
Or, like I said, my other best friend met his wife, who was also a single parent, like him. It worked because they bonded over that.
Right.
And also they both have the same political beliefs, which helped them a lot too. They're both conservative, so it was like, and it's funny, he met her on a Christian dating app, and he was on there as a joke because he's like, I'm just going to see what's on there. And he met her on a Christian dating app. And I was like, Dan. I was like, and this is my other best friend from Venezuela. I was like, dude, you're not even practicing. Like, and he's like, oh, she's not either. I'm like, okay. And I like her because she's part of the 2% that watches my channel, because like he'll send me pictures. He's like, Jackie's watching your stuff, laughing her ass off, because his wife is a lot like you, and then she'll call it out. But it's funny, she works in one of the biggest thought professions. She works in retail, so she's on the front lines, like witnessing it,
Yes.
dealing with it every day.
Yes.
And of course, it's a clothing store, which makes it even funnier.
Oh, God. Yeah. Contriver's backstage. What are you doing, Contriver? Hold up. Private chat. Yeah, you want to talk to Contriver?
Yep.
Contriver.
What's up, my nigga?
You know, I'm not even shocked by that.
Real nigga recognizes other real nigga.
The
we are all part of mulatto supremacy anyways.
You're the only difference is you're the sand kind.
Right. Right.
Yeah. The one with the dot, not the feather, by the way.
Yeah.
No, he Contriver has this bit. I don't know where you got it from, Contriver. It's like, what is it, like the old or the weak men create good times? It's
Oh
kind of
yeah.
a rip on that. It's so damn funny.
Oh, it is actually an Aristotle who used to be a Greek philosopher. I'm sure my brother knows here about him.
Mhm.
He used to say something like masculine republics give way to feminine democracies, and feminine democracies give way to tyranny. And
Yep.
this he enunciated back in the day 2000 years ago. So I mean that it has to be percolated at least in the Western Hemisphere. So people made, shall we say, an AAVE version of it as well, and it goes like this: real shit create real niggas. Real niggas be straight chilling. Straight chilling create bitch niggas. Bitch niggas start some real shit.
The fucking accent, though. Oh man.
Well, I try, okay? I'm not
Yeah.
a rapper, but I try. I
Well,
mean, we used to think that gangsters are represented all across the world by Snoop Dogg.
Mm. Yeah, he's a
Well, he
fake.
used to say, I'm representing gangsters from across the world, still. Hitting the corners in the Lilas, girl, still. So, actually, we took it at face value. So we started listening to Rakim, Tupac, Biggie, East Coast versus West Coast. I mean, we were all into this.
Tupac was pretty based. I mean, there's clips of him that have been recirculating on Red Pill compilation TikToks of him from the early 90s about his experiences with women.
oh yeah.
And he pretty much comes out and says, he's like, yeah, he's like, nope. He's like, don't. If anything, he'd said something about, he's like, fuck him, but don't marry him. Or he was talking about girls in his neighborhood too. And he's like, yeah, nope. He's like, I got burned. He goes, when I was nice, I got walked on. He's like, then I started treating him like shit. And then look at Jada. He's dead and she's still in love with him. That one will just forever get me. Like, Will Smith's daughter wrote letters to a man she never met, asking him to come back, and they'd be happy if he did.
So fucking weird. That's weird.
That is, I mean, his son actually wears skirts.
Yeah, that too.
Jaden, I'm talking about him.
Oh yeah, I've seen it.
And
Yep.
I mean, on her so-called Red Table Talk, she has never been an A-grade actress like,
No.
shall we say, who was the Bond girl who was in the John Wick 3 Parabellum as well?
Oh, Holly Berry.
Halle Berry.
Yeah.
So I mean, she was.
Which, by the way,
A-grade actress.
she pays 16 grand child support to her ex-husband, and she bitches about it.
Oh yeah,
She makes more than him.
Oh yes,
Yeah.
and dear men, we owe you nothing, or something of that sort.
Remember that a
Now-
couple years ago, she cried on Twitter, "It's not fair," and everyone's like, "Well, this is the equality you guys fought for." She's like, they were like, "You make way more than he does." I mean, he was no slouch either, but yeah, she pays 16K per child or something like that.
And then
A
she
month?
was licking her.
That's crazy.
Yes,
She can afford it. Have you seen her net worth? She can do it. She'll be fine.
she's a multimillionaire. Come on.
Yeah.
I don't know.
mean,
I just can't imagine it costs that much to raise a
Look,
child.
the people who actually build their net worth from the grassroots level, they actually feel bad about losing whatever little or large amount they have accumulated over a period of time, be it a man or a woman, because she built that. Now the wife of Jeff Bezos or Bill Gates, they don't care about it because it was never built by them in the first place.
Yep,
Oh, yes.
that's true. Yep, I know that song. It's all I hear every time
mean-
I see her.
Whenever I see Jada and her shaved head and all that,
Bald-headed hoe.
I mean, she on Twitter, by the way, if
Yeah.
you go ahead and look at her timeline, she was a cheerleader for RuPaul and the Drag Race.
Yep.
So she is
What?
very much into that. Yes. And she was saying, "Yay, you won the award for Woman of the Year or something. People's Choice Award
Oh,
or
here
something."
the election day propaganda. God, is it the 9th yet?
No, it was from an award function, I think.
Hmm.
I don't know whether it was Golden Globe Awards or something like that, but it was something. And just because,
Oh, someone mentioned shoe on head outlaw. Yeah, I'm not sure how I feel about her. I think she's faking.
what
Who?
is she faking? I mean,
Shoe
what is
on
she
head.
doing?
She's a political
Yeah,
commentator, but I mean, she actually no, she's still a liberal. Actually, her video the other day, she just talked about how she's still pretty left wing on her video about
yes.
the DHS, being into censorship. She's an attractive girl, but I'm like, I can't. Speaking of women in that space, like Pearl, she posted a video earlier tonight about how she just met Dave Chappelle at a show, and she was like, her hypergamy was coming out pretty hard. Pearl, and it's like she's 25, and I'm like, I'll believe her when she's married because she's 25, so her clock is ticking, and by her own admission. So by the time she's 30, I'm calling it now. Someone put a Vegas bet on it. She's still going to be single doing her content when she's 30. And she comes from money too. I know she's well off, but I cannot trust any of them in that space. I just don't, because a lot of them always reveal themselves down the road at some point.
Brother,
Just like Sarah Dawn Moore. Hurts her too. Sarah Dawn Moore.
Oh God. She said she called Rolo a dilf. You know how gross that is?
daddies, I would like to fuck.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like
I don't
mean,
know. My guard is always up on like I'm glad she's blown up, but the way she was giddy about Dave Chappelle saying he recognized her and stuff. Also, I don't know if that's true, but she was like she spent the whole day, she had 2 teasers. She's like, crazy story, guys, crazy story. Then it's like, oh, I met Dave Chappelle, and I'm just like, again, maybe because I am dead inside, I'm just like, so what? You met
right.
Dave Chappelle. Why are you this giddy?
Yeah.
Oh, because again, your nature. I'm like, this is why I'm like, I just don't buy
See?
you.
Look, that's Dr. Romney. Watch. Dr. Romney, she's on my crazy bitch list.
Yep.
She needs a different hair color too.
Ugh, just a typical look. Ugh. Run! Yeah, she ain't got no problem with her bald head there. She got no problems now. But you can't make jokes
but
about it.
I mean, the one meme that I saw when Will Smith was slapping Chris Rock. Imagine
Right
if
there.
someone like, yeah,
Right there.
yes, Dr. Romney.
That's her friend. That's her friend. That's
Evil
her fucking
one!
friend. Does Dr. Romney have a
Trust me, I'm
Twitter?
a doctor.
Oh yeah, and I'm following her.
Who doesn't have a twatter? But by the way, I love how these elites are freaking out that you're gonna have to pay $8 to keep your check mark now.
Oh, yes.
Aww.
That puta madre also did, by the way.
Do you claim this doctor, Contriver? Do you claim her or no?
No. We don't even claim Kamala Harris. That is yours. Black woman.
No. See? No. Before 2016, yeah, she was just Indian. I remember. Funny thing. This goes
Right.
back to my radio days. The co-host is friends with Montel Williams, and he had Montel on when she was his side chick. He told me stories about her.
She was called as she was called as the whore of San Francisco.
Yeah. And then she got noticed as that whore when she was Montel's side chick. And she looked a lot better. She hadn't gravity hadn't set in yet.
Yes.
But yeah, I thought that was funny, yeah, because I remember when the press did that and did this election, And they're like, she's black. I'm like, she's Indian. I'm like, no, oh, now she's black because she's got the right pigment, the right melanin.
Right. Right. She's a BIPOC. That's what they call them these days. Black Indigenous people of color. Black
BIPOC.
and
Wow.
Indigenous. Yeah, people of color.
You know what's funny? A lot of black folks are too nice to tell these people that push this, but the term "people of color" is on level with the N-word in some communities. Like,
I mean, color is a color. I mean, why do you have to say people of color?
exactly,
And
and it just sounds degrading.
Because white people have no color.
That's not true. You have color.
I know.
Or
that
no,
is white.
no, it makes me think of remember in Space Jam when they're golfing, and I think it's one of Bill Murray's best lines ever, and he looks at Michael Jordan because they're talking about the NBA falling off a cliff with all the guys losing their talent, and Jordan looks at Larry Bird and he goes, "Well, Larry's white," and Bill Murray goes, "No, Michael, Larry's not white. Larry's clear." Fucking Bill
Just like
Murray.
Michael Jackson was.
Well, that was surgery, but he had a skin condition. Then he had an accident, so he decided to just fuck it and get it done.
So that is also a surgery for these people who are infatuated with white color or white skin or whatever. I mean, they should get the pigments removed anyways. If they are so much into that.
I'm just waiting to see these woke white folks do blackface again. It's coming. I can feel it.
I mean, they were making, what do you see, graffitis on the walls of people in the hood, and they were saying, "Well, why are you doing this here?" And they say, "Oh, we are doing this for you because our, savior and saint George Floyd died, and allegedly, and we are doing this for you." But they said, "But we live here. I mean, go do it somewhere else. Go do it in your neighborhood."
I did find it very funny and poetic justice when that thunders from the lightning bolt destroyed that George Floyd mural last summer. If you do believe in God, I think he was like, enough of this crap already. This guy was not a good dude. And then the whole trial was rigged because, number one, they broke so many rules. You're supposed to have a trial like that at a neutral site. They had it in Minnesota. What's her name? The crypt keeper, Maxine Waters, was there inciting people for violence if the verdict didn't go that way. Then you found out there was a verdict member who was a BLM podcaster and lied during the oath, saying he was not affiliated, so it wasn't an impartial jury.
I mean,
Yeah.
to hell with that trial, because that was pretty much obvious that it would go sideways or in the opposite parties, shall we say, a favor. What about that kid in Kenosha or somewhere?
Kyle Rittenhouse, baby, a true American hero.
Yes, and he was
stay strapped to get clapped.
Yes, he actually shot two of the people. And
one was a
pedophile, Joseph Rosenbaum, who actually raped 2 5-year-old children. So I mean,
but he crossed state lines.
To hell with crossing state lines. Open carry or concealed carry is available in every state. It is a part of the Second Amendment.
My state's constitutional carry. Don't even need a permit.
I mean, states, to hell with states. States are made of the union, and union is made of constitution. They don't understand this very funda, that states cannot secede at will. I mean, all of these rednecks also have the aspirations of Texas seceding from the union. Well, that cannot happen.
Yeah, I know.
Texas almost turned blue last election thanks to Californians. Yep.
No.
They are still coming in.
No, it's not because of those. It's the students that are coming out of these schools, like the young ones that are voting blue. It's the education they receive. It's the students that are doing it, like the young people,
and
not the transplants.
And that jabroni, Beto O'Rourke. We're going to take your AK-47s.
Right.
Of course we are going to take your AR-15s. What are you going to say? And then he put out a brave front as if, thank you fucking God. I mean, using the F word in the political rally. I mean, what are you trying to accomplish, man? You are already lost. But here is the thing. Here is the thing. And listen me out, Mr. Red Ranger. We think that by playing with the rule book, we are going to accomplish something. Your opponent is always playing with no rules. They have only one rule, that there is no rule.
Yeah.
There is no morality, there is no nothing, and no nonsense about it. We are the ones who play by rules and lose every time. So that is how the overtone window has shifted. In that case, that even someone like a giant leftist with a beanie like Tim Pool is considered center of right, isn't it?
Mm.
Or even Joe Rogan.
I'm indifferent about him. I mean, he's played both sides for years.
Oh,
He
yes.
he tiptoes.
Yes. So, I mean, these fence sitters, but okay, do you know who is Sargon of Akkad?
No.
Okay. He's, shall we say, a giant leftist Marxist. He has a YouTube channel and he's from UK, basically. So he is the one who, is, shall we say, left of center. But when he goes to any rally or some any political you know panel discussion or something in the on the left side of the spectrum, he is considered as a conservative when he is not. He is very much in favor of same sex marriage. He is very much in favor of each and every debauchery, LGBTQAIPZ plus.
That's like
So
Tulsi Gabbard. Everyone's in love with her, and I'm like, she's controlled opposition, and she's still very, very
exactly.
progressive. But the whole thing that pisses me off as a vet, and same thing with Dan Crenshaw. Just because you're a vet does not mean you are
He's
one
a
of the good
McCain with
guys.
an eye patch. That's it.
Yeah. And again, look at his voting record, and him and Tulsi both also came from Klaus Schwab's WEF Young Leaders.
Oh yes,
They
young
both
leaders
came from there. She's controlled opposition. Like, look at this, because one of the most well-known libertarians is Spike Cohen. I was at an event where she had higher billing than him, and the comment section, everybody was pissed off saying, since when does she get higher billing than Spike fucking Cohen at a libertarian event? It's bullshit, because she's trying to infiltrate. She says all the right things. She's very articulate. She's also attractive. But she has controlled opposition on her voting record, and she's another veteran who's anti-2A. Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah. No, she's just really smart. She's seeing the writing on the wall. She knows that whole side, so she kind of is trying to get into the good graces of the other side because she doesn't like what she helped fucking create. She's the same kind of crazy bitch that's like, oh, let me step away from the monstrosity that I've been fucking applauding for a while. Like.
And even when she was on the first time she was on Joe Rogan years ago, when she talked about a day in the life in Congress, she had said it's like a school. It was like school cliques. She was literally told from day one when she got there, we don't work with the right, and the right doesn't work with us. And I'm like, basically, fuck the people who elected you. When I say elected because it's all rigged.
Yeah, it's all fucked. Yeah.
And Lawrence's question. Candace Owens, I do like her. I don't agree with everything she says, but she's one of the black voices that is needed.
Yeah.
But I think eventually, I mean, again, she holds traditional values, but again, like Kevin Samuels, she cares about fixing the black community. But I think sometimes she's very hyperbolic, but she knows that. Again, she's very smart. She knows she's very hyperbolic, but I do like her for the most part. But I do people say this to me all the time. And when I was still doing news radio, they would say, "Oh, she should run for president." I'm like, "No, she fucking shouldn't."
No, she has no business being in politics. She needs to go home and have more babies and
Mhm.
continue to talk shit to women.
Yeah, she's too emotional.
Yeah.
I'm like,
no,
Well,
I don't.
she doesn't.
Speaking of emotional, what about the blondie who said that most men are trash and they are certainly
Tommy
not good in
Lauren's
the
a grifter. Tommy
Yes.
Lauren's a grifter. She's full of shit. I've been following her since before she got on the Blaze. Don't fall for her. She's full of shit. She's a cunt.
Oh yes.
Yeah. Nope. Tommy Lauren, like, I wasn't even shocked. I literally was waiting for her to do a rant like that because when I was on social media, I would follow her. She would make posts for months. Then she finally put a camera in front of her and voiced it. But she'd been thinking that for years about guys. And again, hey, Tommy, you pick for shit like most of your kind. But blame us. You pick the losers. Go fuck yourself.
No, these men are not losers. Here is the thing, Red Ranger, and this is where the so-called people on the right, where we originate from originally as well, fail to comprehend the fact that this does not happen in isolation. The laws are incentivized to display this sort of bad behavior,
Right.
that she could get away with adventurism. If she would had received a backhand of the slap somewhere of her father, of her elder brother, she would had not dared say anything of that sort. And again, I never hold on. I mean, please, you people continue. Let me find the video which I want to show and take your opinion as well as good mother's opinion. I'm searching for that video. Till then, I will shut up.
Yes, go back to the register at the Quickie Mart.
Thank you. Come again.
So people are pissed about the $8 a month thing.
I think it's funny. And the people that can afford it the most are the most mad about it.
Well, but I saw a tweet here. The entitled elite is not mad that they have to pay $8 a month. They're mad that anyone can pay $8 a month.
I am debating getting back on Twitter and paying that
Dude.
just so I can have a blue check mark and spew this stuff in my channel. I'm
do
I'm
it.
tempted. Yeah.
Do it. There's a lot of people that you like on Twitter.
It's just
They would like your channel. Or they would like your Twitter.
I typically call Twitter twatter because
Yeah.
it's just a cesspool of the mob. Cancel this, cancel that. How about you go contribute to society? How about that?
I like it. It's been very helpful dropping off links to people that have Twitters. I'll like drop them a link to a stream that we had in somebody's fucking like comment section. Dude, it works. I've gotten like 100 and almost 150 clicks. People that came to specific streams where I was talking about them or something that was relevant to what they would talk about. It's helpful.
I got the
Freaking
video.
Twitter.
You got it?
I got the video. I'm
Okay.
sharing my screen and I'm showing to Good Mother and Red Ranger. By the way, in which battalion, man?
What's that? I was Army.
Okay. Okay, so only airborne people are from the battalions. 82nd Airborne and whatnot.
Do we need a fair use banner?
Oh yes. Oh yes.
Yeah.
It is just 1 minute and 41 seconds long. And
Okay.
here, before we jump the gun, this is I obviously Red Ranger. You know who TFM is?
Wait, say it again.
Turd flinging monkey.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
So it is his BitShoot channel, and he is actually showing some Syrian refugees alongside men, women, and children who have come across in the West, Europe in general, and they have taken over an entire town. So, what is going on? I shall pause as well and let's get in it.
Cafe terraces, busy streets, familiar scenes, but something's missing from the picture. As if airbrushed out, there are no women. In
I
some
like
of
it
the
already.
outlets of Paris, over public spaces, and women are putting up with it. To demonstrate the kind
Good.
of reaction they get from men, They visit a local cafe with a hidden camera. Before they even get inside, their presence seems to disturb the other clients.
So this is Paris, and this is a documentary. This is a documentary made by France 24, WEPA, Francois Bernier, and they are actually showing the no-go zones which the Muslims have built over there. Alhamdulillah.
I want this. I want this so bad here now.
And this
Hey,
is yeah.
I'm trying to figure out how to come up. Hold on, Contriver.
Someone's
Here-
got to mute their feed.
Yeah, Contriver, I'm getting an echo.
Oh,
Here, here. I just mute you for a second. Oh, maybe it's you, Ranger.
No, my YouTube, the only thing I have playing is the StreamYard. My YouTube's is muted. It's been muted.
Well, I don't know. I hear an echo now. And Contriver's muted.
now is it better?
Hello?
Hello.
Hello?
Hello.
Yeah, there's an echo.
Okay. Okay, so let's get on with the video first of all.
Anyway,
Yeah.
I want a secular version of Sharia law. That's what I was getting at.
Oh, okay.
Secular version that these atheists will have to, abide by.
Shall I continue?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm
I'll mute.
increasing the volume. Okay.
Side, their presence seems to disturb the other clients.
You are not in Paris, it is a different mentality. Here we do things like in our home countries.
For a woman, going into a bar here is breaking a taboo. As we talk, a car slows down next.
And listen. This is a journalist with a spy camera who is talking to another woman of Middle Eastern origin who came there just for a small chat, and she was talking, and you know what, the Muslim woman was agreeing that this is France. I mean, people should have an open society over there. She wanted to be the very same feminist, liberal, modern, progressive woman which this French journalist reporter is. But now see what happens.
As we talk, a car slows down next to us.
Music. And of course they're ugly.
No. That car slowed down, tinted the window, pulled down their windows a little bit, and gave her a stern look. And you shall see what is going to happen next. And the car was also full of men. Ironically.
A way of intimidating these women that's become all too regular. They prefer to end the interview.
They prefer to end the interview
Yeah.
because they could not afford
They got caught.
feminism. Yes.
Yeah.
And these people do honor killings.
Yeah.
They kill women in their own homes, be it their brother, be it their father, or be it their husband. And that is why they have so much of terror in the home. As I always say, women are as good as men allow them to be.
Oh, and as bad though too, right? Yeah.
Right.
Resigned to the situation. This kindergarten assistant does everything she can not to be noticed.
There's a lot of her.
Right?
I'm going to hell.
We erase ourselves, try to be the most discreet possible.
Why?
Because we're scared. Simple as that.
Fucking song. The winner takes all.
You know what? You know what's screwed up? I've heard these feminists, and they talk about. There was one that was talking about all these different groups of feminists that get together and how they disagree on a lot of things. They said the weight of women's weight is something they never bring up because they refuse to talk about anything that involves women taking up less space in this world. That's that's their justification for not telling the crazy bitches they're fat.
I just
They
come out
don't-
and tell them.
No, but how can you mentally gymnastic this? Women, they don't want to talk about women taking up less space in this world. Like, because they want to be on all the spaces. It's just fucking weird.
I mean, I did a video a couple weeks ago now, like where the cutaway, I stopped and I was reacting to some fat phobic stuff, and I said, no, none of this plus size positivity. I was like, you're fat, and I spelled it. I'm like, you're FAT, fat. I'm like, you're a fat fuck.
Right.
Same thing with the soldiers that wouldn't pass PT in the army. I would call them fat fucks to their faces.
Yeah.
I'd be like, because one kid said to me one time, he goes, Sergeant Gauze, I don't understand why being in shape is part of this job, or being in shape is part of being in the army. He wasn't joking either.
Right.
If I could have hit him, I would have. If he was my kid, I would have hit him for saying that or asking such a question.
What is that, Trevor?
No, don't.
Naked
play,
Russian
don't
girls
play.
are having. What the fuck is that?
Feminists.
Naked
These
Russian girls are
people-
having fun in public.
So what else? What else do you
Comrade.
expect? Yes. Yeah, but the thing is, women all across the world have the very same attributes which the Western woman has. And most of the people don't realize, since you have traveled extensively all across the world, you would know, like good mother as well, that feminism has radiated outwards from the West.
Oh yeah, it's
for the rest-
everywhere.
Yes. And it has been ingested, inculcated, imbued within their own indigenous native culture as well. It has been percolated, extensively. So there is no place that you could be okay.
Sorry, distracted. I'm responding to the chat. You say that again?
Oh, actually, I have a video. I mean, it is just a same kissing video, so it is no harm in that. However, kissing is also considered as sexual, by the way. Shall I play or shall you play, good mother?
Oh, go for it. Please do.
Oh, okay.
I need to get up and stretch though. We've
Okay.
been at this almost 5 hours already.
That is why. Inshallah. Okay. So
Bruh.
this is from Turkey, by the way. If anyone is missing the plot, this is from Turkey. This is not from West or anything, because I guess every woman is bi. It is for you to ascertain whether
Yeah.
they are sexual or polar.
Oh yeah, it's like after she's had her heart broken enough times by Chad and Tyrone, she's suddenly bi.
No, no, no. Just a second. I shall find a better one. South America. I'm sure as a Jodi, you would have many stories to tell, isn't it?
Did you say as a Jody?
Yes.
Well, I was never Jody. I saw stuff happen though. I mean, I had opportunities to be. If you're referencing what I think you're referencing, as far as the military, how Jody always stole a guy's chick.
Yes.
No, yeah, I was never Jody, and I also
I
never
mean,
really.
not you, but you might have seen much of the Jodis around you.
No, I dealt with the aftermath of my soldiers or soldiers I knew finding out their girlfriend or their spouse had a Jody at home, or the, as drill sergeants used to say, Jody's drinking your beer, privates. Jody's in your fridge drinking your beer. He's drinking your beer. He's fucking your wife. Like I said, I actively avoided a lot of that stuff, but I'd always hear things, and a lot of it actually, I end up dealing more with like military couples, like they were both in serving. Like there was a whole ring of like swingers and swapping of spouses, all led to messy divorces, of course. I mean, I just had a buddy of mine get remarried again to a different chick in a different unit, and I'm just like, have you not learned your lesson? Like they were caught groping each other on duty, and they're lucky they didn't lose their jobs. But not much Jody things that I witnessed, and I think I'm lucky for that because that's a whole other can of worms. And mostly, I end up dealing with and seeing just a lot of female soldiers bullshit when I was in.
There was a friend of mine. He used to work with the military. He was basically from the intelligence background, not military, but intelligence, CIA level stuff. Uh, he went to, have a traditional Indian wedding with an Indian woman from Mumbai. Uh, that woman actually was a nuclear physicist, by the way, from a very renowned Indian university where even people from German or Brazilian or I mean international students used to be there in Mumbai. So she married him. I mean, the in-laws of my friend actually loved loved this guy like their own son. I mean, they liked him very much. Oh, George. Oh, George. Every time there is George in the conversation. But I'm changing his name for obvious reasons.
Right.
The moment she got her green card, shall we say, uh, she aborted his child 3 months pregnant.
Damn. And did she tell him, or did he find out another way?
Oh no, she did tell him, and she filed a divorce case against him as well.
Yeah, I know people where it was like they didn't tell him. And again, they went to social media to brag about oh, I got all these abortions, but I never told the guy, I never told so and so. It's
I
disgusting.
mean, women have abortions anyways. Do you think that only going to a clinic or a hospital is the only solution which women have since the days of the Roman Empire?
And And we have 11 to 12 different forms of birth control. But again, these feminists have told them, oh, nope, don't use any of these things. Oh, just let them come in you and then just have big daddy government. Oh, sorry, Roe v. Wade happened. Now it's up to your states to regulate it. And they say that the people who are the most upset about that were the hoes. The hoes were the maddest about Roe v. Wade because now they didn't have the federal backing to just bail them out. Now they have to hope that they live in a place that still will allow it. And my argument was because here in Maine, unfortunately, Maine still allows it, and the people here, and I covered the protest here, and they were I was asking them questions, and they were all circuiting and freaking out when I'd ask them baseline questions, of course, but again, emotional men and women. There was more. I was pretty sure there was more male feminists at these things.
Really?
When I say that I'm a rare breed where I live, good mother, I'm not joking. I am surrounded by men full of estrogen, straight men that just you see the average couple around here. The chick is the dude. She might look feminine. She might look feminine, but his balls are in the glass case. Well, if I put on my pink hat, she'll touch my pee-pee. Yep. Oh,
so the women are predating upon them by tapping into their biological imperatives, holding sex hostage,
using it as a weapon.
Yeah.
Yep. So I used to tell even the non-feminist friends of mine that would complain about their spouses or their boyfriends, and I would say, you know what your problem is? You're letting him leave the house with semen in him. He's gonna cheat. It's in his makeup. I said, you wanna make sure infidelity doesn't happen? Stop being a bitch. Don't let him leave with a drop of semen in him. That's simple. Don't let him leave the house with it in him. Stop being a bitch. Or what's it saying?
Full stomach and empty balls.
And also sex sandwich silence.
Right. Alice is streaming right now. She's keeping some records. You want to listen to her?
Oh shucks! Give me some real life Southern hospitality.
From what he concluded.
Where's her pawn son?
I don't know. Oh, he's up here, right here.
Deflection.
She's trying to psychoanalyze Billy.
I do have qualifications, actually. Not once. Your whole reply, did you consider how your son may feel? It's all about you. Enough said.
It's true.
I need to say more?
It's all about her.
Yeah.
I mean, why do women have this weird notion that the earth, this planet, does not revolve around the sun but their vagina?
Is it wrong to teach your boy?
Vaginal hubris. Never gets old.
Someone implying his feelings.
Cinnamon's gonna tell on me.
His feelings for him.
Watch her, because she psycho watches.
The same thing.
What does she mean? Just in case they delete it for records.
He's the one that suggested a book.
She's mental.
And he said, "It's not my job to write your book for you." When you ask for clarity, are you asking what an autobiography is?
Has she read a book
of a person's life written?
Has she ever read a book?
I'm not going to write an autobiography. I'm writing a book based on this situation.
Oh.
Well, that is also a book.
So I got you never answered. That is your opinion. If I did not did another interview video, more false claims you would make.
I know this is torturous. Cinnamon, Alice, I must tell you that the demon mistress is streaming you, and 2 of her beta male simps are with her too. See? She's telling on us.
You don't know me. You don't know me, lady with a name like Cinnamon. Is that your stage name or your real name?
Oh, she goes around and warns everybody about me because she just cares and wants to warn all the kind people that I'm this evil demon. It's Lawrence's favorite crazy bitch on the internet.
There you go. Oh boy, there's Cinnamon.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's it.
Contriver's like, I'm so over this. Whoa, that's loud.
Is he gonna hit her or not?
Right? Why is he waiting so long? You know, if you wait too long, they don't actually learn the lesson.
She fucked up.
So there was another one. Okay. So this
Is it loud
one
like this one?
is for yes.
It was at this moment that she knew. She fucked up.
Into the shadow realm.
Now, no one is advocating violence. Nobody is advocating here violence, but
Right. Self-defense.
there are
Hey,
some
sorry. Hey,
things-
equal rights,
No.
equal lefts. Where I
Yeah.
come from.
Yeah.
I mean, where I come from, we keep our hands to ourselves. Otherwise, we know that there is a lynch mob for us since we don't get justice that easily. But here is the thing, mother.
I remember lynch mobs.
Yes.
In the South, we're gonna hang us a nigra.
Nigra.
We're gonna hang us a nigra. I used to do that voice and impression for morale. Like, so when I know, like, feeling the room when people were not, their spirits weren't up. So what I used to do, we got to Fort Hood. We've been flying all day, and we're taking this bus to the barracks in these back wooded areas. But there's like these old big trees, and we're stopping. And and of course I'm in the back of the bus, which made it even funnier. And I look over to my S6 and I just go, "That tree's where we hang the Negros." And he's like, "Sergeant Goss, what the fuck, man?" And I'm like, "You're laughing, aren't you? The blood's flowing." I was like, "That's right. Y'all know to kill a mockingbird in Boo Radley's tree." I'm like, that's nothing. I'm like, I hang twice as many Negros from Boo Radley's tree.
Well, Robert Byrd used to say that there are some white niggers as well. So I might take his word at face value.
Fucking Robert Byrd. They tore every statue down but his. And he was a Klans member.
Yes.
He was also Biden and Hillary Clinton's mentors. Go figure.
But here is the story. Mother, I sent you.
Yeah.
Lawyer arrested for killing estranged wife, her mother. Police arrested a 40-year-old lawyer on charges of killing his estranged wife and mother-in-law in city and identified him as Saurabh Upadhyay, and the accused is a lawyer. He reportedly killed his wife, from whom he had separated, but they had not divorced, and her mother, who resided in this after a fight with them. The lawyer and his estranged wife had a heated argument over the custody of their 4-year-old daughter, who has been detained, confessed to killing them. Now, here is the twist in this story, by the way. The twist is that the 4-year-old daughter of that particular lawyer had a hole in her one of her arteries, and he wanted to take her for medical treatment, but since she separated and moved to her mother's house, she could not do that he could not do that because it requires the presence of the entire family. So he got to the his in-laws house. There was a heated argument. In the spur of the moment, in the heat of the moment, he took out a rod and killed his own wife, and then killed the mother-in-law as well. Do you know what she said?
What?
In his statement, which is not written in all these mainstream media articles, she said, I would let you watch your daughter die every single day, because she is eventually going to die, and you will not. I will see to it that you shall not get the custody of your daughter, even though you would be paying for everything every single time.
Right.
And he decided that if I am going to see my daughter die, you shall also die.
Right.
And the
I
fact
mean,
is that my friend knows he is an acquaintance of this lawyer in another state. He is a renowned lawyer in that state.
yeah.
Women use their children like a Chinese poodle or a chihuahua, like a prop all the time.
Pawn. Yeah, the kids are pawns.
Yeah.
Sacrificial pawns.
Yeah. My mom did that shit. Like, my mom, man, when you got 4 kids by 3 different dads, and
No way.
oh yeah, my mom was like that. Yeah.
As they what's that when the Germans say it in Beer Fest? She was a hooer.
Yeah, big time. I mean, she was married like 9 different times. At one point, she was married to 2 dudes from 2 different states at the same time.
How did you turn out to be relatively sane?
I got the fuck away from her and had to distance myself from my entire family, because she was able to guilt trip them and shame them into like doing shit for her. So I cut her off in my early 20s, and I was like, you will never know my child, because you're just a poisonous, toxic fucking cunt. I mean, my entire family are alcoholics though, so yeah, had to go my own way, so to speak. It's fucked up. It's
Damn.
Yeah.
You can't make this shit up.
Yeah.
At
This
some point-
crazy bitch is still saying that I'm going after her child while I'm fucking criticizing her shitty mothering. See?
I'm not gonna lie,
She
it's kind of a
refuses.
pastime for mine. It's like get the popcorn and just watch women go after each other's parenting. It should be an Olympic sport.
Yeah. Well,
Oh,
I've already
yes.
I've already raised a child, and I know damn well
Mm.
that you do not use your children as tools on the fucking internet.
That's like
Especially your 7-year-old son, husband in training, you crazy bitch. You do not get them online to tell strangers to quit being mean to your mommy because you started some shit with people. Like,
she
that's
finally said
fucking
it.
wrong.
She finally
That's
said it.
fucking
The
wrong.
son husband.
Yes, she's got 2 of them.
Every
She has
other
2.
black pro athlete on the planet is a son husband.
Yeah.
LeBron James is a son husband.
Yeah.
Steve Harvey is a son husband.
Fuck him. He's the biggest simp in the community. Oh my god.
Well,
The only time he was right was when he had that girl on with the pillars, the literal pillars of all the lists of demands.
Yeah. So, Mr. Pliskiner, I started this because I figured we'd come back to it. Is that true? He was raped by an 18-year-old when he was 11? I mean, it makes sense. There's over-sexualization in that.
Even if he was, I'm still not going to excuse him for all the damage he's done in the black community for being a fucking simp.
Yeah.
He's got that platform, and he sits there, and I hate the clips because girls would share them on their social media. How he does that whole, someone get my wife this, got my wife that. I'm like, are you a man or not, Steve Harvey? Even when he had he's a comedian, right? His stand-up, but do people remember his sitcom he had? They re-aired it on TBS all the time in the 2000s, the Steve Harvey Show. Even his character there was a massive simp to the fucking principal on the TV show. Because, I mean, in black television, black men typically ain't shit, and Steve Harvey was the black version of the buffoon in that show.
I mean, but apart from all the buffoonery and faggotry that goes on with, I mean, that is just my lingo. I created it.
The red pill faggotry.
Right.
Yes. Apart from all this, debauchery that you were talking earlier, Mr. Red Ranger, what about the fact that, everyone has to pally up to the Steve Harveys and the Oprah, Maury Povich, and Dr. Phil's of the world who would just have a 24/7 orgy of male bashing, basically.
Yeah.
Even goes back further than that. Sally Jesse Raphael, she did the same thing on her show. Even Donahue did it sometimes on his. I really dated myself because those were two throwback names. Some of the people in the chat probably don't even remember. Those people are too young to remember.
No, Phil and Donahue. Donahue and Vladimir Posner used to do a show together regarding geopolitics.
And then Donahue's wife had a thing, and then there was that famous episode where she interviewed girls about hookup culture. Because she's the old broad, she was like, "What's hookup culture?" I'm like, "Stop it, I'm sure you've been filled in. You have a platform. What's hookup culture? Don't play dumb, Granny.
Right.
Don't. It's nothing new. The only difference is feminism co-opted it. They've always been this way.
Right.
I mean, my dad has stories. Other elderly people in my family have stories. Like, this is the only difference is it's propped up in our face because of social media and apps. And back to your point about using kids there, good mother, like on dating apps, all the single moms who show their kids' faces. Can I tell you, like, there was a problem here in my state a few years ago. A couple single moms did that. Predators went after their kids locally.
Yeah, right.
Yep.
But the thing is, which I was talking about earlier, Mr. Red Ranger, why these conservatives never address the genuine concerns of strengthening the family, which is via, shall we say, proscribing uh, something like no fault divorce or, incentivizing men to marry via giving them tax cuts or loans or something, and making the custody laws as such that woman does not get the child custody and even not a single penny when she walks out of that door, so that families are strengthened. These people talk family, family, family all
They
the
don't
time
care.
along.
Right.
Yes, I'm talking about these people on the right.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm telling you, I was on a right-wing talk show on radio, and they don't care. It's all hyperbole. It doesn't matter what side you're on. They just say things to get people to vote for them. They don't care.
See,
They
good
don't care
mother.
about anybody.
No, I
See, good
know.
mother.
I know.
No, I used to say, and Mr. Red Ranger, you shall also feel that way. I
It was
used
because
to
I
say,
lived it when I worked with politicians. That's how I know it's bullshit. I lived it
oh
working
yes,
with
oh
these
yes,
people.
I do consider, but the line I used to say is that these conservatives as well as the leftists are ideologically the very same progressives whom they claim to fight.
Yeah, like
I
and
mean,
then
it is
again,
just that they have a speed limit. Just like Laura Ingram's on her Fox show says, we just have to make sure everyone is on board. You know, it is just like co-opting, like, okay, same-sex marriage, okay, we have percolated that within the right, so we have gay conservatives now. We are up for same-sex marriage because hey, it is marriage nonetheless. And something like oh, I mean, working women are good. It is just only these third wave feminists who are bad. For second wave feminists were very good. After all, they gave women the freedom, isn't it? These are conservative talking points right now, enunciated by all these Dinesh D'Souza's and Ben Shapiro's of the world.
well, that's why again, like I said it before you came on, I don't subscribe to a lot of these people because unfortunately a lot of people voters that are easily influenced, they treat them like they're fans or like it's sports teams for them. For a lot of modern politics, it's fandom, and that's why they fight each other. But I don't, that's why I don't understand how people can just blindly follow these people. And again, even someone like Ben Shapiro, it's this is all it is. It's all they're doing, chit chatting, but they're saying a lot of things without any meaning. And again, like it's all rigged. Like when the cameras are off, right, left, whatever, they're all out together laughing at everybody. They're laughing at us when they're having their little dinners there. They're all laughing at us. It's all a show. Like I used to say it on the radio all the time. Politics now is like pro wrestling. They're just cutting promos to get people to either cheer or boo for somebody. And at the end of the day, they're getting your money. This time, it's the difference is they're getting your vote. But again, and it's pretty genius how they always tell you, "Oh, your vote makes a difference." No, it doesn't. I used to get in fights with people on the radio all the
Yes.
time about that, especially on the conservative side. They'd be like, "Oh, you gotta vote." I'm like, "The fuck I do." I'm like, "It doesn't matter." And then they say they try to use sign language on you and say, "Oh, well, if you don't vote, you don't have a right to speak." I'm like, "No, I still have my right to speak whether I vote or not." I was like, "That's not how this works. You can't tell me I can't commentate on something when I have the experience or I work in it every day like I did." And again, a lot of these people, like I said, they're drones. That red light comes on, it's rinse repeat, and then even when the red light comes off, these people would like be subhuman. That's where the lizard people joke and memes comes from for politicians because they're not human. I'm not
Oh
like
yeah.
it's a funny meme, but it's just like, yeah, they're not. They don't care. Like that's why I laugh when I see conservatives that say they tout the "we the people for the people." I'm like, yeah, that's not been a thing for a long time.
Because if you would care about the people, then you would, I mean, they have been ensnared by this propaganda of using biological imperative of a man against him. I mean, both sides have an expertise in that, but more so the conservative side, because just like my family, I come from a very typical orthodox conservative, super conservative, ultra conservative family, where you have to even remain virgin till your marriage gets consummated with your significant other. I was the same, but
Mm-hmm.
I mean, from a very different religion, from a very different culture, or from a very different, even in my case, from the part of the world as well. But the basics were the same, and parents did not prepare for the onslaught of incoming laws which are misandrist, as well
Oh yeah.
as the female nature, which is so conniving that I have two broken relationships in my, shall we say, my pocket as well. That's it. I mean, and parents, I'm saying this about parents as well. They would die on that very hill, and they would never accept that they made a mistake, at least in my case. I hope that that is not the case with any other person. At least in my personal experience, they never would accept that they made a mistake, because the parents are always right.
Yeah, and accountability is a foreign concept.
I mean, they are parents. I mean, their word goes anyways. But I like you more and more. Let me subscribe to you.
Appreciate it.
No, I literally wanted to. I, said that to hell with office. I'm going back to my home, and first of all, I'm going to have a chat with this chap over here because I love him. And since we are of the same age, I mean, it works as well.
Good mother, what's so funny? Are you watching Alice's stream?
Yes. She's talking to, I think, someone.
Right, it looks
Good
like that's. I look at
mother.
that. That looks like a loop. Actually, I don't know if she's. It looks like a loop of her.
Well, whatever.
Yeah, I've watched her. She's done that. I think that's a loop of her because I've seen the.
I mean, she has a habit of
Yeah.
sitting in the same pose or the same place for
Yes, Ghost
5
Cod
to
said.
10
Yeah,
hours.
it is a loop. Yeah, I thought it was a loop. Yeah, Ghost said it was. Yeah.
So, what are you doing, sir? I mean, right now. And what is your channel? Could you give me the link of your channel in the private chat?
Yeah, 1 second. Oh, I think she's back now. Yeah, she's back now. It's not a loop anymore. Or is it? I can't fucking tell.
No, she is talking in one direction only. I mean, some FBI would end up on her doorstep, so that is why she is in loop right now. Who knows? But what is your channel, sir?
All right. Where the hell's my damn link? Location.
Nah, she is not a glowy. She is not a glowy.
All right, I sent you the link in the
Okay.
private chat.
Okay. Ranger 22. Red Ranger. You have 1,000 subs, man. That's great.
Yeah, like my old channel. This is my second channel. My first one got nuked, so I've been building back up.
Okay. I mean, I used to have 15 channels at one time, but after Southern Poverty Law Center and ADL declared us as Taliban of the manosphere, everything got destroyed. And
RP
these were
Pope,
men writing articles about
of course. RP Pope, that's great.
it. Criminal Investigation Joint Terrorism Task Force.
She's a glowy.
Glowy, glowy, glowy.
Yeah, who puts a loop above themselves? Rishi did that on when I was on a stream with Hermit. He did that.
Oh yes. Do people know when Rishi or Grey the Ghost actually stream? Because Rishi and Sir Yeetus, I think, we're going to do some streaming together.
I have no idea. With my work schedule, I really get to see anybody's other streams. I'm usually working when people are streaming.
Okay. I believe you work in graphic designing or something.
No,
Okay.
not even close. I mean, I have that creative side, like the thumbnails and stuff, but I don't work in it.
Okay.
Holy shit! It's 2:30 in the morning. Ah.
I mean, but you are literally looking like a 19-year-old college-going kid.
What's that?
I mean, after you shaved your mustache.
Yeah, it takes years off my face. No one ever guesses I'm gonna be 35 next month when I have the
Yes,
clean
yes,
face.
yes.
Clean living will do that.
Yes, you are looking like 22, at least 13 years. 13 years younger.
I think I'm gonna get going because it's. Oh, I need to get some sleep. Holy shit! Yeah, it's after 2:30 in the morning where I'm at. I gotta get
Well,
my 8
yes,
hours.
you earned it. You earned it. I mean, after leaving the military, it is such a relief. Some veterans actually tell me that to sleep late and not be an early riser.
And I wasn't sure how long I was gonna go because it's 2:30. Like I was gonna be. My original plan was I'll go till midnight and sleep for 5 hours and go to the gym early. So now what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna get my full night's sleep and then I'm just gonna go to the gym tomorrow. I'm gonna go to the gym when I get out of work at like 12 a.m.
Oh, look, the glowy is back.
Yeah, sorry.
Who puts a loop of themselves? What a tool.
A loop of themselves. Where?
You belong to FBI, good mother. You are one of them.
Wait, is that your son in the background?
Yeah. Yeah. He's cracking me up. He's been on Google checking out something for the past 2 hours.
Holy shit. As long as it wasn't porn.
No, he's funny. He's supposed to be, he can't sleep and he's supposed to be up at like 4 o'clock to go to work tomorrow. And he's Google searching an ailment.
But if I could ask you,
Sorry,
Mr.
what I
Redgrave,
miss.
everyone thought that you put yourself on a loop and you are a Chloe. You are someone within the Criminal Investigation Joint Terrorism Task Force, and you are one of the feds.
Who, me or Red Ranger?
No, you.
Oh,
We
me?
were
Yeah,
talking. Yes.
I've already been called a glowy before.
Yes.
Alice is the one that started that rumor.
Pliskin, my bad. It was just sexual assault.
What?
Now I know I'm getting tired. I'm laughing. Oh god, that's funny. His comment, he put, "My bad. It was just." He put just in quotes sexual assault.
Yeah. No, dude, look at this shit though. Here's Sugar Glider applauding her. Oh, Alice, you're such a good mother. Wish we had more mothers like you
What?
in
Using
this world.
their kids as pawns?
Yeah, no, she
In-
goes around and applauds the most fucking degenerate behavior. This
in the
guardsman,
backwoods.
this
Oh,
guardsman
no.
guy. See, she's saying some shit to guardsmen. That's, oh, now I'm mad. Men get a bad rep because they're dirtbags like
Guardsman,
that.
he's commented on my channel before. Yeah, I
Has he?
recognize that name. Mm-hmm.
Do you want me to help? I'm perfectly willing, Alice. See, she's trying to recruit some more white knights because she's losing steam, man.
Roll your capes up, white knights, and go to bed.
You have my name. I'm open with it. By the way, I'm Blaine, if you don't know. Nice to meet you, Blaine. My other channel is Blaine Price Channel. I'm fucking irritated by this. See, she's... Oh, Alice, I'm sorry. Alice, I gave you my number right. I think I gave it to you. Please, white knights, come save me from my terrible life choices and my emotional abuse of my children.
Pretentious
Cunt.
enough.
Beta bucks. Beta bucks.
What a cunt.
So, when did you get red pilled and when did you decide to go your own way, Mr. Red Ranger?
I was kind of always like half in the bag really with it because of my mom and dad telling me little anecdotes. But again, you know, like a good parent, they let me crash and burn on my own and learn my lessons.
Yeah.
But pretty much like my mid to late 20s, and I was still kind of like dating, but not seriously. Like I was doing what Hermit was doing. I was still kind of like hooking up, but now I'm like completely out of that. But I've kind of always been going my own way, or like even, for example, like in public school growing up, I never did the shit the popular kids did. I even went against the grain. Like when the kids are all doing something, my gut instinct was, this sounds stupid, I'm not doing it. So it's basically, it's kind of always, it's always been there because of my upbringing. So like, and now like when I tell women, I'm like, yeah, I'm retired and I'm fine being alone, and they try to shame me with the sign language, it doesn't work because I've been surviving and being on my own for so long. It's what I know. So like when there's like another presence, I'm kind of just like, okay. Like I was telling Good Mother earlier, I'm kind of like, what do you want? I'm like, what do you want from me? Leave me alone. It's like every time I go back to my hometown and I run into someone and they go, oh, still no kids, no marriage. And I'm like, yep. And they go, oh, that's sad. And I go, no, I'm winning. This is what I wanted. And I'm up front. I'm blunt, just like on my channel. I tell people, look, I don't want kids. When they ask me why I didn't want to be a dad, I'm like, because I'm selfish.
Right.
I'm too selfish to be a fucking dad.
You're honest, though. Look at this shit. I'm sorry if I'm bothering you. I'm angry about this. I'm literally vibrating right now. Makes it hard to type.
Wow.
Cinnamon, it's all right. That woman going after Alice's son tends to cause chaos wherever she goes.
I'm shaking. Touch my pee.
No, he's not shaking. He's jerking.
Oh, he is? Oh, well, it's hard to tell with text sometimes.
I mean, he's typing with one hand. What else do you expect?
The right hand doesn't know what the left is doing.
I'm still waiting for her to sue me for criticizing her son husband training techniques.
What? What, like
She's-
defamation?
Yeah, something like that. I'm sorry, but I'm not going to hold back. If she comes to my channel, she will meet the guardsmen.
Gay. That's all I heard from that.
If she comes to my channel.
Did he spell it CUMS?
Oh, no. No, let's check her Communita tab here.
Yeah, see, look at the banner. I knew what type of chick she was right there from that fucking banner. Not there's anything wrong with the don't tread on me thing. I've got it as a morale patch on my plate carrier. But when I see women doing it, I'm like, grifter. It's been 24 hours and I'm still not and won't be retracting anything. Sue me already.
Yeah, well, because
go back. I wasn't done narrating.
Well, no. This is what she wrote. She tagged me.
Get ready for court, you lying on my minor will stop. You have 24 hours to retract. Hold on, gotta spit out my dip. Hold on a second. The false claims will give you the trial you ask for. Thank you. Have a good day. You can ignore this, but the clock is ticking.
And there's my response.
Now I'm gonna do if you were a Karen. It's been 24 hours. Awesome, Alice. And I'm still and won't be retracting anything. Sue me. Go ahead. Come on. Sue me. Do you know who my husband is? Lieutenant Colonel Godmother? Like you're a dependa. Sue me already, son husband. Creating bastard factory. Can't wait to face you in court. Thought.
There we go. And then that's her response.
And I get reply. Okay, more inflammatory false claims. I'm not married to my son. Love to say you prove your son husband. I'm not a building either. He likes you see. You prove that claim also. Factory languages matters. People shaking my head. Well, you will get what you asked for. What you asked for. Thanks for your reply. Did I do a good job with the accent?
And of course, she spells you with just the letter.
Of course.
And there's the banjo from Pliskin. What state is she in?
Georgia.
Oh, never went down to Georgia looking for an Alice to squeal. She was in the way behind, so she put up her son as a pawn, and there's Hammerhand. That fine-looking beard. Said last night he likes the taste of mac and cheese in his hair. He did. He was talking because he doesn't shave. Chronic was giving him shit about not shaving it, keeping it above the lip.
Right. Well, so she starts tagging. You got that tag, right, Contriver? She tagged Angler in this one too, and I was crossing my fingers.
I thought Angler deleted his stuff.
Oh, I don't know. I was hoping he didn't respond.
Maybe he checked into AA.
I hope so. Well, and she's kind of spazzing out a little bit because he's not fighting anymore. So she's actually responsible for a lot of what he's been doing because her white knights have been in Angler's ear. But
no, he did not. His channel is still on, and he is still doing his debauchery.
Doesn't he use his son?
Yes, he does. Yes, he does. That he's a father and, he has to do that.
Awesome. Not awesome. Awesome.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, my teeth. Oh.
See the love bombing, the fluffing, Cinnamon. Good for you. We need more strong men like you.
Wow.
Yeah, I won't hold back if this woman comes to my channel. I'm gonna give her everything a man can give her. Yeah, it's fucking weird.
You're
Every
lucky.
single man.
You're lucky. You're lucky I am a monk. Otherwise, I had been on your tail, girl.
Sugar tits. Pliskin.
Yeah, that's Sugar Tits. That's Pliskin's girl right there.
I just think of Merle from Walking Dead season 1. He called Andrea that. Ain't that right, Sugar Tits?
I haven't seen that.
The series finale was that was yesterday now because it's Monday. But
My dad would have turned her over his knee. I'll just break her soul.
I had a few thoughts. I did that too. The Frida tattoo chick was one of them.
But
she had serious father issues, and I got to be the piper.
See, and that's so funny. Like these guys that she gasses up, they end up trying to play toxically feminine games with me, and it's like,
what feminine games?
No, it's toxic feminine bullshit. They want to play mind games and emotional games.
Oh God.
Red Ranger, always consider this in case if you might also have some sort of. Yeah. Talk to me like what?
I don't know.
Okay.
Shut that dog up. God damn it. You can put diamonds on a dog, but it's still a mutt. That's what you should say to her. Call her a fucking mutt. Be like, all these white knights can put diamonds on you, but you're still a mutt.
Yeah, Battle of Fifis. Yeah. It's like they can't hurt my fifis. So they want to play this fucking toxic feminine game, and I don't get it. I'm like, women.
Wait, so is she like Scorpion? Is she claiming to be like a wigtow or something or whatever, this girl?
No. She is a born again virgin.
Oh hell no.
No, she's on the right. She hates leftists, yet she doesn't want me to repeal the 19th and cut off the bastard factory welfare programs that allow her to sit on her ass, live with her parents, and still be able to feed her children.
You need if you ever do merch, you need to have a shirt that says Bastard Factory.
I got that from Chronic. I think he was talking about cities, but because men are into things and women are into people, I just totally thought of Alice. I was like, oh yeah, they are bastard factories.
Pliskin, free meth programs, you nailed it.
Oh, what? Yeah, sorry. If you want some petting zoo culture, I can give you the link. Red Pill Pope. Bullets calls this petting zoo culture. Well, I guess Gardensman. I've actually seen the dude come up on her panel and them try to have a conversation. It was kind of funny.
Yeah, he's definitely commented. He's one of the old comment and deletes on one of my things. Yep.
He did say something about MGTOW. She went on a rant last night. and I saved it. But he was in the chat. He's pretty much in all of them.
I had a guy going to my nurse getting fired for being on OnlyFans. I had a white knight in the comments this morning. I don't know, because I skimmed it. He wrote a novel like a woman, like the Skeletor thing, just like a woman. He was like, she did nothing wrong, and I think someone else responded, and that's why you're not the boss. But yeah, he went on this long diatribe about how it's in her right, and I was like, it's really not. And again, because I don't engage, I don't respond to that stuff because I just don't have time.
Yeah.
Like some of my other friends, they will like text me like, "Oh, I'm in a Facebook comment war with someone on this post." I'm like, why? Do you have nothing else to do? Like, just make some stupid remark like I do about Jesus loving, and then go about your day.
Right.
But yeah, I was like, because I was having a conversation with someone else. I said, no. I'm like, yeah, she's a nurse. It was an alternate version of my reaction video that I didn't post because I was like, I just didn't like how it came out, and I'm like, nah. But it was me saying, I know I'm old enough to remember this back when Tumblr was where people were pretty much using the dark side of Tumblr, which became like a porn site. People had Tumblr pages. It was like pre-OnlyFans before they shut that down. My ex-girlfriend, one of my ex-girlfriends who was a nurse, she was on there, but because she was in the medical field, her face was never in them, and she had no tattoos, so no one could recognize her. But she was on Tumblr with her head was never in anything. That's how she got around it. But also, it led to me breaking up with her because she lied to me about it, and I found other men on there. I was like, yeah, I'm done. And I got tested, of course.
if you want to see nurses and doctors and female, shall we say, even corporate female officials, like from Fortune 500 companies making OnlyFans content, you should see Reddit. And on that very Reddit as well, two subreddits. One is Scrubs Gone Wild.
Oh,
and
I know.
One is Office Gone Wild.
Oh, I know. I've got experience with both those. Also, like, again, everybody knows at this point, nursing is the most promiscuous profession.
And the most unionized profession as well.
Mm-hmm.
They have more authority than a cardiac surgeon or a neurophysician or a neurosurgeon doctor.
And I find it funny that a lot of these women that are in the Fortune 500 company, again, how are you managing your money? Why you have to do the side hustle of being a whore when you can't manage your money from that company?
Right.
Wait, is this her?
Yeah.
Yes.
Look at that
See
grill.
the grill?
Look at that grill. Wow. And guys simp for that. See, again, this proves the theory again. Men will go down in looks for peace leave. They will.
Just for someone who says the right words and stroke their little ego.
Right.
That's it.
Daughter of a... Oh, God. These are... I hate, God, people like this.
Stolen valor. It's stolen fucking valor. She's like, yeah, I'm a conservative. I'm a traditional woman. I'm against feminism too. You know, I'm all about freedom and these leftists. Meanwhile, she's been trying to fucking cancel my channel, like the last bullshit she pulled. Like, she was just checking out the community guidelines to see which one she hasn't tried yet to get my channel canceled. She even said that she is gonna try to use the Americans Against something against Disabilities Act because she's disabled, because she has a mental problem. Like, and YouTube isn't upholding their community standard guidelines by allowing me my freedom of speech to criticize her. She thinks that YouTube should get me off the internet.
And YouTube probably laughed at her because they looked at her channel and said she has barely 200 subscribers. Why would we care about her being butthurt and wanting to cancel somebody?
No, she keeps she keeps striking. I keep getting out of them, so sorry.
Pliskin, she looks like a 13-year-old boy with bastard factory saggies.
Yeah, ultra super. See, this is how she sees
Hmm.
herself, though. This is how fucking mental she makes these things.
Oh, the face thing. Oh, by the way,
Yeah.
that's another app that takes your data. By the way, China says thank you.
Really?
Just like TikTok. That's why Trump was trying to get it banned.
India has banned TikTok.
I'll take it to my grave. That's the greatest weapon the Chinese ever made. Because if you look at the algorithm, what do we get rewarded and what do you get praised for here by doing stupid dances and all these dumb trends, right? Do you know how it's used in China? They actually use it to advance their society through science engineering. You get rewarded for like science-based TikToks there.
Yes.
Yeah.
And not only that, they use the metadata. If people don't know, since you are from the military background, I can say this. In occupied regions like Tibet, for example, the police response timing is within 3 minutes. They know where you are going, they know where you are coming from. They treat you like a hostage within your own, shall we say, locality, and that is how they literally treat you, because the state is authoritarian. Now, since they link authoritarianism with fascism or Nazism or whatever, Germany and Hitler and Weimar Republic, so they don't say it as such. They call it as shared prosperity, state capitalism, whatever. But that is it. They are authoritarian just like any other state. These people don't understand that. And there is no, they fund LGBT over here in US, but they
This is
don't fund
her.
any okay.
This is her.
Okay.
She puts her face on superheroes. Strong
Oh.
female superheroes. See, look.
Oh.
Yeah, too bad the first one, Monster Hunter, that was a shit show. What a disgrace to one of the best video game franchises. That movie was terrible.
This is how she sees herself, though, in her delusion, is this fucking superhero.
Well, who was the dude before? Who was the other guy before you were looking at that was Swayze? Yeah,
I don't know.
Who's that?
I don't know. I don't know.
Is this also on her stuff?
Yeah, she made this compilation. She's
What
been
is
using
that?
these face swapping apps or something.
That must be the baby daddy.
Oh, it could be. Well, she has multiple baby daddies.
Sorry, baby daddies.
Yeah, daddies.
Do you want to? You have a kiss for daddy? You want a little butterscotch candy?
I'm sorry, I don't know. I don't know a single traditional woman, because I know lots of conservative women. I mean, the community I live in and with my clients and stuff, like these are super old school generations of, I mean, they're mostly older, but none of them have been pregnant 3 different times out of wedlock. None of them.
Well, I guess they're in the wrong church.
Well, no. Like, this crazy bitch claims to be a modern or a traditional conservative woman.
Don't you know when you're born again and found God, that absolves your past sins?
Does it?
It's like it doesn't happen. Oh, good God, those fucking teeth. I can't. That was a massive prerequisite for me. So last summer, I hit it off with she was a great girl, was like-minded, right? But then I was briefly distracted by her figure and just talking to her. I made a rookie mistake. I look back and laugh because I never saw her again after the first date, after dinner. Oh my God, and she's going bald. Sorry.
Bald-headed hoe problems.
And I hadn't realized it. I looked back at her profile. She wasn't smiling in any pictures. She was a 10, but so then we get to the restaurant. She smiles and oh my God, did she need dental work like yesterday? And I'm just like, oh. And I'll never forget it because then my buddies afterwards were like, well, how'd the date go? And I'm like, dude, I don't think she has a toothbrush. And there was one. I just, and it was a real shame too. But I'm just like, nope. If you have bad teeth, that's so that was added to my vetting process. When I was still dating, was that now it's like, okay, if I don't see your grill in in those pictures, or if I meet you in person, you don't smile, I'm just gonna assume you have bad teeth, and I'm going the other way.
No. Look at her grill. She has a grill. It's really shiny.
I know. She thinks she's a G.
Well,
Look at that.
yeah.
Look at that 5 head because the balding. Look at that 5 head.
Yeah, she's losing some hair. Also, her roots are kind of grow out. She box colors her own hair, so.
White trash.
Pretty much.
But why you have to show that much titties in your,
Because that's the male gaze. That's what gets their attention.
I mean, you call yourself conservative after this?
Dude, conservative chicks are some of the biggest sluts, man. I'm telling you.
No, I
Fake.
know already.
Yeah.
I mean, my exes were a prime example, at least in the bedroom.
God. And it's funny, the conservative women that I've dealt with were all single mothers too that found God. I was like, imagine that. And they're all running for House and Senate seats here.
Oh my God.
They shouldn't be.
Well, yeah, like I posted it in my, if you scroll through the history of my community stuff, and I did a video on it. It was called I think the video was called Single Mom Returns. She's a girl that's a single mom, 32, and she's running for Maine Senate, and she's probably gonna win.
No.
And she's a conservative. She's the one who found it. She's the one who found out I was moving, and she texted me saying, "Oh, she was the one." I did in my video. I said, "She goes, well, I guess I better not get pregnant before you leave." And I never slept with her before. She was assuming that I would just sleep with her, because mind you, this is a funny one. She's so conservative. She doesn't believe in any forms of birth control at all.
Well, what happens when it comes to fornication?
Where's your channel? There it is.
Hey, that's one of mine. Oh yeah, I was responding to she's another one that I don't like. Another one in this space. She's a married chick. I was responding to she was giving bullshit advice saying how women these days are afraid to leave the husband. I'm like, all they do is leave. I'm like, why? Yeah.
I mean, what era you are living in, woman?
What's that?
I mean, I said, what era are you living in, woman? Women leave all the time. Women are the ones who file divorce.
Yeah, it's way down, like that one about this.
What's it called?
It's called Single Mother Returns, I'm pretty sure. So it's further, because I recognize I think that's what it was called. Yep, there it is.
Oh, back when you had your porn stash.
It's like 2 different people. It's pretty fucking great. God.
Happy Thursday. So after the crocodile tears tease on the community posts, I put up a thing about the analytics. And again, so far, since this channel has returned, you folks like my single mom content above everything else, whether it's single pregnant moms looking for suckers or single moms generally speaking. Now, originally, I was recording and doing a video last night after work talking about being wary of who you tell your plans to, and it's not wise
I hate my
to
voice,
just
by the way.
tell everybody all of your plans.
Dude, we all do. That is so weird. Bandit says that all the time too. I don't like mine. Like when I hear me and I play back me, I'm like, man, when I used to play Xbox, people used to like think I was a 12-year-old boy. I don't know why. No, I don't think any of us like our voice. Why is that?
I don't know, but if you continue this, you're going to be like, wow, this is a woman who's running for Senate and is probably going to win. Yeah.
combating and teaming with the importance of being able to stand on your own 2 feet, and it's okay to be alone. You're going to get pushback, not just if you're going down a red pill path or anything like that, opting out of dating, whatever, doing it, going your own way, whatever lingo you want to use, whatever buzz term. You're going to meet resistance, and the importance of staying in your frame and not letting people influence you or talk you out of things, and that includes friends and family. But as I was doing that in real time, a single mom from my past hit me up. Now I want to preface this. I've never slept with this woman. I cut that shit off once I found out she was a single mom. And classic case, she always told on herself. And I knew who it was because, again, I've gotten the habit of I don't save numbers, or I never really saved numbers when I met new women when I was dating, just because it's like it's easier to break away when the bullshit starts, and it's always not an if, it's a when. But I can always tell by the tone, even in texting, who it is. And it was actually a video thing on Meet Me. And some of you are going to be like, well, why did you do that, Derek? That goes against what you talk about. Because I know she'll tell on herself, and I wanted to let her do it. Or as Kevin Samuels would say to his audience, I let this go because in regards to putting up with someone he had that he was interviewing on his live streams. But I was just waiting for it. And again, now that it's known by very few people in my life that I trust, that I'm making plans. I talked about it on Hermit Red Pill's stream last Saturday night. Shout out to him.
Love that guy.
As he's moving, I talked about how I'm moving and making steps to move and relocate. Like clockwork, people come in because the point is, about telling your plans or having goals. The world, people in your life, people who aren't in your life, they'll be presented as roadblocks or hurdles or try to stop you to keep you in place. So as we're talking, she just passingly makes the remark about, that I can't say no to her. Well, I never slept with her and I cut that shit off. But again, that vaginal hubris I've talked about before. They all think they're special now, and men can't say no. Years ago, I started thinking with this head instead of that one. It's a lifesaver. I digress. But she just makes the remark, I just can't get pregnant before you leave. She says this, being serious. Even though I turned her down forever ago and went about my life because she's a single mom. And I know the dangers. And again, I bring this up for you men out there, especially you younger ones who think it's a good idea. Or you're being Captain Save-A-Ho and wearing that cape and white knighting. They're hella fertile, number one. 2, a lot of them became single moms because of how attractive they are and just having unprotected sex with just anybody and not the best suitor to be a husband or a father, whatever you want to call it. And 3, like it or not, they do, not all, but a lot of them do try to trap guys. Now, if I was weaker, I could have given in, and then who knows? Right before I leave, you never know. Oh, hey, Derek, I'm pregnant. Absolutely fucking not. Point is, you got to stay on your paths, gentlemen. Doesn't even have to be a woman or a single mom, whatever. Friends and family will try to trip you up. That happens. Not everybody who loves you is on your team behind closed doors.
Right.
That's not across the board, but it does happen. I'm an example of that. I was supposed to move where I'm relocating to 8 years ago, and I let friends and family talk me out of it, and I've stuck here. But then I'm not getting any younger, and opportunities are coming. And then my first test last night.
This crazy bitch
from my past that I never got with just randomly hits me up and then makes the passing comment, if I get knocked up before you leave, da-da-da. Not going to happen.
Run.
But it's one of those things that, again...
She texted me this morning and I fucking blocked her.
Even if you're not telling everybody your plans, you're keeping stuff close to the chest, the world will test you.
Fuck Abba and Preach, by the way.
That was my first test.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm not a fan of those two at all.
Never was sold on them.
Yeah.
I am like a drug-sniffing dog.
What is it about? Because, they have a lot of feminist type.
First of all, get my ugly mug off there in that shot. No one needs to see that like that. But no, like they're in hot water for the whole pro-trans thing lately, or one of them said, "Oh, well, it's a girl now." Like an old clip resurfaced about them being pro, saying they are a biological woman if they convert.
See, and I mean, I have a hard time listening to them, and
They talk like women, so I can imagine.
well, maybe, but they say some things that it's like they make excuses for feminists.
Yes, they do. Well, they make excuses for women in general.
Yeah. They seem to like very well trained knights.
Well, yeah. Well, one of them's married.
Well, yeah, but I know a lot of married people that aren't like that. Like, I don't know.
I never liked them. They reeked of phonies from day one when they first popped off. So remember, because I remember I watched them because they would react to the Jubilee videos.
Oh.
That's how they got popular. They did reaction stuff to things like that. Okay. And it made you believe, oh, they think like I do. But then they'd get into other topics and you're like, okay, these two dudes are clowns. They're white knights. They're white knights in plain sight, but everyone loves them. They don't see it.
Right. Yeah, I wondered.
Him and then, oh, God. I knew it was going to happen the day he announced that he was married, like he won a world championship, was Haviv.
I don't like Haviv. What about Stevie Knight?
Who's that?
What? Somebody that's doing manosphere stuff now?
Because like I said, I try to like...
Oh, he's, Stevie Knight from Night Talks. He actually reviews a lot of rap.
Oh, him. Okay.
Okay.
I didn't know his name was Stevie Knight. I've just seen his thumbnails, though.
Yeah, he has Night Talks. It is his other channel, Night Talk.
Yes, Night I know who Pearl is, and I think she's full of shit too, Lawrence. Her video tonight about gushing about Dave Chappelle proves that, in my opinion. Yeah, see, YouTube. This is what I said earlier. Good mother. YouTube tried to tell me that I need to make my thumbnails look like those. That's what YouTube tried to tell me in an email. Like every other fucking person in the space does with those. No. Right. I'm not going to do that. No.
Right.
Yeah. Contriver, YouTube emailed me saying I need to change my thumbnails to be more like this, aka be like everybody else, so I'm easier to track.
Well, his channel, when I first started following his channel, I mean, he was 20K, maybe? I mean, he's up to 200.
Well, he's long form, too. Like, I'm looking at the lengths of these. Yeah. I don't have time for that, and I like doing the shorts. I like getting to the fucking point.
Oh, he has, he has shorts, too. He has a chick, though, that's...
Yeah, again, he's got a chick, so when I saw that, I was like, okay, so you're, again, like, that's where him and I differ, but, like, his stuff is good, but it's just, like, again, some days he says certain things, but then again, you can't preach this when you've got a girl, dude, in your house. That's where I'm like, I draw the line. I'm not going to hate him for it, but it's just like, it's like, don't preach to these young men. It's the whole, you know, not practicing what he preaches.
Well, she's from what I recall, they have a kid together. They're not married though.
Shocking. No disrespect, brother.
She's a real estate agent.
Oh, of course she is.
I mean, she has sausage lips. So
and let me guess, they live in Atlanta. It would be the trifecta. Not married, kid. She's a realtor. Did you ever see Kevin Samuel's stuff about realtor women? It's not just their job, but it's a thing they do to try to find high-class men. So that's why they get into real estate. They're realtors.
Oh. Well,
Oh,
I have
yeah.
a client that's a realtor. I mean, she's the best, but
Well, I'm specifically
In a-
talking in this community. Like, she doesn't look white, or she looks like she's mixed. But if I find out they live in Atlanta, I'm gonna cry laughing because it'll be the trifecta of the stereotype. But no, I mean, she's attractive, but enjoy it while it lasts, brother, because she's gonna leave at some point. I'm just saying. Just saying. I'm going to hell.
well, she looks pretty superficial, so I wouldn't be
Exactly. There
surprised.
you go. See, I for obvious reasons, like, again, I always laugh when I would see brothers in the club look like they were Tony Montana diving in coke after they made out with these chicks, because all the makeup comes off and goes on to us. Like, in the summer, I get darker. I would refuse to make out with chicks with a lot of makeup because I end up wearing it.
Right. Oh, like that picture you posted about the women lying to men.
Yes.
In like
Those-
her. No. It's funny. I have when I first moved down here, I had this girl that I worked with that was always complaining about her skin, and I was like, "Quit fucking putting that shit all over your face, and it won't look like that." She's like, "I have to put that on my face because it looks like that." I was like, No, it looks like that because you put that shit on your face. Just stop it for a couple weeks and it'll clear right up. I promise. And
It's
she finally
literally-
fucking did.
It's literally like they put on a whole other identity.
Yeah.
That's why I laugh. I want someone who's honest. You put on a whole new face.
Yeah.
Like I posted a video on that too about showing what a lot of these broads looked like, because it was a TikTok trend where they showed themselves dolled up, then ugly, and then I looked at like the New York Post, other media outlets. They did articles on it, and these articles were titled, "Yeah, I'm a proud catfish." But if it was a guy, oh no, he'd be burned at the stake, balls cut off. But no, because it's a woman. Oh, let's glorify and praise her for being a catfish.
Right.
Nope.
Right.
It's bullshit. There's a double. I'll just say, yeah, there isn't a double standard that a woman's met that she didn't like.
Right. Well, if they didn't have a double standard, they wouldn't have any at all, Ranger.
I know.
Well, what do you think? Should we call this? It's fucking late.
Yeah, I set my alarm now. I gotta check how many hours I'm tracking it. So I'm gonna at least get 6.5 hours if I set my alarm for 10, and I can still work out and then do my stuff before I go to work at 2 in the afternoon.
Nice. Yeah, 6.5 is good.
Yeah, I've been averaging 8 lately, but I'll be all right.
Why do you sleep so much?
Well, it's because I've gotten older and there's a lot of miles on my body.
Right.
It's harder to maintain this body now.
Yeah, you need more rest.
Yes. My buddy and I both, because he's a gym guy too, and he's talking about it. My other best friend, the one that I'm moving to, he's like, dude, I am not tailored, because he's like, it's going to be great. You're not going to have to stay up late to watch primetime sports anymore. It starts at 5:30. I'm like, I know. I'm so stoked for that. Because I said, dude, Sunday Night Football is torturing my body.
Oh,
I can't make it past the third quarter.
That's funny. That's when you know you're starting to get old.
But then I wake up and I'm like, I feel 25 again. At least I still look it in the face and on the body. But then if you see me in person, you can't see it on my videos. But when I don't have my hat on, like I have the salt and pepper sprinkled throughout the side of my fade haircut. I've got the grays.
Yeah.
Another reason why I also do the stash a lot, my goatee, like this whole bottom part of the goatee is almost white. And I blame that. I didn't get grays till those last 2 years of the Army. That's when I started getting my grays. I blame them for all the crap they were doing.
Yeah. No, that's true. Cortisol levels, stress, fucking, like, there's a lot to it. I have a client that she started on this new diet thing, like a meal preparedness thing. And they send vitamins too. And she started taking that and her gray hair started going away.
Speaking of that,
yeah.
Well, my hat kind of ruined it here, but for a while, my hair was starting to do the LeBron James until I started taking some natural tea boosters, and it started to grow back.
Yeah. Yeah.
But now wearing my hat, it squished this, but you can see it, but it was a lot worse. Like I had a ring right there. But I used to shave my head anyway, just because I felt like it. So when I ever do start going bald, because my dad's bald, so it's going to happen at some point.
Yeah.
But I used to shave my head because I wanted to, so at least my dome is a good shape.
Yeah.
Then I'm going to be every other dude in a lot of these spaces. I'm going to be bald and have a fucking beard.
So you're going to grow out a... Oh, it's not like...
Except, unlike Richard Cooper, I won't be a fake tool. I can't stand Richard Cooper either.
Yeah.
And you're charging men, and because he still talks about picking up chicks and stuff, and I was like, dude, like him, like Rolo just entertains me, but I take him on a subject to subject basis with him now.
Yeah.
Because again, like I'm not gonna do like a lot of the some can admit it, some can't, but a lot of this stuff in these spaces is like fandom. Again, like people treat it like sports teams or fandom, but the second, like they'll blindly believe everything a certain figure says, but then the second they go off in a different direction, they hate him. I just think that's silly. I saw that enough when I worked in politics. Same thing.
Yeah.
People are like, oh, I love this. Oh, they voted. They said this in a tweet. I can't vote for them anymore. I'm like, then you didn't really believe in them.
Yeah. Right. See, I don't like Rolo because he's anti 21 Studios, and when I heard what he fucking did over there, I was like, that's fucked up, dude. Like he doxed him.
That's like the other day, Rolo said everyone's a feminist on the planet. I was like, no, I certainly am not. But like I said,
you should see his video where he is trying to take pot shots at Coach Greg Adams because he went on Valuetainment's podcast with Adam Koznick and against Hafiz over there.
Yeah, I just watched his reaction. Yeah, it was an ambush because he showed it was an ambush. It was 3-1 against Adams.
No. I mean, that podcast is anything. You should listen to the commentary of Rolo regarding that. What he says, and what he's said is, I know the controversy because I was right there. I was even in Twitter at that point. It started in 2017 when Coach Greg Adams came in, guns blazing with MGTOW content. Basically, he still makes it MGTOW content, but never says that because since the label has been so vilified.
Well, he says he never subscribed to it. He's free agent lifestyle. That's his moniker.
Oh yes, I mean people could say bachelor lifestyle, free agent lifestyle,
but that's the thing.
The
like last night at the brief bit I attended of Chronic stream, they were everyone in the comments was shitting on Greg Adams, and I'm just like, dude, he's just entertaining above all else. I'm like, why are you mad? Because they're like, oh, well, he sold out. I'm like, they all make money. Every single one of them does.
Right.
You don't like his brand, so he's the sellout. That's the kind of shit that I'm like, this is why I take a lot of this stuff. Yeah. I don't like when people ask me to their streams, they're like, oh, do you love this? I was like, dude, I'm not a fucking fangirl. I'm like, you're acting like a chick about how you look at some of these guys. Some of these guys they act like chicks with their fandom and obsession.
The stalwart, one of the stalwarts in the MGTOW community who still uses the label and the acronym in its full entirety and makes content is someone like Stardust. I'm sure you know him. Thinking Ape.
Yeah, that's why I like Human though, because he is MGTOW, but again, he's very broad. He doesn't get pigeonholed into one thing, and I like his philosophy, especially where he lives in a cucked country like Australia.
Right. Right.
But
you should
just a lot of these spaces. I just find it funny, the back and forth, how it goes in cycles. Everybody loves the same guy, then everybody hates the same guy. I'm just like, you guys are in high school.
Yeah.
You're grown ass men mad because some guy said something you don't like.
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
Oh, I'm doing those videos are coming. Those videos are coming, by the way. So if anyone gets butthurt from those videos I do, I'm not sorry, because it's the truth when I do those videos about how people are in these spaces and how the fandom is child's play as far as I'm concerned. Oh, Greg Adams, he made money. I hate him now. Go fuck off.
Right. No, I got to
Christopher
talk to him at the 21 convention.
I think he's the realest one in the community, honestly.
I like him. And he said he would come on for a chat about universities and stuff. So,
and again, he knows, he said it on when he was on that podcast where he got ambushed by the OnlyFans mom, Havives, and the other guy. When he said the reason I know so much about feminism because he's like, I coached
Adam
women's
Kosnick.
basketball. He coached women's basketball.
Yeah.
That's why he knows so much. That's where the name coach came from, because they were like, why are you the coach? He's like, I coached women's basketball. That's why I know more than you.
Exactly. No, what's funny, when he was doing his thing at the 22 convention, he was talking about like his whole PowerPoint and his whole presentation was pretty badass, but he was talking about birth control pills and how, they should put better warning labels on them.
Yeah,
and
like the fatter you are, they don't work.
No. He's like, yeah, you know what they don't put under? Side effects? Crazy bitch. I was like, yes.
But he's just entertaining. Like his soundboard makes the stuff. Like when he does them, because his sub channels like CGA quick hits and stuff. But I also like because he calls out men, like he holds men accountable. Like, hey, this is how you get better. A lot of other channels don't do that, or if they do, it's like in little snippets. But when he went on that podcast and got ambushed, like if you watch Haviv, look how emotional he gets about everything, and he was so long-winded, like a woman. Yeah. And again, if you watch him before he got married, it was night and day. And I wrote in the comments, because I watched that episode live, and I was like, I wonder if his wife is watching this and thinking, this pussy is my husband. Because he wasn't always like that. And then I also noticed he found God, and that's also what changed, because a lot of their comments were saying, are you trying to be a televangelist now? And he's also obsessed. Again, he's another example. He is obsessed with Jordan Peterson. Every other rebuttal he had, he was like, Dr. Peterson says, like Dr. Peterson's so profound. Like he literally said that, and you watch Greg Adams is pretty much like trying not to laugh off camera as he's listening to him.
See, I'm a big fan of Peterson too, though.
Right, but you're not sitting there. Every other word out of your mouth isn't sucking him off.
No.
Like Haviv literally sucks him off on his content now. Dr. Peterson this, Dr. Peterson that. And I was like, have you seen him lately? That dude's not keeping it together. Find a better mentor. Like they broke him, I think. Peterson. That's just me.
No, he was broken before that as well.
Yeah, his daughter had a lot to do with that too.
No, not personal reasons regarding his philosophy as well. What he tries to do is he tries to appropriate stoicism by saying that all these banalities and naiveties like clean your own room and this, that, and the other. The fact of the matter is, men do die protecting and providing, killing and dying for themselves, for women.
Oh no, I'm not saying I don't agree with that. I'm just saying lately, every time I see him, he's fucking crying.
There is an inherent sort of cognitive dissonance in that view as well, which he presents to the world.
Yeah.
He says that it is a job of a man to die protecting and providing for a civilization that gave birth to them, that nurtured them, and they are the backbone of the community. Okay, fine. Point duly noted. But what he fails to tell you is that is the half truth. Yes, men die protecting and providing for their communities, but not for an ungrateful community that hates them with a passion and who has formulated written minuted state policies to vilify, dehumanize, and demonize their masculinity as toxic, just like the APA, American Psychological Association, very recently.
That one's my fucking target, the APA. They need to be disbanded. They need to have all their authority cut off.
Along with the DOJ, the DOE, DHS, CDC, they all got to go.
Yeah, but the APA is the core to all the fuckery that's going on. I mean, they're even in charge of the community standards guidelines and shit for social media.
Are you sure? Because I just read up on yesterday. The DHS has their hand in that now too.
Yeah, but the APA, the psychologists. Psychology is attached to everything now. Even they're just, as of last year, started introducing it and having it. What did they say it was? Recognized in the fucking STEM field.
Of course,
per our government. Like, that's fucked. That's bad. That's super bad.
My personal opinion, for far too long, psychology, it's junk science.
Well, it's full of feminists that keep changing the rules. So.
Yeah, like when I did security, like I said, until I switched to my current job recently, but for a while I was doing security inside a mental health clinic, and those, yeah, it was great content building. That was the second in command there. She was the first one to say to me, "Do you hate women?" I'm like, "Nope, I understand them." This is the same woman who was like, "Can you help us bring in groceries?" I was like, "You can lift it." I'm like, "You're strong and independent." Went back to my desk. I'm like, "It's not my contract." It's like, "It's not my contract."
Right.
And then she sent me a text, this long 3-page novel-length thing, which I didn't even read, and I left it on read. I told her, I just smiled. I said, I'm like, "Listen, bitch, that don't work on me."
Right.
It doesn't work on me. I said,
dude,
like,
that's, and it's such a red flag, and people don't understand. All crazy bitches do that. They want to tell you their fucking life story in a fucking comment section.
In my first day on the job with this site, I haven't spoken 2 words to her. She randomly turns to me and tells me how she wants to divorce her husband. Never met her before, and she's first thing she says to me, "This is a married woman. Her husband's in her 50s, she's in her 30s, and she's complaining." I'm like, "What do you think was going to happen?" I get the age gap thing, but and guess what? Here's the kicker, and you won't be shocked. He's wealthy, but she still makes more than him, and it bothers her.
What?
It bothers her because, again, that hypergamous nature. And I'm sure you've seen the TikToks of it when they ask people on the street, "Could you date a man who makes less than you?" It's always no.
Oh yeah, no. It's in our nature as women. Like,
well, that's one part of your nature I'd love to fucking purge.
Well, that's why I want to fire all the women and reallocate those funds to the men.
Yeah, because there's barely any men's shelters for starters.
Yeah.
I don't need no man. I could be bad all by myself.
They could be bad without a job and access to any government assistance. That would be really bad.
I didn't want to do it because it was too easy. It was like low-hanging fruit, even for me, as far as my stuff goes. Someone sent me a TikTok, and it was like, "What do you bring to the table?" And the girl literally said, with a straight face and a smile, with a straight face and a smile, she's like, "Well, cause I'm a baddie." That was her reason, what she brought to the table, because she's a baddie. It was a black woman. That's what they say. That's what they say. I'm a baddie. I'm a boss-ass bitch.
Oh, the boss. Okay.
I'm a baddie.
So
she was like, "Good mother, I'm a baddie. That's what I bring to the table. I'm a baddie."
So why can they be boss bitches, but if you call them a crazy bitch, they fucking flip out?
Because they're always in their feelings, in my feels. I just feel like watch Kevin Samuel stuff. How many times do these broads always call in? I just feel like your tone. He'd be like, "Oh," he's like, "No, the tone police, the tone police." But no, it's always, I just feel like you hate women. I just feel like, I feel. I should be like, "No, you don't think, you definitely feel."
Yeah.
I'm gonna, I just feel like, hold on. I just got to get in character. Yo, good mother. I just feel like you're talking all wrong and you're racist and it's not okay. It's Pokey and Ray Ray.
Actually, I've been called the good Nazi. I like that one. The good Nazi.
You know what? You should change your handle to that.
I know. I was thinking about it.
I bet you. I hate to say it. Well, I don't because it's an ugly side of society. I bet you if you change that, you'd get a spike in subs.
And then your channel would be deleted as well.
I don't think it would. I don't
You
know.
don't think so?
No.
The only way it would is if she put up a certain symbol, but if she didn't, I think she'd be all green flags.
Well, let us make another channel of
the good
the good Nazi, or the good mammy. I've been called that. I mean, because I've been around Cynthia G channel and Nyla, and do you know those two crazy bitches?
I actively avoid a lot of. I don't know.
Okay.
One sounds familiar. I don't know.
Yeah, Cynthia G is in the psychology field. She's actively trying to start a race war between men.
Ghost cog baddies, jail them. I like it.
Yeah.
But I'm a baddie.
Well, I need to get the hell off of here. I can't sit here anymore.
Yeah, you have to get back. What was I gonna say? Yeah, De Führer's waiting.
The what?
I said the Führer. De Führer's waiting.
My Führer. Say hi.
Hitler.
What? Oh.
Blonde moment.
Führer.
She has little Aryans she has to produce.
Right?
Well, she has produced freckles over freckles.
Oh, hey,
anyway.
I'm part German, so maybe that's why people call me a supremacist when I was on the radio. I am German. My last name is German.
Oh.
Actually, I have a Ashkenazi Jew in my fucking lineage, so I would not be
heresy.
I know. I would be a heretic. Yeah.
Heathen.
Yeah. Yeah, on my mom's side.
I'm changing this. The Father, the Son, and the
Or
Holy
no.
Good Nazi.
I think it's on both sides, because on my father's side,
My neighbors hate me because the walls are thin and loud, and they're all a bunch of liberal losers. So this 6 hours and 40 minutes has probably been nightmare fuel to them to hear me because I'm loud.
Oh, they can still hear you.
I don't give a fuck. I just think it's funny that I'm that guy. It's
Yeah.
like they can't really do anything because I would just play the race card and I wouldn't, but I would just kind of look and be like, you really want to go that route, Poppy?
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh my God. Pliskin, Yahtzees. There it is.
All right, Derek, thanks for the chat. I'm trying to think if we left any feelings out tonight that we didn't try to hurt.
I think we stomped them all out.
Okay, good.
And then the ones that were still touching on the ground, I put one more in their dome.
Okay, good. We need more of that happening. People telling people to shut the fuck up.
I literally have one of my appreciated cog. Happy to do it. One of my literal pop culture cutaways is from Penn and Teller, and it's Penn saying, "Shut the fuck up."
Yeah. We need more. Well, thank you for all that you do. I'm excited to see your channel grow. At 2,000 subs, you said you would start streaming?
Yeah.
Okay. Good deal.
And if I disappear again, I want you all to know that I'm not suicidal and I was self-deleted by the government.
Deleted by the government. I'm still waiting. I mean, I haven't even received a death threat. So I had some straight white men sent after me by crazy bitches, and it kind of backfired.
Trust me, you get your first death threat, I hope you'll do what I did. You'll laugh.
Wow.
And then you'll tell your family about it because my parents were mortified. Because when my mom started listening, when she first retired, she was like, "What time are you on?" And I told her, and then of course, she was texting me between every segment like a good mother would. And she's just like, same thing with my dad. Do you have to fucking say that? Because I would hear her voice in her text.
Yeah.
Do you have to fucking say that? Jesus Christ, Derek.
Yep.
Do you want to get... She's like, are you trying to get killed? I'm like, maybe I am.
Right.
I'm like, maybe the truth just bothers people that much that they want to see me dead, Mom. It's one less free black voice in the world.
See, I don't know. I see a lot of people speaking out. A lot.
After all, at last, we can prove that there is some sort of supremacy. I don't know whether it is white or not.
Yeah, but yeah, whenever you get a death threat, I hope you'll find the humor in it. Because again, a lot of times, threats, these people aren't going to act on it.
Oh, I know. I mean, I'm from the camp of, if somebody wishes to do you harm, like really, they're not going to fucking warn you first. That would be stupid. Like,
and what I did, I went on the air and I said, hey, well, I said Maine is constitutional carry, and I said, those of you that listen, I'm a gun owner, a vet, and I conceal carry, so I'll make you famous.
Yeah. Yeah. All right, gentlemen. Well, thank you again, Derek, for the lovely conversation.
It was a pleasure.
And you're welcome anytime. I know the guys like to hold panels sometimes, so.
Oh, yeah.
So you're welcome to join anytime.
Keep up the good fight with the taking on the crazy bitches.
Yeah. Well, somebody's got to do it. I don't really see many other women trying to hold them accountable.
Well, it's because they're baddies and strong and independent. They don't need no man, and any woman that tries to come into their space is a threat.
I just want them to behave better and stop fucking up the world.
So this is a glorified obedience school.
Yeah, crazy bitch boot camp. Crazy bitch boot camp.
So is this going to be a physical place, or is this just a theoretical thing?
When it's time to round them all up, it will definitely be a physical place.
Okay, because I'm going to need to promote something when I can do ads on here.
Yes. Yes.
I've already got my creative juices are flowing. I've already got skit ideas.
Yes.
For an ad.
Yes. Run with it. Run with it.
I might just do it anyway.
Yeah.
I might just make a music track and then just do stupid voiceovers with it and animate it or something.
Yes. Yes. Right, please. That's a great song. All right. I'm ready to end this.
Yep.
Good night, everybody.
I'm ending this as well. 3, 2, 1.
All right. Bye.